Nordschleife. What do you expect? It gives us commentators something to think about, but it's the 60th ADAC Reinholdus Langstreckenrennen. And it is a phenomenal grid, 155 cars. And Peter Snowden and me, Bruce Jones, are looking forward to covering all of this on RS3. 4 hours of racing, and we're going to enjoy it so much. You know what? Should we come back tomorrow and do it all over again?
Why not? Are you free? Is your diary free?
Mysteriously, as it happens.
Clear the diary. Go on, do it.
My holiday has been broken and I'm here, but it just looks epic. And whatever we enjoyed last time, it was a toe in the water and it really, really worked. The quality of the entry at the front end, I will probably bang on about that quite a lot. It is phenomenal. This is about as good as it gets in terms of GT3 racing. You really, as you read down the entry list, you flick onto page 2, the top drivers just keep on coming. And that in itself is the accolade that the NLS is right at the top of its tree. And the circuit never fails to provide, never prevails to entertain. Just phenomenal.
Well, I'm going to throw in my usual bit here as they're just starting to move away on the warm-up lap. You mentioned about which manufacturer dominates. Very much BMW at the moment. We've got lots of Mercedes up there. I'm going to throw something in here just for us at the beginning of this, Bruce. 4 hours to go, before we get to the start. I reckon this should be a Mercedes day, and it's Mercedes to lose it. How about that?
Well, that was measured thought from me. That's the first time for quite a while.
Or just shock of what I've just said?
No, not at all, because what we saw time and time again, and I'll throw this in, the Mercedes seems to have a really good grunt as it comes out of the final corner, and one of the best places to overtake, one of the easiest places to pass, is turn 1. Almost the entirety of the Nordschleife lap, you've got to have your heart in your mouth, and the options are relatively limited. So if you can get the grunt past the pits, one of the widest overtaking places is down into turn 1. The BMWs we saw around the twisty bits would get it all back again, particularly the first third of a lap. We seem to notice it really closed in. But if you're staying close and you can get in the slipstream, and let's not underestimate the value of a toe down the Dottinger Höhe, that long run back to the final sequence of corners where passing can happen, but so can calamity. So you could well be right. To me, it's extraordinary that Porsche have yet to find their legs this year. They're down in 7th place, the best place of those cars. That's that stellar lineup in the number 18 KCMG entry, the KC Motorsport Group. Romain Dumas, Patrick Pilet, Dennis Olsen and Richard Lietz. Greedy or what in picking from the fruit bowl?
It is an extraordinary lineup. Just going back to what you said about the BMW versus Mercedes that we spotted 2 weeks ago. As you said, the BMW was a winning car, ultimately. Proof of the pudding. That's it there. Won the race, got the points. But it was the Mercedes that was consistently quicker over the lap. Everywhere. We watched that, didn't we? There were bits where it ebbed and flowed. You said that first third of the lap, the BMW was that little bit quicker, but the Mercedes had that constant pace, and that's what it's that reliable pace. I'm not saying that the BMW is weak. I'm just trying to put something in here for 4 hours. So let's watch it because it was so interesting last time. Fortune favours the brave, and David Pittard in that BMW, which didn't look to work as well as the Mercedes, probably shouldn't have been where it was, but those opening 5 laps stint of his was quite extraordinary. Now 5 laps obviously on the Nürburgring is quite a lot of time, but it's 5 laps normally. It's so much shorter, doesn't seem the same. But he did put in an extraordinary stint, and I think he took that car to places it probably shouldn't have been, which set the scene for them ultimately winning it. Admittedly, penalty helped them at the end, but there's only one winner.
Exactly. You take what you can get. A sight that will be fresh to our eyes. We have a new class this weekend. It'll be running, I think, in the second batch of cars. The BMW M2 CS Racing class has been launched. Only one taker so far. That's from Walkenhorst Motorsport, who cover all things BMW. And they've got Mario van Bolen and Sami Matti Trogan, a guy who's absolutely been a star in the digital NLS series, happens to work for a team called Williams. So a lot of these drivers who compete at the very top level in iRacing have been given jobs by Formula One teams because they get on the sim and they're good enough drivers and they can just analyse the lot. Sami Matti's also got a rally programme. He competed last time out in the NLS, and now he's got this new car, the M2 CS, which is effectively the entry-level model for BMW M customer racing, and I'm sure that class will grow because across the years, probably even the decades, there have been classes within the enormous array of classes in the NLS that BMW have had specifically for their cars. And for many, many moons up until this year, we've still got loads of them out there. We had the M240i Racing Cup cars. That's still really well supported. And you know what? If you're the TV director, you go, seriously, it's fallen a little quiet, quick, cut to the M240i class, because they're always nose to tail, and they're just magical.
But lap after lap, corner after corner, there's remember that last October, VLN 9, the last race of the season. So much of what we could see happening on track was cars just glued together, and it went on. There was a race-long battle between two of them. That was just, you say, if it was a bit quiet at the front, let's look at this, because this. Of course, they're usually the cars that do the overall champion anyway. That's where the winning class often comes from.
Which is all the more mysterious, because when you've got a class that close, the opportunity to finish 6th rather than 2nd could have a huge dent in your points. And in fact, it looks I've just had a quick glance. It looks like the M2 CS might be going in a 3rd batch of cars. Actually, anyhow, we'll work that out, because the 3rd batch of cars just now leaving the grid down towards the first corner. They've got their full formation lap to go. The race will be starting at the top of the hour, which will be midday in Germany, and from where we are commentating in London, it will be 11 o'clock. But the fact there are still 12.5 minutes until then just emphasises, as Group 3 goes down to the first corner, just how long the lap is here. 24.5 kilometres, or in old Imperial money, 14 and a bit miles. And it's looking very good. Just before, as the cars went around for NLS 1, we saw windscreen wipers coming on as they went around the formation lap. How wet was it going to be? Where was the wet going to be? Would it stop? Well, the answer was yes to all of them in some way or other. And again, it made those opening laps very, very interesting indeed, particularly, as Peter pointed out, for drivers who hadn't raced since probably October last year. A few lucky ones would have turned out to the Dubai 24 Hours this year, but that, don't forget, was stopped because the track was underwater and it kept on coming. I think we had 7 hours of racing. 5 hours before the race, eventually they had to say enough is enough. I was woken up on the press room floor, told to go home.
I'm surprised you weren't waterlogged on the press room floor. It must have been
no, it was coming, and I had to be at the high end, down by the windows, no chance. But for many, many drivers, they got back in, and I suppose, Peter, for you, it would be like this when you slot back into a racing car and suddenly you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. It all comes back.
Well, hopefully, I'll tell you next month when that happens. But yes, hopefully that is the idea. There's the Manta, just that it is out on the grid. Just nice to see that out there. I know it's always there. A very, very popular car. Nice to see it out. Yeah, I think it's all parts of, racing drivers are naturally curious creatures at the best of times, and sometimes self-doubt, and you wonder this and you worry about that, etc., etc. Can I hear a noise? Can I not? Whatever. In reality, as we saw, exactly as we said a few minutes ago, those first 5 corners of this first race after how many months, and all that goes out the window, and it's say fortune favours the brave, and away you go. People just get on with it. I think we've seen it in all disciplines. People can't help themselves, but it is great now. Nice bits of sunshine we can see on parts of the Eiffel Mountain now, lighting up the circuit. So light and shade literally across the track there. So are we going to have? Is it going to go onto the Nordschleife now? This last batch of cars. Is there going to be some damp there, as we said? Where's it going to be? As Bruce has suggested so far, it could be one element. Quite literally, is the Grand Prix circuit is in full sunshine at the moment, and you could have half a mile away, which is very easy on this circuit, completely different conditions. Its own little microclimate, very similar to Spa. That does the same in the Ardennes Forest, not 60 miles away, roughly. And that is another one of the elements of this race. It's not just 4 hours and 2 drivers or 3 drivers sharing a car, and all got different styles. So you've got to set your car up differently. You've got to have a setup that it compromises 1 or 2 of the drivers, works for somebody. Somebody likes understeer, somebody doesn't like understeer, whatever. They've all got to do it differently. You've all got to get and sit in somebody's sweaty seat as well, which is always an enjoyable part of endurance racing, getting in a car partway through a stint. And then the weather. Just to add yet another layer, the weather. Then, as you said, you've got this variety of classes, and you've got such a speed differential. SP9 cars, top-end, full FIA spec GT3 cars, bristling with wings and anti-dive plane bits and aero parts, etc. And then we've got the M2s, the basic, as you said, BMW customer entry level competition cars. Very much a gentleman driver thing. Not much more than a road car, really, with safety equipment added and some racing tyres. Not much more than that. standard ECUs, that kind of thing, probably standard engines and whatever, a bit modified a bit for racing, but mostly safety orientated. And you've suddenly got a GT3 car coming past you. You come over the brow and it's damp and there's a slow car on the way. You've got to make a decision quickly.
Become a commentator. So there we have it. But as Peter was talking, I was watching just to show the spread of cars. The last ones have only just gone through Hatzenbach. That's in Group 3. The leading cars have now gone through Bergwerk, but they've still got a long way to go around this lap. But at the point where they were coming down from Versifen on the formation lap 2 weekends ago, that was the point at which we noticed the windscreen wipers just starting to go. We think, are they just playing with the switches? You pointed out that's the last thing you ever want to do. Because if there's any moisture on your screen, you are going to smear it. I had an MG once, an ancient thing, and I was driving along once, and it was so heavy, and I was going onto a slip road onto a motorway. I thought, gosh, I need my windscreens on full speed. And as I did that, the one in front of me just exited stage right. Flew it to the side of the road, and I thought, right, I'm not touching it from here. And thereafter drove as fast as possible to get the
I'm assuming it was an open top MG, because your stature, you'd never get into an MG with a roof.
No, plenty of headroom. So
it must have had a sunroof at least then.
It's a dry day. No, a sunroof always brings the roof line down. Anyone knows that, Peter? But let's just reiterate here on RS3, this is the second round of the NLS. You've known it in the past as the VLN. It's the Nurburgring Langstrecken Series, and a fabulous start 2 weekends ago. We proved we could go racing. We had 140 odd cars. We have 155 today, and it's not just the numbers that are growing, but it's the standard at the very, very front end of the field. 29 cars in the SP9 class, but it's not just the number, it's the quality of the entry, the caliber of the works drivers who are coming here to play. And certainly the non-works drivers are going to have to work their corner very hard indeed. But the NLS becoming ever more of a shop window, not just as people trying to get drives and work things out for the 24 hours at the Nürburgring later this year, but for drivers looking to move up and become works drivers. And certainly we saw some sticking up their hands last weekend to see if they can get a role with the top team. Smiles all around. Sunny day. We've got a couple of cars not yet around the circuit. They'll be making pit lane starts. And one of them, just trying to see the number. Is it number 4?
Falcon Motorsports car, number 4.
That's Martin Ragginger and Peter Dumbreck. Didn't qualify in the top 20. That is possibly a reason why they're...
Talking about stellar names, Peter Dumbreck. I mean, come on.
Peter Dumbreck has almost covered more rounds of the Nürburgring Nordschleife than almost any other driver. He's been competing here for just forever as his career. He's just past his mid-40s now, but still such an expert. So many years competing with Falcon Motorsports. And so they not likely to win this one, but they've got to get out there, and hopefully the car will be running. The fact we had the TV camera suggests, and nobody seems to be working on the car, suggests it's fixed in time for the start, but we can't assume anything. Another car that's carrying a camera for us is one of the Get Speed Performance Mercedes. That's Mathieu Vassivière and Krista Johns. This weekend they cycle around. Tomorrow it'll be with Emmanuel Perodo taking over again in that, but that's qualified very well, if I seem to recall. Car number 8, yeah, 12th position. Get Speed Performance, really impressive team, run by Adam Osieka, and it started with a few cars. It's growing and growing. Mercedes is putting its heft behind it as well. And tomorrow, also Francois Perodo will be joining in tomorrow when Manu Collard, his long-time driving partner in the World Endurance Championship as well, get to play. They did the opening round, but today it should be Chris Johns and Mathieu Vassivière. Someone has just kicked up a whole load of dust right in the face of the leading runners there. Another car carrying a camera is the other Falco Motorsports Porsche, Thomas Preining and Dirk Werner. So someone obviously just clipping a curb, going beyond the curb onto the grass and kicking up the dust. That's a car that's about 15th in the line, I think, but nothing untoward. The white flag's being waved around the circuit, but now the car's starting to bunch up a little bit. They've still got that long blast. In fact, they've still got to go through past Flansgarten, Schwalbenschwanz to get to Dottinger, but the driver's doing what they need to do. Just getting a bit of heat in their tyres, getting a bit of cool in their brain.
Much needed with 4 hours of live action to go. Quite a build-up, quite a thing this lap, and it's cars warming their tyres up. We see that quite often, weaving, and they speed up and slow down to try and get some heat into the discs. And the more the heat they get into the disc, that comes in through the wheel, gets into the hub, gets the tyre as well, so it all helps for it. But But again, it's so easy to get caught out, and we've seen it happen before, where somebody's not just weaving, but somebody speeds up, you go with them, then they slow down, and all of a sudden you can have a moment. And how embarrassing can that be on the outlap, as it were? So again, you've got to, as a driver, they've got to be thinking about doing this, keeping out of the way, making sure that they're watching the car in front and not getting caught up in something before the race has even started.
I was just looking out on the circuit. We were enjoying the view through the windscreen of the Dirk Werner Thomas Priding number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports. The sister car number 4 is still in the pit lane, but the car in front of it on the track was Mathieu Vassivier's Mercedes. The car in between them didn't appear to be there, which is the Octane 126 Ferrari that showed pretty strongly last time out. Hopefully he's just got slightly out of order. We'll get back into it, but the whole point of this is to run in sequence and certainly be in position though when they go up the Dottinger. Maybe just a little bit of adjustment there.
We'll try and keep an eye on that number 4 Falcon Motorsport car and see if it does look like there is some activity around it, as if it's suggesting the car may be, the body language around the mechanics suggests the car may well be starting the race. As you said, they're not going to win it from there, but it's a 4-hour race, so you never say never. As long as it starts the race at the same time, that's not too bad. It does look like air jacks are coming down. I think that car's going to be joining. We'll keep an eye on it for you.
Yeah, certainly if field set out around a normal length circuit and you were still working on the car in the garage, it comes out of the garage, it will be going to pit exit, and presumably we will feed in at the end of the Group 1 start. We've got a couple of other cars in the pit lane, number 437, Porsche Cayman, and another one behind it. Who's
so
in the
that will take precedence and take, obviously, because it's
indeed, that will go to the
front of the queue. He'll be standing there on the left or the pit lane, as it were, in the outer lane, as it were, and that field will go by and he'll be able to join in from behind. So he hasn't got the Group 3 and Group 2 to get through. He's only got his own field. So it's not that much of a disadvantage, actually, starting from the pit lane, bizarrely, because you haven't got to wait until the other 2 groups have gone through. So you get to join the back of your main group. So that will be interesting to see. I'd like to know who's in that car to start with, whether they put the experienced Peter Dumbreck in it.
I don't think it matters. Martin Raggiger knows his craft. So
yep.
No concerns there. So I'm trying to see if I can see that Octane 126 Ferrari. There are a couple of Ferraris close together on the grid, 13th and 15th. Octane 126 and the Racing 1 car.
That was the 126 Ferrari that had the spin on the opening lap 2 weekends ago, wasn't it? And still came back through and got into 7th or 9th.
It was second half of the top 10.
Yeah.
And again, now we have full sunshine as the cars, Group 1 cars, come down the Dottinger back towards those final sequence of corners. You've sort of done the hard work on the lap, but actually almost those final corners, the cars get into 2x2 formation. Yeah, the Octane 126 for, actually, is that tucked in behind? No, that's the, yeah, it is. It's just running alongside now. Okay, good. He was running out of order. Now he's in position. So 2 BMWs on the front row, second row, all Mercedes, third row, Mercedes and Lamborghini. Good to see Conrad Motorsport back in the action. That's a car that always goes well and it always seems to come unstuck. Best of the Audis. Back down, in fact, Porsche in 9th place, best of the Porsches, and best of the Audis in 10th place. The quality of this field, the breadth of this field as it comes to the final sequence of corners, looking to start this 4-hour race, and they've done it beautifully because it's 11:59, we go racing at 12, and conditions absolutely perfect. Who's going to have the punch? Who's going to get the jump at the start? We got the Schnitzer BMW on pole, the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport car that won just 2 weekends ago, waiting for the lights to be flipped from red to green. In behind the 2 HRT, the Hout Racing Team Mercedes, one of them, the orange one, has gone straight into second place. The pole man has got the lead down towards the opening corner, and the BMW on the outside the front row may end up down in 4th position. The Lamborghini's hunting for position as well. So far, so clean. Down to turn 1, of course, it's wide on entrance, but then it narrows down a bit. The Conrad Lamborghini could even get into 3rd place, maybe even 2nd around the opening corner, but around the outside and taking the lead is the orange HRT car. That's the Hout Racing Team, normally known as Black Falcon, rebranded for 2020. And in behind, nice and clean, nice and tidy, like 2 weekends ago. Everyone's behaved through turn 1. The Lamborghini did get up into 3rd place, and the Rover Racing BMW up from not nowhere, up from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8th position. Get Alexander Sims qualified that. It's mayhem as they come out of the Mercedes arena. Corners being cut left, right and centre, Peter.
There's dust flying absolutely everywhere. So people using modern track limits all over the place. Again, exactly as 2 weeks ago, an incredible opening sequence of corners. We saw it coming over the start line that even if you say that Lamborghini nearly ran on the outside, tried to go, almost got pushed onto the grass, didn't quite make it, went from up to third at one point, dropped down to fourth, back around the outside again. The BMW that's dropped down to second place, but that Haupt Mercedes is the car that it's thrown the gauntlet down exactly as they did 2 weekends ago on the opening round of this series. And they went on to that last lap, leading it, as you said. They could have even won their debut race, but unfortunately just fell foul of that pit lane penalty. And the Falcon Horse Motorsport car won it 2 weekends ago. But it's very, very similar to 2 weeks ago. An extraordinary opening sequence of corners where, once again, we said, you know, fortune favours the brave and all that, and there should be a little bit of common sense, and they've got this race to do for 4 hours and 4 hours tomorrow, and you say the lights go off and it goes out the window and everyone just starts attacking one another. Grass, off-road, curbs, dust, runoff area, other bits of road.
You said you could, but
use it.
They have used it, and so we've had, you know, possibly more place changes. You get in a lot of races all race, a short 20-lap race, but good to see the number 4 Black Falcon Porsche got going and is already picking off the tail enders in that Group 1. So delayed, but it'll work its way forward. But again, at this point, it's easy to pick off the runners at the back of Group 1. Group 2 just waiting to come through the final sequence of corners. They will be making their starts right now. The 917 Porsche seems to be the car that's got the power down best, but as I say, that is almost overtaken. Is overtaken by another Porsche Cayman that was, I think, third or fourth on the grid. Again, clean and tidy, but they're only now getting across the start-finish line. Green flags being waved. Beautiful sunny day, but certainly the car that looks like it's about to take the lead started third or fourth in their qualifying order. Can it brake hard enough to hold position down into turn 1? The move is done because it ran very wide on the exit. The car that was outside it had to go even wider, but now trying to fight back into turn 2 and makes it back in. So the car that was on pole for the Group 2 class, or the class is encapsulated into Group 2, held off there. That was brave, but again, there is the width to do it in the Grand Prix loop, the shortened part of the Grand Prix loop that basically goes down through around the Mercedes arena, then doubles back through the VLN chicane and out into the country. But the drivers know this is their best opportunity, and when the cars are bunched at the start of the race, when they're not being interrupted by the SP9 cars coming up to lap them, which happens remarkably quickly, then that's their moment to really make hay.
Well, it's an element of surprise, isn't it? Part of you wants to shout at them, it's a 4-hour race, chaps, and you're only a matter of seconds into it, 4 seconds into it. But you say it's an element of surprise. That is your time to take the opportunity to surprise people, because everybody's moving around. There's no sitting behind somebody working where their strong spot is, where the weak spot is, working them out, selling them dummies. All that comes later. That's racecraft. At the start, it's absolutely just have a go, and if you can. I mean, we saw it 2 weekends ago with David Pittard in the leading cars. He was very brave on that first lap, and these guys exactly the same now.
But another thing I just want to throw into the mix is the calibre of the drivers competing in this. They really, really are able to race alongside each other, really, really close. They know each other, respect each other. We've got a driver running with a punch, I'm afraid, in Group 2. Didn't even get to Hatson back. Might have been better advised to peel into the pits.
Second one as well.
And the third group of cars, even now, as our leading runners are halfway around the lap, approaching Bergwerk, the third group haven't got to the final corner. They pretty much have now, and they're waiting to accelerate down the start-finish straight. BMWs to the fore in that, the M240Is dominating the front end of that field. Waiting, bunching up, doing as they're told. We're sort of almost 5 minutes into the race, and only now do they get to make their starts. Again, just holding that anxious moment. You just want to get going, but no, you've got to read the start, and the pole starting car has got the hammer down. I said that last time, it was promptly overtaken, but this time around the pole driver has the decency to keep in front.
Well, it's probably the only group that's done that. The other two groups, 1 and 2, they had a titanic. But no, he's actually lost it into the first corner. He had the run, but he hasn't got the legs to carry it down there, and he might even lose into third place. Not quite. So a clean break there. Pole sitting car, as you said, was the first of the Group 3, the first one to actually maintain that. It seemed unchallenged, but just didn't seem to have the grunt down the pit straight there, and we can't quite see which car it was that's got ahead of him. But that pole position car being usurped into the first corner in the third group, and even making a bit of a getaway now, to the point that we can't actually see where he's gone at the moment. He's actually that far ahead. So the Group 3, this is probably one of the best groups out there on track in terms of just constant battles. It'll be like this all race long, we can guarantee.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And always when you look at this class, you've got the Pixum Adrenaline Motorsport cars, orange with the blue top, and sometimes you used to race reverse because they had so many cars entered in the field. And the strange thing is that they seem to be down in about 6th place. I'm so used to them being at the very front of that group. But as you say, it's 4 hours of racing. Keep it clean, keep it tidy, and just overtake everything around you. So all tidy and out the very front end. We haven't talked about them for a while as we look at Group 3 going away, but it seems that the number 16 Team HRT Mercedes got to the front and is still there as the field. We've got a little warning sign. Number 499 has had a moment, is off and remaining off. Can't see any images of that yet, but 499. Let me scroll down my list of 100. It's Kevin Sports and Racing in that with Klaus Fassbender, Dirk Stegman and Kevin Walters. That's a Renault Megane. It's a Renault Megane going nowhere. Got a few other moments. That's just on the exit of Hatzenbach for your reference. So loads of excitement there, but unfortunately not the excitement they were looking for. But number 16 still leading the way. Lost victory in the opening round by dint of not taking long enough at their final pit stop. The time penalty was added. It was very close on track anyhow, but that handed victory to the Walkenhorst Motorsport. Number 34 BMW, Mikkel Jensen and David Pittard. This time around, conditions fair. Last time, 2 weekends ago, there was a greasy track and rain in the air on the opening lap. No such problems today. The only problem is the sheer amount of traffic out there. It's very, very busy indeed. The drivers behaving beautifully at the moment. All fair and square, but certainly very strong start, and a few car lengths advantage over the pole starting BMW for the number 17 HRT. Sorry, the number 16 HRT Mercedes. The number 17 a little bit further down in that lead pack, but about a 5-6 car length advantage. Again, a foreshortened sight as they head up, but the Lamborghini that got into third at the start of that, I didn't expect it still to be third at the end. Headlights blazing, so maybe all the blue skies are disappearing, but I'd say the first 10 already made quite a getaway from the rest, and then whole gaggles of cars. You've got 29 cars running in the SP9 class, and they're side by side. One of the Phoenix Racing Audis really being muscled out of the way, trying to hold on to 5th position, the second the HRT Mercedes. It's very, very busy indeed, that Audi, the meat in the sandwich, but first is the 16 Mercedes, second as they cross the start-finish line. 1.8 seconds down, the 42 BMW from Schnitzer. Third, the Conrad Lamborghini, as I mentioned. And then right on its tail, the number 98 BMW that really was propelled up the order from 8th on the grid. So that was the winner on the opening lap. Waiting for the timing screens to start putting some names on. Of course, you have to wait an awfully long time for them. 24 kilometers to be completed, but certainly for the pole starting car to make the best getaway, but holding on to that second place, but just that advantage. No one close enough to be in the slipstream of that number 16. A very, very good opening lap for best place of the HRT Mercedes. 3 of those this weekend.
So the battle there between the Phoenix Racing and the Audi Sport team, almost spilling over down the pit wall, having to really defend the number 15 being the Phoenix Racing car, hugging the pit wall to try and stop the other Audi, the similar Audi coming past it. And I thought he'd done it. He'd got a slipstream off it, sat behind it, pulled out, and I thought he pulled it off into turn 1, but he didn't quite manage to run around the outside. He gave him loads of room. It wasn't a question of him being squeezed or run out of road. He was given loads of room. Very professional between the pair of them. I did think the was going to do it, but the Phoenix Racing car managed to hold on to that position, and, as it remains at the moment. So those two ensuing in battle.
I think the big question on this lap, Peter, is lap 2, they've settled down. They're not close enough to really challenge each other as they were through the opening sequence of corners on lap 1. It's now getting a little bit spaced out, but what a good start from, okay, only from third on the grid, the car that was qualified, the number 16 Mercedes, qualified by Maro Engel. Maro, you know, he just gets in a SP9, GT3 type car, wherever he is in the world, and is super, super competitive. But as the field comes around, go through the exit of the Hatzenbachs, they've suddenly got that first time past the incident that we had cars at the side of the track. That is being cleared up at the moment, but of course, full yellow as they had to go past that. The drivers now a bit frustrated, then they clear, then they get the white, then they get the green flag, and bang, the power goes down. The number 2 Mercedes would get speed, Maxi Goetz, Raffaele Marciello, and Maxi Boot. Oh, strong lineup or what? Down in the pack, didn't qualify as well as it would have wanted to do. It's down, qualified 5th, third of the Mercedes, but it's behind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fallen quite a few positions. I'd say about 3 positions. It's in behind one of the KCMG Porsches. And so winners and losers on the opening lap, and that clearly was one of the cars that got a little bit muscled out. And at the tail end of Group 1, the car's rather more spaced out, and then we're waiting for Group 2 runners to come through. In fact, Group 2 runners getting towards the end of their opening lap, but it's the number 16 that leads the way, one of the 3 cars, 3 Mercedes from Mercedes team HRT. HRT standing for the Hout Racing Team. Hubert Hout, the name. Hout, one of the drivers. That's not his car though. He's in one of the sister cars. He's in number 17, just a little bit further down in 5th place.
But what a debut, as you say, 2 weekends ago. It's born out of Black Falcon Racing. They nearly won on their debut, and they're out at the front again. So they've put something together, and they've got it very, very right. There's been a lot of due diligence done and research there to get that right out at the front. And this is some serious racing. You said there's a very, very high quality of teams, drivers, etc. It's proper stuff. And to just arrive to set up a team, despite all that history, knowledge, background, doing your own team, building your own team, it's still something quite different. To come out and just hit it and be and nearly win your first race, and let's face it, they actually lost it on a slight error. They actually won it on track physically, but they lost it on a slight error at the time. So okay, a win's a win, but and they're back out at the front again. So they've obviously got something extremely right here.
Yeah, well, they're built off the back of the Black Falcon team. It's been so successful in various challenges, the Blancpain GT series over the seasons, but always strong here and running cars in some of the junior classes as well. But with Hubert Hout, he's been, his first big success with the Black Falcon team was back in 2015, won the Dubai 24 Hours, and has just been a mainstay. And this championship, though, this does not stand still. It got stronger and stronger as the VLN rebranded this year as the Nurburgring Langstrecken Series, or NLS, which is an acronym that I seem to struggle with, get overtaken by my teeth. But what just strikes me, the level of preparation, I've watched it grow over the years, but the calibre of the field is extraordinary. And for people who've never come across this series in the past, and they look down the entry list, they go, it's almost like a world championship here at the very, very top end. But the beauty of it, we have other cars in the field. We've got a Mustang racing on its own, disguised as a Zebra, but I know it's a Mustang. And that'll be one of the middle classes. That's car number 109. I think it's running in a class, or it was last time in a class of its own. Can't find an entry list, but anyhow, but again, it's the beauty. So many different types of cars coming out to play. And right down to Renault Clears at the back end, and the legendary Opel Manta that's been racing here for a considerable number of, not just years, decades, after the late 80s. And as if we predicted it, the M240Is come back down the Dottinghurst, the final sequence. We said they always stay close, and 2 abreast. Why don't you try 3 into the final corner? We've got the top 8 of those covered by, top 7, I was exaggerating again, covered by about 2 seconds as they come up to complete their first flying lap. But they left the grid, Peter, in sunshine, and now it's grey. Keep an eye out, no windscreen wipers going as yet. But
Could that be another element thrown into the mix? Completely. I know we use the word changeable quite often, it's certainly at this circuit, but could that turn? We've got 4 hours of this to go. It's in the Eiffel Mountains. It could be very, very different in half an hour, an hour's time.
It can be different in 5 minutes' time.
Yeah.
But at the moment, just to let people know, predominantly blue sky, but there have been an increasing number of clouds coming in. Great battling between the M240Is, but it can be a feature just worth reiterating, or as people say, reiterating again and again. Rain could be at one point on the circuit, and it could be dry 2 or 3 corners later. But the fact of the matter is, you don't go, hurrah, it's dry. You go, oh my golly, it's wet as I arrive. Imagine locking up as you suddenly arrive at Bergwerk, finding the retardation, the braking you really rather fancied, really rather needed, is not underneath your wheels. And again, a few drivers just at this point in the race, just sort of working out that if you make a mistake, don't try and be a hero to bring it back on the track. Good to see good manners there. Drivers going, okay, I will sort it out. Is there a clear patch? I'll come back onto the black stuff that I left with that little moment, but I won't just come slamming back onto the circuit. And again, just looking to see the race leaders there making tidy progress, and soon they will be they're very close to the tail end cars as they go down Dottinghurst. The number 16 leading the race. That's the HRT Mercedes, number 7 right in the mix as well. They're about to start lapping. It just seems inconceivable that could happen so soon, but don't forget, with the 3 batches of cars, the last one's left, just remind you, about 5 minutes behind the leading, when the leading batch started. Change of position, the Conrad Lamborghini now up ahead of the Schnitzer BMW, so that should be up into 3rd place. The number 98 BMW making moves. Last weekend, the first round winning car, 34 BMW, started on the outside of the front row, fell down to about 6th position, but is now all over the tail of arrival as they get up towards the end of the lap to Tiergarten and the heavy braking for that final sequence of corners. I almost fancy there is rain in the air in the next couple of minutes. It just has gone dark so quickly. Always we look for the camera lens and there's a splodge of rain on there.
Yeah.
You really can feel it's in the air. The end of the open second lap, it's the number 16 Mercedes from HRT leading by, he's only gained half a second, but he's got a new car in second place, the Conrad Lamborghini, up into that second place, 2.3 seconds down, half a second ahead of the Schnitzer BMW, the Rover BMW, number 98 up into 4th place, 911 Porsche to 5th, 34 BMW that won 2 weekends ago is in 6th, and then the number 8 and 2 Mercedes, therefore the Get Speed performance car shared by Mathieu Bassivière and Chris Johns is ahead of the sister car, also from Get Speed Performance, which is the Maxi Götz, Marciello and Book car. So very good running from the pair there, but already they're in traffic. Traffic provides opportunities, but they can give and they can take away. And certainly it's going to be a time to be careful, but particularly if rain starts to fall very soon indeed, because this is when they're picking off the slowest of the back markers. But actually, I suppose one good thing is the back markers they're reaching at the moment, the ones at the very back, aren't in gaggles. They're one at a time, so it does give more scope. But the last thing you want when you've got a driver on your tail is to find 3 cars in front of you have their own battle that you've got to try and negotiate.
You make it sound easy. which it's not. It's exactly, that's the point. Single car, not having a battle, easy to pick off, or relatively easy to pick off. But as you say, that lower orders having their own battles, you come up behind them, or these cars come behind the leading cars, start to lap them straight away. You've got to just dispense with that and get on with it, but not compromise your race. That is one of the absolute tricks or key elements to this sort of racing, of such speed differentials between these top GT3 cars, and people that know the Nürburgring inside out, certainly even in the lower classes, they do it time and time and again. Opel Manta is an absolute classic example of, it's basically, if there's a race on at the Nürburgring, the Manta's in it. I think it could be in a motorbike race. It's obviously just a set rule, it has to be there. If there's a track action, it's there. Very experienced, but the speed differential, phenomenal.
Phenomenal. The scope is great, and I just see, in fact, I've just pulled up a different timing screen, and I just see that we've got a 3rd driver. We had 2 drivers down in that 2nd place Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, but they've brought in a driver who knows Lamborghinis very well, Marco Mappelli. That's probably why it's gone up into 2nd place. So we've got Luca Stoltz leading the way in the number 16 Count Racing Team Mercedes. 2nd place Marco Mappelli. 3rd place, say Herbert Tomczyk, but that would be a generation out. Let's call him Martin Tomczyk in the best of the BMWs. Number 42, that's Schnitzer Motorsport, was qualified on pole position by Augusto Farfus. Alexander Sims in 4th, Mathieu Jaminet, super hot shot from Porsche in 5th, and Mikkel Jensen, one of the winning duo 2 weekends ago. Oh, doom and gloom from Bruce Jones, but it's sunny again. We look at the far side of the circuit.
You just like a contrast, don't you?
I do like a contrast, why wouldn't I? But it's also the cars look rather better when the sun is glinting off them, and it is just a beautiful part of the world, the Eiffel Forest, and just so much entertainment at every turn. But I must say, no wonder Marco, that number 7 Conrad car made such a feisty start. Got a very good run down to the 1st corner. I thought he might get 3rd, then 2nd, got up into 3rd, but bear in mind that started down, let me do my maths, in 6th position. That was tidy, but the fact he's managed to pick off the pole starting Schnitzer Motorsport BMW. You were talking before the race, you said it's Mercedes all the way. So far so good, but we expected the BMWs to be there. We didn't really throw the Conrad car into the mix, but what I did say, Peter, is over the years it's often been top 6, thereabout, and then often you're about to write the results down suddenly it's had a problem, had an issue. But in terms of speed, particularly with Marco Mappelli at the wheel, it's been very, very impressive indeed.
I said it was a Mercedes race to lose. That was the point. It's.
I see a caveat. I like
yes,
that.
I did say that. Just for clarification, we were just talking a few moments ago about the speed differentials and the experience of some of the lower class drivers that have still done, or lower category drivers, not class, sorry, lower categories that have got much experience here. One of the Get Speed Mercedes coming through there, and one of the older BMWs, lower class categories, just indicating out of the way, so even making it clear for him that I've seen you, and that camaraderie that works on the track. Just saying I've seen you, I'll indicate to the way. Doesn't change his speed or his line. It's just that you're aware, and that tells that car, provided he hasn't just caught the stalk and left it on, it's on there for lap after lap. And then that opens up another question. Then, as the faster car approaches, he thinks, I've seen that. That's great. He's seen me. I go through. What if he hasn't seen him, just not the indicator on, and all of a sudden, again, it can just go completely wrong. So it is. And this is going on all the time, as we said, 170 plus corners in one lap. They're lapping in, what was a lap speed last year, 2 weeks ago, to 8:07, I think was the fastest lap. So they're sort of doing the same speed as Grand Prix cars were doing 45 years ago now. Same sort of lap time.
It is absolutely phenomenal. But
you've got to be on your toes all the time. This place cannot relax, because it will bite. And it will have you.
No, the scope is enormous, but it must be said the easiest place to be in this race is in the lead of the pack, and certainly for the driver leading the way around at the moment, for Lucas Stoltz, who knows this circuit forward, backwards, and sideways. He's pressing on. He's trying to gain every tenth of a second that he possibly can, but he's got all the experience here, but he hasn't got anybody chewing at his tail. 2.3 seconds clear of that Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, going so well in the hands of Marco Mappelli. And he's really, really just relaxing into it. Luca just seems to spend almost every weekend of his racing life at the wheel of a racing car, at the wheel of a Mercedes, most notably in recent years.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Exactly. Yeah. You only have to find another hobby.
Exactly. Another way of spending a fortune of money.
Yeah, he could do something cheaper. He could take up polo or other sports like that. I still fancy around the pit area that we're getting a little bit of, not quite rain, but it definitely feels as though it's in the air. We've still got 3 hours, 36 minutes there. I'm counting backwards from the end, like anybody involved in sports car racing.
You can sense it, can't you?
Yeah, you really, really can sense it. But again, the laps starting to be ticked off now. 2 laps completed, and the race leaders are thick in around the ranks, around the circuit, and they're getting involved in an awful lot of overtaking at the moment. Don't want to take too many risks. But then again, you can't back off. The gap was only 2.3 seconds from first to second place. That's from Lucas Stoltz in the number 16 Mercedes from HRT, the team that so nearly won on its debut. And the
slow zone at Tiergarten.
You can say that almost any lap of the race, really. Very, very intense battle for second place at the moment. The 2 BMWs from Schnitzer and Rover Racing. Martin Tomczyk, Alexander Sims tucked in behind the 911 Porsche Mathieu Jaminet, then Mikkel Jensen. So 3 BMWs in that battle for effectively third position, nose to tail over the start-finish straight. Down the start-finish straight, then a bit of a gap, then the number 8 Mercedes from Get Speed Performance, Mathieu Vassivière. What I haven't mentioned is the first 2 runners. Lucas Stoltz gained 1.4 seconds on that lap, 3.7 seconds to the good in the lead of the race from Marco Mappelli. But Mappelli is very impressive indeed, built almost a 2-second gap back to that group, fighting over third place. Still that 42 BMW with Martin Tomczyk at the wheel. But he's being pushed very, very hard by Alex Sims. Alex not in the Rover Racing car tomorrow. That will be handed over again, just emphasising, Peter, how the drivers are being rotated through these cars over the course of today and tomorrow, the second
busy
and the third
weekend.
rounds.
Busy weekend. Well, keep on the toes, you say, from no racing to all of a sudden, lots.
Yeah, it's been from famine to feast, which is the better way around, one feels. So Lucas Stoltz, 3.7 seconds in the lead, 2.8 seconds clear of Mapelli, who's 2.8 seconds clear of that battle between the BMWs. A little bit of traffic meeting the pair of them, of Tomczyk and Sims, as they turn left through the Nordkere to go onto the Nordschleife. But if they make a slip up, Mathieu Jaminet is there in the 911 Porsche from Manthey Racing. And then in 6th place, Mikkel Jensen biding his time, sitting there. Just going to take a little look down the order to see Peter Dumbreck started the number 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. We saw it in the pits before the start of the race. It started when all of Group 1 had got underway. He's got up to 30th position, picking off cars in front of him very easily indeed. But it's suddenly going to get hard. We had 29 cars starting in the SP9 class. He's getting close to the tail of those. In fact, the car in front of him, car number 36, is also an SP9 class car. That's 36, that would be a Walkenhorst Motorsport car, and it's the one shared by Friedrich von Bohlen, Henry Walkenhorst, the boss, and the driver at the wheel at the moment, Andreas Ziegler. That is the next target for Peter Dumbreck. And he should catch him by the time they turn double left, go towards the Hatzenbachs. Yes, getting onto the tail of that BMW very handily indeed. That Porsche looking very well balanced, using less of the circuit through the Vidal chicane. But very difficult indeed. He's had to pass about 20 cars so far to get, I think we had about 50 cars in Group 1 of this 155 car field. So he's had to be careful, but doesn't want to lose so much time.
Marco Mapelli on a very good lap at the moment, a second quicker in the first sector already, and his last lap was an 8:07.103, slightly quicker than the leading Mercedes driven by Stoltz. So we'll just keep an eye on that. 3.7 seconds, as you said, across the line between Stoltz and Mapelli. 3 laps completed. But I say this lap, Mapelli just seemed to have found a little bit of extra, sort of getting into the groove. Also a great second section from Beretta in the Phoenix Racing Audi LMS GT Kart 3 down in 11th place, admittedly, but a great second section there. So just keep an eye on some of these guys. I think the Huracan might surprise us yet. It'll be interesting to see at the end of this lap. 3.7 seconds between first and second going on to this lap, and let's just see if that's come down at the end of this one. A way to go yet, I grant you, but just interesting watching it in the background there.
One of the cars we had making its debut in the last round, yesterday's fish and chip wrapper, but the Novel Racing with Toyo Tyre by Ring Racing, the Toyota Supra looking great, metallic blue, car number 170, Uwe Kleen, Andreas Gulden and Michael Tischner, and it's looking very handy at the moment. That's running in the SP10 class, which is for, again, specials. It's the GT4 class, but new to the scene this year, the Toyota Supra. Quite a few teams in Europe got their cars not so long ago, just been waiting to get out on the circuits, wanting to have a crack as GT4 becomes a class that grows and grows. And again, just great to have variety. And I think that's one of the many beauties, Peter, of GT racing. There is variety, and so many forms of racing don't have it anymore.
Indeed they don't. You were saying just before the pre-show on the grid about the variety of cars, lots of Mercedes. Porsche don't seem to have just quite got it quite sorted this year yet. I'm going to say yet. Leading car at the Mercedes, but Lamborghini we didn't see out last time. Hassling for second place at the moment. 2 BMWs in second and third. Great names there. Schnitzer Motorsport and Rover Racing. And then we're back to a Porsche. So the leading Porsche is the 911 car. Number 911 that is. In 5th place, Manthey Racing.
But you know, Peter, the good thing there is Mathieu Jaminet is just right with those 2 BMWs that are fighting over 3rd and 4th positions. He's got to be on his toes because Mikkel Jensen and another BMW is right on his tail, but he's there. He's getting all the slipstream down that long run down through Dottingerhöhe, and yet maybe by being in a different manufacturer's car, he will find an advantage that the BMWs don't have at one point on the circuit. He's got to work out where that is, because as you always see on the Nordschleife, the cars, even though they're performance balanced around a lap time, they still have advantages at certain points and then obviously deficits at others. So where is the strength of your car? Have your rivals worked it out? They're going to do their best to ultimately try and restrict you and block it off. But anyhow, that's the craft of the drivers. First and second, 3.7 seconds at the end of lap number 3. We're on lap 4, and the leaders still gaining and losing as they go through the tail enders. And a circuit map tells it all. Literally the entirety of the 24.5 kilometers is covered in car dots. And if you find it on live timing, there's a little stretch just around the Foxruhe where there's a gap between the traffic, and again from Hatzenbach through towards the Flugplatz, but everywhere else around the circuit, it's solid moving dots, moving targets. Who is winning, who is gaining? I sense the number 8 Mercedes is starting to pick its way up the order a tiny bit. Mathieu Vassivière, he's in 7th place. His job is to catch on that tail of the 3 BMWs and Jaminet's Porsche, because he's at the front of his little gaggle. I sense he can. In fact, he is. Just been treated to an bit of onboard footage, and I can see he's getting closer and closer to Mikkel Jensen. He's now about a second down. At the start of the lap, he was 3 seconds down, so that he has been favoured. And again, back-marking BMW from the M240i class, just delaying that group of cars in front of him. So now, Vassivière is less than a second off the tail of Mikkel Jensen. So he's worked it, the traffic's worked his way. Knows it could go the other way, but again, that's what we want, that group closing up. They're not yet towards a Dottinger, but that's where you want to be in the slipstream, to go up that lengthy straight. They've got a few tricky corners to come before they get there, of course, but the race leaders now through Galgenkopf onto that long drag back up towards the end of the lap. And you know what? The gap between first and second between Luca Stotz and Marco Mappelli was 3.7 seconds. Looks as though it's been halved. So Mappelli is absolutely gaining. And now it's like the start of the race. The M240i class has suddenly got the gaggle fighting for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, trying to come past them in that little left-hand kink before you get to the Tiergarten. Oh, the scopes to put on the grass, but the driver who worked it well was Jaminet. A driver who got caught out was 1 in 6. It's Mikkel Jensen. Now he's got people all over his tail. In fact, I tell you what, I apologise. In fact, Jaminet worked it better than I realised. Martin Tomczyk was the driver who lost out. The Schnitzer BMW is now back on the nose of the car that started alongside it on the front row. They're fighting over 6th position, so Jaminet goes up a position into 4th. Good move.
Now, that gap, 3.7 seconds last lap, 0.8. Over a lap.
None too shabby. So he took off nearly 2.9 seconds around that lap. That was super good. Traffic might have had a role to play. It certainly sorted out that battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So just to reiterate, cars numbers 18 and 17, two Mercedes HRT cars right at the sharp end of the field.
But you say that, Bruce. A second of that was on pure lap time. 8:07.1 for the leading Mercedes, 8:06.2 for the Huracan.
Fastest car on the circuit, not that Huracan. A second quicker, more than that, only in 12th place. So Mirko Bortolotti has got an absolute move on for the Audi Sport team. He's sharing with Christopher Haase. What a lineup there. Not in the top 10, but certainly with Bortolotti banging in an 8-minute 5-second lap, then there is very much scope for him to advance. He's still got to find about 2 seconds to catch up with Hubert Hout in the number 17 Hout Racing Team Mercedes, but on that form, the flying Italian will really be on his tail very soon indeed. Bortolotti on absolutely tip-top form, but not yet in the top 10.
Just putting that in perspective, as you say, not even the top 10 there, but the car right behind it in 13th is the Octane 126 Ferrari 488 that had that spin in the opening round 2 weeks ago, yet still recovered definitely into the top 10. We think it was 9th or 7th, I can't remember, we'll check back. It's still currently only running in 13th. 5 drivers in that car today. Its lap time compared to the car in front that just set the fastest lap, 8:05.2, the fastest lap for the Audi Sport team, Bortolotti. The Ferrari behind it, 8:07.8. That far off, and that's just the difference in 1 place on track, 1 position. So keep an eye, the point being, keep an eye on that Audi Sport Team R8, because I think that's on the ascendancy, that car.
But it's so hard. I've just been looking down the timing screens. Patrick Assenheimer won 4 rounds here last year. He's only in 14th place. He's putting in lap times as quick as he can, but he's in traffic. He's got Simon Trummer to pick off in the aforementioned Octane 126 Ferrari, but you know, when he's on tip-top form, which he almost invariably is in the Auto Arena Mercedes, Assenheimer should be close to the front. But you start down towards the tail of the pack, and we all know you get that elongating effect as the field strings out in front of you. You don't get first attack as you come up on the back markers. Now the back markers are everywhere. And so many groups of cars, classes of cars here on the NLS. You've got to pick your moment, but it becomes harder and harder the further down the field you are. Assenheimer, how good is lap? 8:07. Yeah, he's on competitive pace, but he's not yet where he wants to be. Way down outside the top 10 in 14th position, and that in itself is an emphasis of just how competitive this field is becoming. The ante is being raised. 140 cars the opening round, 155. Get your head around that. That really is full metal, as we call it.
Again, only a tenth slower than the Ferrari in front of it, and 6 seconds gap between them. So you say Assenheimer, star of it. Normally, just, I wouldn't say languishing is a harsh way of putting it, but unexpectedly further down the field on our timing screen than we'd expect to see that car running in a 14th at the moment. So, Conrad Motorsport Huracan in second place at the moment, took the gap from 3.7 seconds down to 0.8. That's Marco Mappelli in that car, hunting down the Mercedes number 16 in front of Stoltz. That's Lucas Stoltz that started that car. 4 drivers in that Mercedes HRT car: Lucas Stoltz, Adam Christodoulou, and Manuel Metzger and Mauro Engel. Stoltz in the car currently. 4 laps completed. Just look at their relative times now. Stoltz has responded certainly in sector 3, 5 sectors over this lap at the moment, being half a second quicker than Mappelli.
You were thinking of Nutella. Did you have that for breakfast? Again,
what, and lose my figure?
You've got to keep it up. You don't want to waste away.
Indeed. There's no chance of that.
Just really impressed by the Toyota Supra. I mentioned it earlier. It made its debut here 2 weekends ago, and it's right at the sharp end of the SP10 battle. That's the GT4 class running. Allied Racing in the mix there with their number 718 Cayman. Mercedes also playing GT4. You know, it sometimes doesn't steal all the thunder, but it's always such a competitive class. And it's just really good to see that Toyota's landed in that class and is just going so strongly. So again, a good addition, and again, it just keeps on keeping things interesting, because let's face it, very few people turning up at the circuit or watching it around the world or listening around the world on RS3 don't have an interest in cars, and that's a car that we all looked at as Toyota announced it last year, but you want to see how does it go, or in the old-fashioned ways, what'll it do, mister?
Well, as I said, so 20, 30 years ago, schoolboys used to ask, how fast will it go? Whereas nowadays, you say, how much is it worth? And that's a sign of the times, how things have changed.
Yes, I know, different frames of reference. But really, the frame of reference I'm looking at the moment is this gap between first and second. How much is it coming down around this lap? It was 3.7 seconds a lap or so ago. Then it got to 0.874 of a second, the gap between Marco Mappelli and Lucas Stoltz, still leading the way after that strong start from the second row in the 16 Hout Racing Team Mercedes. But certainly he must, having said about, 10 minutes ago, well, he's the one driver who can relax. Well, he can't relax now because he is being challenged from behind. Because when the gap was 3.7 seconds, that's enough to allow you to have a bit more scope when you're coming up to overtake.
It's just a fabulous notion, driving around the Nurburgring in a GT3 car, and the word relax. It's got to be an oxymoron, surely. you can't possibly that. Relax and it will bite you.
Oh, absolutely so.
As you said, though, Bruce, was it really a question of traffic that was worked against Lucas Stoltz in this case, and Marco Mappelli was to make hay while the sun shone? 3.7 down to 0.8 is quite a jump, albeit it's such a long lap here. We have to keep reminding ourselves that it isn't just a 1.5 minute lap as we're sort of used to in most places as a sort of reference. It is an 8 minute lap here. So is that going to change? Is it traffic? And that can have such an effect on your position.
And one thing we have to bear in mind is the lead duo just coming out onto the Dottinger, but in fact the gap has gone out because there's a car between them. It's about 2 seconds, I'd say, maybe 3 seconds even. As a much better run for Lucas Stoltz. And when you look at a circuit map, everything looks flat, but the straight is not flat. It definitely has a rise 2/3 the way along. Cars behind much closer together, but that battle for first and second place is going out, but they are going away from the opposition. Lamborghini still very impressive indeed, but very tidy through that final sequence of corners. But the fact of the matter is the orange number 16 Houghton Racing Team Mercedes is stretching away all over again, so maybe it was traffic. But the fact the third place car is even a lot further behind by the looks of things. Let's see, just coming into view in the back of the start finish straight. It was
3.8 seconds for the leaders.
It's gone back to what it was, effectively.
Exactly.
I'm looking to the gap back to Alexander Sims, who moved up into third place last time around, got to the head of that little group, but he's
14.
He's 10 seconds down. He's on Mapelli and 14 seconds down on Sims. So the first two, actually to an unusual degree in an LLS event, stretching clear. It's very, very hard to gain an advantage in SP9. And the first two very much doing that. The aquamarine and black flanked Lamborghini looking very clean, very tidy, and in fact has a clear run for the HRT Mercedes, but that won't last for long. There's another tail-ender car just coming up ahead of them as they go through the final sequence of corners before, well, they're going to the right hand and then down into the dip up towards Vidal chicane. And already the backmarking car being picked off very easily by the race leader, Lucas Stoltz. But if there are gaps, a clear track for them to enjoy, can the Lamborghini close in? I don't really think it can. I still think the Mercedes has got the legs. Lucas Stoltz doing a stormingly good job. But the weirdest thing of all, as I went through the Vidal chicane, the backmarking BMW being picked off by the Lamborghini, there wasn't a car in the background. It shows how far clear they got of Alexander Sims, but it also means that Sims is going to have a clear stretch of track to at least go off after those first two. But you must say, in terms of their pace, first two are going clear. Does that mean they're having a shorter first run, as we have to start thinking about
that's
tactics
the next consideration,
in the race?
isn't it? Yes, exactly.
Have you got to make your tyres last for 1, even 2 laps more if you're running at a slightly slower pace? There's a question.
Just going back a little bit in time in GT racing, that second place Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, strikingly reminiscent of the Vitaphone colours, the Maserati days, that aquamarine and black, very, very similar.
The Michael Bartels, Andrea Bertolini.
Exactly, yeah, the MC12s.
They had a huge amount of success in the year in. Yeah, unfortunately, the Schnitzer BMW, the car that started on pole, is having a pit stop. Well, unfortunately, I was worried they're about to be pushed into the garages. Still trying to get used to the fact they're using the garages again. And the number 18 KCMG Porsche is also in. And bear in mind, that's only with 5 laps. That's one ahead of where I thought the first of the people would be coming in from SP9.
So what we're seeing here is, Bruce, it's caught my eye as well. Number 3 Porsche back in the background as well. But the number 42 BMW that's just come into the pits there, as we said, like you, first glance, I thought it's been pushed into the garage. What they're doing is, I guess it's part of the social distancing and the new rules, we're using the pit lane for the first time. We didn't in LS1 2 weekends ago. What they're doing this time is pulling the car in parallel to the pits, putting the jacks under it, rotating it nearly 90 degrees, almost touring car style, and then working on the car, rather than it just stopping as it is parallel normally. That's what threw me as well. I thought, like you, oh, it's going back into the garage. It isn't. And that's where it's going to refuel. The refueling being brought out to it, into the pit lane.
Yeah, and we've got one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches is in as well. And just to confuse me, oh dear, number 694 BMW has decided it's lovely weather, let's go to the beach, or let's beach the car. That's one of the team Aviasaur Red Sport car at turn 1. So classic case of out braking, one presumes. That's Even Barrett's, who was at the wheel. Brett Lindsay and Kevin Walters.
Probably swapped end because it's been brought out forward, unless they've turned it round already. Although, oh, hang on, yes, it's from its time walk through. We can see it's gone in and actually turned itself round and got. He's made a valiant effort to try and get that out of the gravel, as you say, but unfortunately, racing cars and gravel, they do have that phrase beached. And it is exactly that. It gets caught on its underbelly, its under tray, and there it is stuck. Tractor now pulling it out. So the 694 BMW will rejoin the circuit shortly. And obviously try and keep it out of the way and deposit its gravel everywhere. The KCMG Porsche just leaving the pit lane. The BMW's back out there already.
Yeah, and I think it's a classic case, isn't it? Valiant attempt to get that BMW pointing the right way, but it was the valiant attempt to shave 1/10 of a second off that put it there in the first place by braking too long. And,
Yep.
You know, every single racing driver in the world has been there. So we've reached the first round of pit stops, and certainly people taking very, very different tactics. The Schnitzer BMW started from pole position, has made its pit stop. Car back out. You can already see the driver speaking to his crew, but something we also have to get our head around, wearing a mask across nose and mouth as de rigueur. It's not a fashion statement, ladies and gentlemen. It's
certainly not a fashion statement.
Certainly not a fashion statement, but we have noticed a lot of the teams have got very natty branded facial wear this weekend, and again, no sponsor worth their salt will not have their name writ large across the driver's face, but the camera's swinging around, just looking to see. So Lukas Stoltz, 3.8 seconds to the good, but of course stretching his advantage all the time. But oh dear, I extolled the value of the new Toyota Supra from Ring Racing, but it's coming in with left rear tyre half within the wheel arch and half without, flapping around. So that fierce battle in the SP10 class unfortunately has rather come undone. So could have been
sorry, there doesn't appear to be any major bodywork damage. The tyre is, say, pretty well degraded there, but it's it doesn't look like it's done. He's brought it in nice and centrally. I don't know how far away from the pitch it's happened, but it looks like he can get in there, and there doesn't seem to be any flailing bodywork and damage.
Well, one presumes it wasn't flailing as he came down the Dotting Her, or would have lost an awful lot. And another blue and black car for a Toyota Lexus type style, limping in slowly through the final sequence of corners as well. That's car
135.
Car number 135, fabulous livery. I think that's also from Novel Racing. Let's have a look. It's the Lexus RCF.
Front right puncture for that
Same
car.
team, front right, rear left. So they've got a Toyota Supra and a Lexus, and that's the Dominic Farnbacher, Klaus Wilke, Alexander Murr car. How frustrating. Then again, if that happened towards the end of the lap, the puncture for the Toyota, and whatever the problem is for this, that's one thing. But when you're heading out onto a 24.5 kilometre lap and something goes amiss, it's an awfully, well, you have to change the calendar month by the time you get back to the pit lane.
Well, they do. They don't use stopwatch anymore. They refer to an egg timer then.
Yes, indeed. In the old Hollywood style, the pages would blow off the page-at-a-time calendar on the wall, wouldn't they? That sudden gust of wind for theatrical benefit. So we're having people making a very different sequence of pit stops, and one of the cars that stopped was the winning car in the opening round of the Volkenhorst Motorsport number 34 BMW. That came back out much closer to the Schnitzer BMW. Don't forget, before those pit stops, before a little sorting of order, the Schnitzer BMW that started on pole was running in third place. Then it got pushed back to fourth as the Rover Racing car with Alex Sims went past it, and 2 places further back was the Volkenhorst car, but the Volkenhorst car now right on its tail, so made a better run of going in and out of the pit stops, but it's very, very busy. I'm just going to say this number again, 155 cars. That's how many we've started. No wonder the drivers are encountering traffic at, if not every corner, but every third corner, we'll say, because I'm sort of quite generous like that.
I was going to say, I think that's been very generous, yes, every third corner.
But certainly a very, very good run. We expected the Hout Racing team to be looking sharp, looking strong. Led away on the opening lap, well, got into the lead on the opening lap from third on the grid. Still got the Lamborghini as its shadow. They've completed 6 laps. The gap 5.2 seconds, so another 1 point. Let's do the maths. 1.4 seconds gained that time around. I felt the Hout Racing Mercedes had the legs on the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini in the hands of late joiner Marco Verpelli was the car in traffic. It was very bold at start, went from 6th place up into third, but it's shaken off all the BMWs. Really, really strong run.
But Bruce, the difference is in the lap time. That leading Mercedes, 8 minutes dead, 0.617. They've suddenly come down to that level. The Lamborghini in second place, 8.1.
Well, 8.2 really, 8.1946, 0.946. So yes, impressive. 1.3 seconds. That's the thing you need to know. Another run of cars coming in for their pit stop. So we've had SP9 cars pitting on lap 5. Some coming in after lap 6. And obviously our race leading cars of Lukas Stoltz, Marco Mapelli, Alexander Sims, Mathieu Jaminet, and the leading Audi now in 5th place, Michele Beretta, number 15 from Phoenix Racing. They're going for, well, it must be 7, it might be 8, but I think 8s tend to be a little rare at this time of year because the track temperatures, even with the grey clouds, can be a little bit too hot, and the track can just really wear those tyres out. Good to see the racing one. Ferrari still pressing on. That started down outside the top 10, in fact down in 15th position. It's qualified by Nikolai Rogovu, car number 39, but outside the top 10, down in 16th, but then rising up the order as those in front pull in for their pit stops. This time around, we do have cars, the SP9 class cars, and a few other ones from Group 1 stopping in the pit lane. For everyone else, it's turn right through Garage 1, go on a loop through the paddock, locate your paddock awning, and do your changes there. But actually, in terms of the visual, it makes this return to full racing, Peter, look more realistic now, doesn't it? It's what we're used to, cars in the pit lane. But actually, I think it's a massive blessing, because with some of the cars having to go into the paddock, it just gives a bit more space, because, I'm sorry, you know, a pit stop trying to fit 155 cars coming in on one lap if it starts raining. They've started on dry weather tyres. Carambolage is about one of the few words I can think of. No idea what it means, but
it is interesting. It's exactly what we said just 2 weeks ago, that we didn't really, we just accepted it. It was going back to racing. But how quickly after one event do we suddenly see cars in the pit lane and go, oh, it just looks completely normal again?
Well, you know, it's a bit like giving a teenager a guideline. You can do this, and if you do that, I'll let you do that. Oh, but not that. But they behave so well. They perform so well, and I really just think the accolades that the NLS organisation should take are immense. I have to just keep reiterating, this isn't a race for 20 or 30 cars. It's 155 cars, and that really is something to get your head around. So I would say the vast majority of the runners in the SP9 class, the cars that set the pace at the head of the field, are coming in after 6 laps. In the pits at the moment, we've got the number 29 Audi. That's one of the Audi Sport Team cars. Dries van Toor and Matthias Drudi.
10th place, yeah.
From 10th place. Number 26 is the Octane 126 Ferrari. That's in the pits after 6 laps. The number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes. Definitely a car that, with the driver lineup of Maxi Goetz, Raffi Marciella, and Maxi Buch, has to be a candidate for victory, but doing things differently from the Mercedes that's leading the race in the hands of Lucas Stoltz. It's coming in at least a lap earlier. So a few cars came in from SP9 after 5 laps, just a handful, much more, 2 hands full, if not more, coming in after 6 laps. And the race leaders at the moment clearly going for 7. Will it work? That Toyota Supra in the pit lane still hasn't gone back out, so that's a lengthy repair for what was just a left rear puncture. One of the Falcon Motorsport cars in the pits having its screen cleaned. Of course, high summer in the Eifel Mountains means bugs.
But that car's also just been into the paddock area and back out again and back into the pit lane.
The number 4?
Correct.
That's the Porsche that started from pit lane, okay.
Correct. I've just caught that. It's actually been all the way in.
Was it the background of that shot? Okay.
Yeah, gone all the way in, and they've just shown it. It's come back through and rejoined the pit lane to be serviced there. So whether they've done the driver change in the paddock area, I wonder.
Possibly, but I saw the driver who got out of the Schnitzer BMW standing in the pit lane. Oh, wow.
The point being quite a considerable amount of extra pit stop time for that number 4 Porsche.
Yeah, the number 17 Mercedes, didn't mention that, just saw that leaving the pit lane. HRT, the number 16 car is the car leading the race. That's their orange and black liveried one. The red and black livery car, the one shared by Hubert Hout, Jelmer Berman and Gabriele Piana, that just left the pit lane. So I'd say effectively, if you ignore, you've got the top 7 runners have not made a pit stop. And that pretty much is the story. A few other runners in SP9. Again, if they've gone into the paddock, does that trip the timing beam? You know how cars come into the pit lane, they trip the timing beam if their pit garage is towards pit exit and don't. But what we can tell you is Lucas Stoltz, 5.2 seconds to the good. Marco Mappelli in his Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport in that 2nd place, but he's got 11 seconds as a buffer over Alexander Sims. Mathieu Jaminet, so let's just shoot the cars. Mercedes, Lamborghini, BMW, the best of the Porsches in 4th place in the hands of Mathieu Jaminet, but he at least is close to the tail. He's 2.3 seconds down on Alex Sims' BMW. Then Michele Beretta in an Audi, so top 5 positions, 5 manufacturers. Very, very impressive indeed. And in fact, I'm afraid I've just told you the wrong Mercedes has left the pit lane, because Hubert Hout, he's in a red Mercedes, but it's the brighter livery Mercedes. I suggest that's actually the number 2 car from Get Speed Performance that I just saw leaving the pits. Yes, indeed, that was one I've listed as having a pit stop. So leading the way, and therefore most likely to come in after the full 7 laps around the Nordschleife, is that number 16 Hout Racing Team Mercedes. The sister car, number 17, is down in 6th place overall. Who else? I just want to say at this point in the race, running in 14th position, I always like to refer to 14th position, but I'm doing so with a reason. It's made a pit stop, but now into the race all over again, the Huber Motorsport car, and I want to mention it because it's driven by Lorenzo Rocco di Torre Padula, who gets my favourite name, but I don't want to say that when it just is quick from every angle, that name. He's sharing that car, the black Huber Motorsport Porsche, with Marco Holzer, who knows Porsches from every angle possible, and Patrick Kolb. So outside the top 10, but great to see some new names that are coming out to play. And of course, with a coach like, well, Patrick Kolb, fantastic, but Marco Holzer can really teach Lorenzo the twists and turns. Well, you could spend years learning them around the Nordschleife, Peter.
Yeah, and still never know it properly. I think there are some exceptions. Some people know it extremely well, but it is an extraordinary circuit.
Now, one of the sponsorship liveries I've spotted in one of the junior classes is the Schnitzel arm thing, and that was draped over some of the one of the Mercedes, the digital NLS series, and we got very excited, John and I, when we realised that Schnitzel arm is a sponsor of a fantastic local Schnitzel restaurant. You can't go to the Nordschleife and not have a Schnitzel. The worst thing was when we saw it every time, just when we were thinking lunch was due.
Salivating.
Well, I tell you what I am salivating about is the battle for third place. It's suddenly really been joined. It was nearly 2.3 seconds, the deficit between Sims in third place in his BMW, and he's diving into the pits because the first two have come in, and so Sims holds on to third place into the pits, but Jaminet got to within a car length as they come in. So after 7 laps from the lead of the race, number 16 Mercedes comes in, the 7 Lamborghini tucks in behind, 3 seconds down. He closed 2 and a bit seconds back. Then Sims in the BMW comes in from third, and Jaminet for fourth. In fact, of course, all of those 6 cars that fill the top 6 there coming in to make those stops.
Right, we've got the answer to why the number 4 Falcon Motorsport car came out of what I call the paddock area. That is, of course, because of the coning system there. They're still coming in there. We had only seen them visuals. We'd only seen visuals of them in the pit lane leaving, so we hadn't seen where they entered. They're going in, they're going around, doing the system we described, down the roundabout and back, and then the SP9 cars are able to continue round and rejoin the pit lane and have their car service on the other cars there in the outer paddock. Of course, that's why they're not actually got the pit lane open normally.
And as you say, that we're treated to, it looks so cars are just going to the collection area to head out for the race, but in fact they're feeding around past the various motorsport awnings for the other teams, the teams in the junior class cars, past their transporters, and working their way to the pit lane. But again, it is the NLS, so as we see Audi R8 LMS, a BMW M6 going through a Mercedes AMG in the background, you've got
a Clio.
Renault Clio.
Exactly.
Or was it a Megane? Yeah, one of the cars sitting, but not all the teams get to play in the pit lane. Walkenhorst Motorsport also enters cars in other classes. In SP10, the GT4 class car, Ben Tuck, Dirk Tobias Wahl and Florian Weber, their car bedecked as the opening round winning car in Total livery. So you've got to be careful. You think it could be an M6, but it's an M4 tucked away in the paddock. But again, variety of manufacturers, front and back. Right, just having that change. Really good opening stint from Mathieu Jaminet in the car we love to call Grello. In fact, I think it's a trademark name. He hops out the green and yellow Manti racing car, but what a lineup we've got. We've got Lars Kern, who qualified at that in 9th place overall. Mathieu Jaminet is getting out. Matt Campbell and Julian Andlauer, drivers who really, really know their stuff in Porsches. It was a Megane, not a Clio. I can report in the background, but all the front-running cars sitting in the top 6 positions on the track.
In the
pit lane.
First 12 cars are in the pit lane. So obviously, that answers a lot of our strategy for us. The top 12, with the exception of the Liberati Porsche, are in the pit lane, all on lap 7. So they've all gone for the same strategy.
Yeah. Well, I'm just waiting to see and try and work out if any of the others who pitted after 6 laps, and certainly those that pitted after 5, bear in mind the Schnitzer BMW that started on pole position, that is supposed to be pitting. That pitted after 5 laps. Very, very different tactic. Suddenly very crowded in the pits. I'm just waiting for that KCMG number 19 Porsche. But I think their pit garages are further up the pit lane towards pit in. Maybe that's why the Liberati car hasn't tripped the timing screens to go over for another lap. But again, long shots down the pit lane make it look very crowded. Not as crowded as we're accustomed, where all the cars make their pit stops in the pit lane. Certainly a big helping hand. So who's going to be quickest in the pits? Of course, it's all calibrated, but what we want to look for is which car is going to come back in front. Is it going to be the car, the number 16 HRT Mercedes that led the way in the hands of Maro Engel? Or will it be the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini that started 6th, got up to 2nd place and really, really was right in on its tail? 3 seconds down, 3 seconds flat between them when they made that pit stop after just 7 laps, and they'll have felt it. We've now completed the first hour, 2 hours, 59 minutes remaining. The Rover Racing BMW that Alexander Sims brought in is now stopped. Not in the fast lane, it's waiting to serve time. No one around it. Peter, can you get your head around this one? Sitting towards pit exit, right across the nose, so it seems, the 16 HRT Mercedes. The pit stop has been completed. Now the Rover Racing mechanics are jogging back down to get it going, so something untoward. The lights are on. The number 16 HRT Mercedes pulls out past it, lights back on, goes back onto the circuit, but a problem for that Rover Racing car. Looks to all intents and purposes as though it's waiting. Did they suddenly go, you can't leave the pits, you've not served minimum pit stop time? Everyone else back into the action. It looks as though actually the Manthey Racing...
It's going now, it's clear.
Yeah, but what's happened is the Conrad Lamborghini, I was looking for that, has fallen back from 2nd place into possibly about 6th place. It's now getting towards pit exit, but the Manthey Racing Porsche is back in the action. The Rover Racing BMW back in the action. I think that car was, the team just went, you've gone too soon. Stay, don't leave the pit lane.
Absolutely.
That's the only explanation I can think of as to why it got very quickly, jumped everybody else, got ahead of the car that came from 1st position, got down to pit exit, but just at the line before you'd actually go into the fast lane to go back out. The Rover Racing BMW came to a halt and stayed there, got back into the race, so keep an eye on that. But that's my only explanation for now.
Well, let's face it, that's what did cost the Haupt Racing Mercedes the race 2 weekends ago, the first round. Too short a pit stop, so perhaps they've just been really keen about, learned from that and watched it and thought, okay, but it did look, as you say initially, as if there was something mechanical. Couldn't get the car going, but the lights were on, so there wasn't a power issue. It obviously got that, didn't say the engine was running, but it did look in the end like it was held, because the pace at which it left, it was anticipation, and all of a sudden it was the whole body language of the car was like, I'm off, we go. It wasn't a reset, let's go, control delete, let's get getting out there. I think you're saying, because I think it was definitely held by the team. So that car back out on track now.
Okay, now let me just have a little look down the order. Right, so the 16 Mercedes came in from the lead, 3 seconds to good with Manuel Metzger on board. Sorry, with Maro Engel on board. Manuel Metzger's taken over. Marco Mappelli has stayed on board the Conrad Lamborghini, but that was slow out of the pit lane. The car that looked to be taking the lead, but then was held at pit exit, started by Alexander Sims, the Rover Racing BMW, now in the hands of fellow British racer Nick Yeloli, and the 911 in 4th place, handed over, well, in fact, he's now in 3rd place because the Lamborghini is behind it, is to Julian Andlauer. So we've had the shuffling around, but a good opening run in the 911 where he stayed right in the mix. That has paid dividends, and Julian Andlauer taking over from Matt Jaminet. So again, the shuffle of drivers, but I suppose the notable point there is that Marco Mappelli is going to be doing 2 stints before he hands over to his teammates. Scheduled on the slate as Axel Jeffries, Zimbabwean racer, and Michele Di Martino, driver who's German despite the Italian-sounding name.
Rather like your driver's favourite name that sounds very Italian, but actually Swiss.
Yes, keeps us on our toes. So, number 16 all the way. What's the gap between 1st and 2nd? Just waiting for it there. So now they've flipped it round. As soon as I mentioned Marco Mappelli is doing a double stint, they change it over to Michele Di Martino. I didn't think a double. Well, it could have been possible because you say Marco Mappelli was doing a perfectly good. last few years. But we had the wonderful fact after the opening stint of the race, all the pit stops served. We had 5 different makes of car in the top 5 positions. It was Mercedes from Lamborghini, BMW, Porsche and Audi. And just waiting to see as they shuffle back into the order, will they still be 5 manufacturers in the top 5 positions? But it's looking very, very strong, very tidy run indeed for the Hout Racing team with their number 16 entry. Their cars came in from 1st and 6th, just showing what a great job they had been doing. But the car that seemed to really lose out in the pit stops was the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Don't forget, 3 seconds down on the race leading number 16 Hout Racing team Mercedes as they came into the pits after working the traffic well, giving absolutely everything he could in that car to try and stay close at least number 16 Mercedes. But now seems to have shuffled its way back down the order. But the big problem, Peter, when you shuffle back down the order in this, is the fact you've now got suddenly, you lose 2 or 3 positions in the pits. Might not be a disaster, but it really is here, because trying to get back around an SP9 class car in your SP9 class car is very, very difficult here.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
Looking magnificent. There are days I don't say that. Those are the days when you can't actually see the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There's mist, fog, snow, no strangers to this part of the world. But right now, in the middle of July, track conditions perfect, not just for 4 hours of racing today, but hopefully for 4 hours of racing tomorrow, because we've got this, the second round of the NLS day, and we do it all over again, starting at midday Central European time tomorrow. And certainly a lot of these drivers enjoying being back racing again is one thing, but they've got an eye on building up towards the Nürburgring 24 hours at the end of September. Different driver lineups, slightly different cars, and track time is king. So they're out there just loving the competition all over again. Vast number of these drivers, a huge proportion, particularly the pro racers, Peter, have been doing digital racing in the enforced downtime. But for them getting back, and I remember one of the drivers saying on his out lap when they tested ahead of NLS 1, he just loved the feeling of the bumps under the cars, those little irregularities and things that feed into the many sort of sensory elements around a racing driver's body. You know, not just feedback through a steering wheel.
Absolutely, and just seeing that the car that won the first round for us, Volkenhorst Motorsport BMW M6, has now got Mikkel Jensen on board. So David Pittard started that car 2 weeks ago, and he's obviously going in a bit later this time. So they've obviously had a bit of a think about that, and he did that. We didn't think he was going to do that finishing stint. He did the opening and finishing stint, didn't he, in that first race, including winning it. So Mikkel Jensen in that car now. That car's currently running in 5th. Of course, we've got the whole order to shake out now because of the pits, but it's still there for the taking, isn't it? That car might do the double. You never know.
Well, you know, I also think they felt he maybe rode his luck a bit on the opening lap last time around, and you don't, lightning doesn't always strike twice.
Yeah,
or maybe they just felt he had such a good time that he shouldn't do it. But let me just point out, the BMWs are leading the race. We talk of the 34 car, it's leading, but it came in on from a different sequence. It came in like the 42 Schnitzer BMW on the opening lap of the race. After 5 laps, they were the first cars to come in and make a pit stop. They are leading the race. Mikkel Jensen from Sheldon van der Linden. So the BMWs that started on the front row fell back down the order. In fact, particularly the 34 car lost ground in those early laps in the sort out, running a different tactic. But you know what? Volkenhorst really are students of the NLS and the Nordschleife, and I love it when people try different tactics. But bear in mind, it looks as though, well, not they got it wrong, they were just doing things differently, but they are leading their way around. We'll wait to see to the end of this, the 9th lap, how they come across the start-finish line. But really, in terms of those that are still running, we have a very different pattern. Of course, if you do a shorter pit stop, you've got to do longer runs. A shorter run to your first pit stop, you've got to do longer runs later in the race. And let's not forget that number 19, KCMG Porsche, they burst on the scene this weekend with 2 cars in this field. They ran 8 laps in their pit stop. Now Alex Imperatori is taken over from Eduardo Liberati. And so we will have this element of these cars all being slightly out of sync with each other until they match up towards the end of the race. And quite honestly, the end point you really should match up is at the very end of the race.
And that's where the strategies come in, isn't it? Do you go brave and bold at the start and lay your marker down? And that shows your card, shows your hand to every other team. Do you go cautious and see what happens? You go cautious, something happens on the opening stint, opening laps, whatever, and you still think, we should have gone brave. And you say there's no wrong way of doing it, but there are so many different ways and possibilities. And that's where you've got to really take in so many factors of what's happened before, what's the weather doing, who's around you, whatever, and it can just change so much. And it's a difficult one to work out that strategy.
I think another element is if your cars have lost position in the opening laps of the race, and you suddenly think, well, we've got to do something different to make up.
Change partway through the race.
What we've lost.
Yeah.
And I was saying earlier that if you suddenly have this element where you've lost a few positions, but the field does necessarily string out a little bit. So you go, I might be in 6th, but I'm now 10 seconds down. I'm now 12 seconds down on the race leading car, who is having the easiest run through traffic because he's definitely is the one that everybody looks out for. You know, the marshals are ready with those blue flags, waving them like mad as the SP9 class cars come through. But certainly you have to think on your feet. You've got to have an eye on the weather, of course. No team worth its salt, even with the limited number of people they can bring for social distancing, does not bring an advanced weather forecaster or have at least a very not one good app, 3 good apps for weather forecasting around the Nordschleife. Any visitor there will know when you stand high on the circuit, the higher points around the start-finish straight, and you look out across the hills and the valleys in all directions. You might think it's fine one way, turn through 180 degrees and see what's approaching from behind you, because the weather just blows in very quickly indeed. great looking race liveries. I must say, one of the things that's really developed in recent years is the level of preparation for the teams. I'm not just talking about keeping everything shiny under the bonnet, under the hood, call it what you will, but teams really think about how their cars are going to stand out. And making your car stand out in a field of 155 is not an easy thing. It's not just so the car looks pretty, it's so your team can really pick you out at any point. If they're looking at a screen and a car's had an incident and they want to check it's their, well, they want to check it's not their car. But it just adds thinking time if you know, can identify.
And what may look great in the workshop may not look half as good on the track, or as striking, or as stand out, and that's the point, standing out.
I'm going to make a plea. This is opening a can of worms. Drivers' helmets. Why do people design them with 100 different colours on them now? I'm exaggerating, but you know the picture. Whereas, you know, a driver's helmet, in so many ways, is their signature. Not so much in a car with a roof, but particularly in single-seaters. But we all like to see, from our point of view as commentators, when they step out, oh, it's the green helmet with the yellow flashes on it. That's Wilson Fittipaldi or whatever.
I totally agree. You've used an absolutely key operative word there, is the signature. I think once you've got a design, you can advance it and evolve it a little bit, and etc. etc. But I think once you've got that design, I've never quite understood this trend of a different helmet for a different Grand Prix to do this or do that, or whatever it may be, whatever the reasoning behind it may be. I've never quite got with it. I've always thought that, absolutely, as you just said there, signature. It's what you do. You know, back in the days, I know we're going to about this, but sort of, you know, the Graham Hill, Damon Hill, London Rowing Club colours. But it was so distinguishable. That's what it was. You just knew straight away. Obviously, open top cars. It's a psyche. And a lot of there's a lot of backstories as to why drivers choose the colours they did.
Oh, entirely. Right, now we've got clarification. 9 laps on the board. It's Walkenhorst Motorsport. Remember them from 2 weeks ago. They won the event, leading by 5.3 seconds. That's Mikkel Jensen, head of the number 42 Schnitzer BMW that started from pole position. 5.3 seconds is the advantage between Jensen, the Dane, has over South African Sheldon van der Linde. 3 and a bit seconds back to the number 16 Mercedes. That was the Mercedes Hout Racing team that led the race, but the BMWs came in after 5 laps, and the Hout Racing team, Mercedes et al. Pretty much, came in after 7. So, different ways to peel an onion, and which one is going to work. I'm trying to see the lap times. Well, Metzger's time is inaccurate because he came out of the pits. He found 8 minutes 4, so he is faster. Already, of course, those BMWs 2 laps further into their tyre life. That's something that always just piques the interest of people who just drive a road car. They never understood that racing cars can gobble up their tyres, and just how fast these competition tyres can lose their bites.
Well, it's a very valid point. People can't quite understand that you may get an hour out of a set of tyres, and obviously the incumbent cost of that as well. But
okay,
the wear rate is phenomenal because of what they're doing. People,
exactly.
Trying to explain that to the layman in the street, like, well, I get 2 years out of my tyres. You get an hour.
Yes.
Like, well, yes, because that's what we're doing to the car. And you think about it that way, it's almost utterly incomprehensible. You sell it in some other. What do you mean you've got a washing machine? You can just use it once, just as one wash, and you throw it away. How mad is that? It's as daft as that, isn't it?
It's what happens when you put them in a rental flat. Car number 19.
Yes, amount of property, clearly.
It was the one I wanted to see because, of course, that's one of the 2 KCMG Porsches. It was momentarily at the top of our timesheets because it ran for 8 laps before its pit stop, whereas a vast bunch of cars came in after 7 laps. It was started by Edoardo Liberati, now in the hands of Alex Imperatore. 2 very, very handy drivers, do a lot of their racing for KCMG, but just waiting for that to complete lap number 9, and he's not in the top 20. But then again, come the end of the race, that long opening stint could do them a massive, massive favour because, of course, their pit stops will be shorter thereafter. But he's still tumbling down the timing screen, waiting for it to complete that 9th lap. It's still just keeping me looking. It's down this is 24th position, still hasn't completed the lap. Trying to look at the it's going down the Dottinger Höhe, so it could be outside the top 25 in this race. That really was an interesting roll of the dice, but it will suddenly start working its way back up as the others start to make their main pit stops. But for the second round of pit stops, what will those 2 BMWs that are leading the race be doing? They did 5 lap opening stint. Will they jump to a 6, a 7? They know an 8 can be done, but at what cost? I would reckon 8 laps is 1 lap too many for a for a race tactic. Now, with lap number 10 about to be completed, unless the BMW from Walkenhorst is going 5 laps with its pit sequence. Well, of course it isn't. It goes on past, so he's going to do at least 6. I would reckon 7 laps on this stint. And Mikkel Jensen, winner of the opening round, 5.3 seconds the good last time around. I'd say it's going to be almost double that for Sheldon van der Linde. Crosses the start-finish line in his BMW. His, of course, run by Schnitzer Motorsport. And it's taking so long to get to the start-finish line, it might be more than 10 seconds. Waiting for the timing screen to refresh, but still not refreshed. But it's definitely Mikkel Jensen stretching his legs. Can he make it 2 wins from 2? That would be absolutely mighty. 2 weekends ago, it was in a sort of metallic-ish French blue livery, and now it's 2 shades of blue, white and red, and Total livery. So looking fresh, looking clean, and looking quick, which is the most important thing.
Of course, you've just made the amazing statement of can it make it 2 weekends in a row? And of course, it's got 2 hours, 30 minutes of this race to go yet. Just thought I'd just throw that in there. It's, yeah,
a mere bagatelle.
A mere 2 Grand Prix.
24 is the magic number, unless you are about to start a 24-hour race, when it's an accursed number.
Indeed.
Still waiting for the timing screens to refresh. Let's quickly flick to another timing screen. No, it's still listed as 5.3 seconds to the good, but that was the advantage last time that Mikkel Jensen had over Sheldon van der Linde. Certainly the visual as they came down the start-finish straight was very, very much in favour of an extension of that lead. But maybe in many ways the question was how much Manuel Metzger in the number 16 Hout Racing team Mercedes was going to be catching up with Sheldon van der Linde, third chasing after second. But the car that was third, was of course the car that went clear in the opening stint of the race. Showed the legs, looked very, very comfortable in the lead. We've got more waved yellow flags out around the circuit at Schwalbenschwanz, so that's, well, 80% of the way around the lap, the last sort of sequence of twisters before the cars get onto the Dossinghöhe, the long run back to the start-finish line. Can't yet tell you who's had a tumble down there, but again, drivers desperately keen, particularly if you're in a close battle, to try and get into position, whatever class you're in, to get a tow down the start-finish straight, but again, some have been thwarted.
It's car 307 that's causing the yellow flag at Schwalbenschwanz.
Good eyes, thank you, Peter. Still
which is the Seat Cupra, the Profi car team Halder. It's either Mike or Michel Halder in that car, or not in that car at the moment.
Yes. Well, they've been racing past handful of years in the ADAC TCR series, and it's just you know, both enjoying success over the years in that category. I think the first time I saw that championship was at the Most Autodrome in the Czech Republic.
Czech Republic, yeah.
Have you been there?
No.
Very few people have.
I was going to say,
people should.
I'm just going to say you're one of very few people that I know that's actually been there. So I don't regard it as a disgrace not having been there.
Now, there is a link
for a holiday.
There is a link between the Nordschleife and Most, the Autodrome. Both circuits surrounded by trees with the castle overlooking them. And not a lot of people know that.
Today's factoid.
Yeah, it wasn't pre-planned, it was there, it was there. So, what is going to be the winning tactic today? Will it be the tactic the cars that started from the front row have taken, the M6s from Schnitzer and Walkenhorst Motorsport? Both did a 5-lap opening stint before changing rubber and drivers. Or will it be those that came in after 6 laps, which is the bulk of the field, or the front runners, the top 6 runners in the pack came in after 7 laps. So they've put their hat into the ring, if you will. I think they've got the knowledge. Now, I was talking race liveries earlier. It seems unusual to many people that no car in the top category should have a number 1 on the door, but it always goes to the overall champion, and it's very seldom in the VLN or the NLS car from the top class. It's SP10, it's a GT4 class car, and it's most importantly the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport crew, because it's got David Griesner and Yannick Fubrick, joint champions last year, showing their GT4 class car with Florian Naumann. Their car looks fantastic, not because it's got number 1 on the door, because it's a black and yellow livery, great stripes, diagonal stripes up the side of the car. As we're mentioning, a lot of thought goes into this. A lot of thoughts about getting the cars into the right place on the circuit. Much better lap for the chasing Schnitzer car. Sheldon van der Linde now looks like he's back down to about 5 seconds down on the race leading Walkenhorst car. Timing screen is just about to give up 4.799 seconds. That's what we call about 5 seconds. And so it was a better lap, yeah, but only by half a second. So in fact, the gap wasn't as much last time as I expected. Now the car in third place, 7.5 seconds further back. Manuel Metzger, how was his pace compared to theirs? He lost 4 seconds on that lap. So just like I thought that orange HRT Mercedes would be closing in, seems to be going the other way. And the number 7, well, I said the Lamborghini was very slow in the pit stops, lost position. Seems to have lost behind the yellow Phoenix Audi, so it's lost about 6, 7, 8 positions in that first run of pit stops. In fact, it's got 3 Audis right in front of him. Of course, as we all know, the Audi and the Lamborghini under the skin, pretty much the same car, but the Lamborghini very quick. Michele Martino onto the start-finish straight. Looks as though he's going to gain at least 1 position. Lamborghini tucked in behind the yellow Phoenix Racing Audi. Michele Beretta led away in that. Now it's Mike Rockenfeller. Rockenfeller was driving tomorrow in Westbrook today. Again, one of these driver pairings that are rotating as the teams all try and give more and more of their drivers seat time ahead of the one they're all aiming for later this year. You can be sure, until the Nürburgring 24 hours on the 25th and 26th of September, it's about giving your drivers time in this. All these top teams will be running 4 drivers in the 24 hours, but here they can run with 2, but generally 3 drivers. They're rotating their drivers through, and I'm sure they'll do so in all the remaining NLS races through the course of this season up until the 24 hours, and then beyond, because of course once you've gone past, you're still trying to take points and victories in the NLS, but also your racing drivers and teams. You're looking towards 2021 already.
Of course not. Of course, that's only a few months away now, because we're starting in July. So it's slightly different way of thinking about it, because there's that sort of the mindset of where we are in the calendar year, but we're only actually on round 2 in the middle of July, which is very bizarre. The first round being at the very end of June. So it's going to throw you there. Just going back to the strategy thing there between the top cars doing 7 laps, the BMW's doing 5 laps on the strategy on the first pit stops. Of course, it takes into account here that that's 2 laps different is nearly 20 minutes.
It's 50 kilometres.
Exactly. It's a huge difference for you to sit there for those strategists in the pits who are saying about how to decide how to make this call. Where do you do it? 1 lap or 2 lap difference. It's that agonising. It's not around again in a minute and a half's time. There's that agonising, have you made the right decision? You see somebody else making a net gain as you think, because your chap's still halfway around the circuit. And it just adds yet another dimension of, did we do the right thing? We've said we'd go a lap longer or a lap shorter, and it's suddenly, that's 10 minutes of race time. And so much can happen in a matter of corner, never mind 10 minutes. Quite 8 minutes, I know it is, but...
And inimitable start, Peter said that, one of the camera cars, the 155 Black Falcon, Porsche suddenly was faced with just a wall of dust. So a gang of the cars in front of him, one of them had kicked up the dirt, and then you never know when the dust is that thick in your face. Is the car facing backwards in the track or just at the side? And again, it's so narrow, but the drivers have to read any potential hazard, because so many accidents on the Nordschleife. You get someone from another battle joining a completely different battle, or the sort of outfall from that. But again, drivers need to have that caution. First or second, it looks a better lap than the Walkenhorst car. Where's the Schnitzer car? Again, that long run through Dottinghur, you can lose them when they go into the dip, into the compression, but it certainly looks like another good lap from Jensen. Or Jensen, the Flying Dane, coming up to complete lap number 11. He was 4.8 seconds the good last time around. Leicester was, no, he's not diving for the pit, so he's going to make it, he'll be in after 11, no, that'll be 12 laps. So they'll be doing a 5 and then a 7, which is what I suggested, waiting for that timing screen beam to be broken, but much better lap for Jensen.
And once you can have all that experience in the world, as you say, you can be extremely experienced, you can make a call. The more experience you have, the easier it is to make that call. But you say there's also an awful lot of luck in this as well, that what you say, that wall of dust. Do you lift and cause a problem? Do you stay flat and go through it and then collect something partway through, whether it be a piece of debris or something? or you end up on the grass. And it's that sometimes it is unfortunately down to luck. You can have as many permutations as you like and as much experience, and it can just be down to luck or bad luck, the way the cars literally pan out in front of you.
Well, the current instance is, to me, one of the hardest parts of the circuit, the Pflanzgarten sequence, where one corner just, actually this is describing the ring, isn't it? One corner goes bang, bang, bang into the next few. But at that point, it's one of the fastest sequences on the circuit that doesn't have notable straights. In fact, what is a notable straight here? We've got about two, effectively, the Dottingher. And of course, I'd say as you lead the Hatzenbachs and go towards Schwedenkreuz, a third of the way around the lap, that's when you can actually not relax, but you don't have a corner coming up at you straight away.
And that slow zone at Pflanzgarten's now been upgraded to a code 60.
Okay. Now, again, this is a factor that can really affect if you're a front-running car and you get through before the code 60 is through. You've gone through at a bated pace, but knocked back down to 60, and it's night and day if you're on the wrong side of an incident like that. Night and day.
Now, the car involved in that, car that is creating that, is our SP6 car. There's only two in the class. That's the 202 Porsche GT3 Cup, 911 GT3 Cup of Rent to Drive Familiar Racing.
Great looking liveries out there. Again, you know, every now and again we get to see a car that's not running in the top class. It's a fabulous livery. This would stand out even in grey, foggy days. It's Audi RS3.
So which I'm sure we'll have later in the year, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you feel it's Danish paired. Yeah, Christian Jepsen and Jan Sorensen. It's sort of bright lime green, Kust sponsorship written large on the door, being driven very tidily. And we talked about this before, but these TCR Audis, but all the TCR cars are just great fun to drive. They've got all this fantastic downforce, huge rear wing, and very different from a lot of the drivers who are competing in more standard cars, because these are made to go racing, whereas others go racing and are made to go as fast as possible, which is a very different way of doing things. And again, slow zones around the circuit, and every now and again what really emphasises how a slow zone is a slow zone is when you get to ride on board with one of the cars. You can see them just arriving, looking through their onboard camera work, and then suddenly, whoa, down they go. Course vehicle at the side of the circuit, on the circuit itself.
The service vehicle on track, yeah.
So this is why the drivers constantly are being told, and the teams will have someone just shouting at them or speaking kindly through their earpiece. You have to have a spotter around this circuit. You've got to have someone who's looking at all the incident reports to get right on it, because again, coming over a brow and finding a car at the side of the circuit, or even worse, a rescue vehicle, is something that definitely has to be watched out for.
As you said, after Pflanzgarten, the very narrow part of the circuit, as in it's very quick, but there's also a tiny bit of verge either side, so there is really no room for error. The 202 Porsche from the Rent to Drive car that's created that slow zone is parked on the left-hand side on the grass, so that's stationary, so that's why we've got the slow zone, because they're attending to that.
And you talked about the Cupra. I think we just saw that about to be put on the back of a flatbed truck, so there are large objects stationary on the circuit clearing things up, but then the field gets released when they go beyond Schwalbenschanz and then down the Dottinger Hoa back to the start of the lap, so the driver has to flick the brain back to full attack. And suddenly, talking of attack, it looks like the Schnitzer car has benefited enormously from that. It's right on the tail of Mikkel Jensen, who was sitting with that 5-second advantage, and it's now 0.5 of a second as they come up to the final sequence of corners. And in the background of the shot is the 16 Mercedes. That hasn't gained ground on the car in second, but the car in second, the Schnitzer BMW, is really on the tail. Who's going to dive for the pits this time? Nobody, not interested, as they go over the start-finish line. So
4.7 seconds it was, or 4.8 last time. Now 0.6.
0.6 of a second. Well, that was well, just to show you how much the slow zone affected the race-leading duo. Their lap times previous time around were, even with the odd incident, were 8-minute 20s, 8-minute 20-somethings. Those are 9:10 for the race-leading car. 9 minutes and 10 seconds. That's
adding a minute.
More than a minute off their best. But there will be those that gained. In fact, it would be those, I think, that were further back around the lap that hadn't come up to the code 60. It may have been cleared by the time they get there. I haven't seen if it's still been it's still operational. I think it probably is, because it wasn't more than a minute ago we saw the flatbed at the side of the track. So, just to reiterate, Mikkel Jensen leading by 0.6 of a second at the front of the field from fellow BMW racer Sheldon van der Linde. Manuel Metzger nearly 6 seconds further back in third place in the number 16 Mercedes. Maxi Book, this was a car that was always going to rise up the order. That pitted after 6 laps. It's the number 2 Mercedes from Get Speed Performance. Maxi Book has taken that over and putting in some good lap times. He's 14 seconds down on Metzger, so in the battle of Mercedes, he's very much second, but that's a car that's going to keep on working.
I was going to say that very, very strong performance in round 1, so I'd keep an eye on that car. I think that's yet to show its full potential.
What I can't get over is just how much time Conrad Motorsport lost in the pit stops. They came in from second place, just 3 seconds down on that number 16 HRT Mercedes, and now they're in 14th. The Mercedes is in third, and the gap between them is a very large amount of time. I was about to count, but it's more than a minute, and I don't know if there's a problem in the pits. One sort of suggests maybe there was, because just in the regular run of things, you might have a difference in pit stop sequence. Imagine if they've got it the wrong way round and they've applied some timing elements that get added if for your final couple of pit stops to the first one. I don't know. There was a fumble in the pits, that's for sure. So looking good for BMW, but here's the caveat. 2 BMWs came in after 5 laps for their first pit stops. The bulk of their rivals, including the Mercedes in third place, the number 16 Mercedes, came in after 7 laps. And just to split the difference, car in fourth place, the number 2 Mercedes came in after 6. Would that have been the best of the tactics? I cannot tell you. Let's look down the classes. SP7 class has been led pretty much throughout by the number 62 in the SP7 class, and that's the H&R Specialfäden Porsche 911. That's the 991 GT3 Cup class. Marcel Hopper, Moritz Kranz, and Peter Turting. That's a really, really strong lineup in SP7. Sitting on an advantage of about 13 seconds over next best in class, which is the number 80 Huber Motorsport 911 Cup class car. So they're the class there. Cup X class, we don't actually mention that too much. Actually, 21st position overall Cup X. It's a less well-supported class, but 930 leading the way in that. It's got Griezmann at the wheel at the moment. Still a bright day at the Nürburgring, but certainly there has been flirtation of cloud, and it's sort of half grey, half sunny at the moment. I get excited when it becomes fully grey, and if the grey is approaching, and just to add that little curveball, as if there aren't enough curveballs snowy around the circuit here on the Nordschleife.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it settles down after this, because you said the lap time's down a minute here, so a good percentage down. So we're interested to see what happens after this. A car that has made its way back up the order a little bit is the Octane 126 Ferrari 488. Grossman at the wheel now. That's running in 9th. That was a car that did well to get back into the top 10 in the first round 2 weeks ago when it had its spin on the opening lap. My point being, it had the potential to get back to that position despite a lengthy spin, and it was, I wouldn't say it was beached, but he took a while to rejoin carefully, sensibly, because he was so, had to wait for the other pack to come through.
Well, he had to wait for he did well to get going before the second group of cars came through, because that would be good night Vienna.
My point being, he lost all that time, and still managed to get a credible top 10 finish. That's where they are now. So that, technically the car's got the pace, and I think at one point, I think it was setting fastest laps 2 weeks ago, actually, if I'm right, in the first round.
It's there or thereabouts, but anyone getting into the top 10, the equivalent target this time is the top 15. That is how much the field has got onto its toes at the front end of the field. So, BMW from BMW. Well, we had a BMW winning the opening round, and one of those, that particular one, car 34, is leading the way. But the Mercedes are coming. They had a different sequence in their pit stops. Car in fourth stopped after six laps, whereas the first 2 BMW stopped after 5. But the car in third, the car that still has class written all over it, Maro Engel handed over to Manuel Metzger. They've got Lucas Stoltz handed over to Metzger. Then we've got Christodoulou and Engel. How strong is that lineup? So you have to say the team is strong, the driver lineup is strong. And we will start to see how they're faring. We've had quite a lot of incidents on the circuit that have involved slow zone. There's one just outside just around her act. So lap times are not representative at the moment. Last time around, almost all the top runners, in fact, all the top runners were lapping slower than 9 minutes. At their very best, the fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes, almost dead, 8 minutes, 0.617 seconds. So just shows how you have to adapt your speed, your lap time according to what is in front of you, and increasingly through the race you will be getting incident. For the race leader though, all looking very tidy indeed. But next time around, surely at the end of this lap, with 12 laps on the board, we will be when we get to the end, those BMWs have to dive into the pits, and one would expect the 16 Mercedes to continue on its way. And then it's a big question, can the number 2 Mercedes from Get Speed Performance hunt down the HRT car, 15 seconds down or thereabouts in that battle between the Mercedes? But it's how quickly can those BMWs get in and out of the pits to make their stops? And will they stay in the order they are? They were divided by 0.6 of a second at the start of the lap, but I sense Sheldon van der Linde has again lost a tiny bit of ground.
And let's not forget, Bruce, we're not even halfway.
Are we not? So it comes, so it comes. It's bringing it on, but really we start to see a bit more of the pattern emerging with every subsequent round of pit stops after that opening sequence. At first, we almost thought the BMWs were in trouble when they pitted after 5 laps, but maybe not. Maybe the brain's trust is working beautifully for their camp. Always makes me laugh. The race taxi sponsorship on the bonnet. So, you know, what a circuit. You know, actually, if people hadn't been in a racing car and they would be given a taxi ride around in one of these, it's just beyond their ken. Just way too difficult to comprehend. Not just the performance of the car, the circuit itself. Bang, down into another slow zone, and then waiting for the signal. The green flags are shown, and the cars then get going again. Not in a race taxi round, but just around the Nordschleife. It is the most magnificent circuit in the world. Other circuits have great elements, but this one has every element you could imagine. But for now, for the drivers, there are slow zones that are interrupting their pace. You don't lose any ground, except if a rival doesn't have the slow zone there when they come past. They've still got that Porsche to clear out. It's been sitting inside the track for a while.
It has, hasn't it? I can't move that car.
It's been a full lap.
Great taxi tactics, though. Just slow down and keep the meter running a bit longer.
Yeah, yeah. Don't spill your kebab on the seat. So, BMW's first and second. Her act has got, in fact, we've got some around Flansgarten on. We've got a long sequence as well of slow zones. So it's quick, slow, just trying to see if anywhere else in the circuit. No, it's basically her act of the long run after Flansgarten, just waiting for the flatbeds to remove. They've removed one of the cars. They're waiting for another between her act and Wipperman, and then this code 60 zone is clear, but her act comes at you quick and fast after you've left the carousel, and just as you think I did rather well around the carousel, you can come around that fast right-hander, and it can be very, very difficult indeed. So the drivers will be thinking about their lunch at this point. In the race, those are lucky to be in the pit lane. Our race sausages have just turned up, so all is well. We've got a flatbed pulling, in fact, towing one of the cars that took a tumble.
I think that's the Seat Cupra.
No, it is the Cupra that's obviously pulled the Seat badge off, because they're called Cupras now, aren't they?
Yes.
Their racing arm. And waiting to see if those BMWs leading first and second in the race will come into the pits, but no. Number 34. Oh, sorry, is that the M4 version? No, that's number 30. That's the race leader going on to. He did 5 laps. He's done 12 laps, so that means he's doing a 5, then an 8. Well. We only saw a couple of the SP9 class cars do an 8-lap opening stint, but going on to lap 13 is the race leader, Mikkel Jensen. 10.5 seconds, but he's doubled his lead over the chasing Schnitzer car of Sheldon van der Linde.
I didn't even see it.
So BMW's all the way, but will they really be all the way after 4 hours of racing? Let us see. I really did expect those BMWs to dive in to make a pit stop with 12 laps completed, having done 5 in the first stint. But for now, they continue leading their way around. But the good news for Walkenhorst is they've doubled their advantage to 10 seconds over the chasing car from Schnitzer Motorsport. And Mikkel Jensen pressing on in the lead of the race. He's picking his way through back markers. Really good stint. He shared the race-winning car 2 weeks ago in the opening round with David Pittard. This time, He has Christian Cronjes, the Norwegian racer who won Spa 24 Hours a couple of years ago, alongside as well. But again, the field continues to be bunched up at various points on the circuit. Her Acta Wipperman still with the code 60, still with a white Porsche that only now is about to be towed away or possibly put onto the flatbed. So it could be another lap time. These drivers have to slow right down, but in the bits in between the slow zones, it's still flat out racing. So can Sheldon van der Linde close down the advantage on Mikkel Jensen? But looking at the timing screen to me, it's an important bit of information. It's van der Linde we saw lost 5 seconds, but the car behind is closing. That's Manuel Metzger in the number 16 HRT Mercedes. He is gaining hand over fist. So I think van der Linde may have been caught out by those slow zones. I can't see any reason otherwise why he'd have lost so much time. But it could have been other drivers maybe being too slow in the slow zones.
You did say only a few minutes ago that the BMWs are at the front, but the Mercedes are coming.
One car needed to look for is progress of Peter Dunbreck. And that's number 4, Falken Motorsports. Porsche had to start from the pit lane, so he's done well to gain about 26 positions. I think he started about 50th from the pits. He's up to 24th.
24th, yeah.
Sister car, number 17, is in 17th place, Thomas Preining. So, problem, the number 4 Porsche was never going to get it all back, but number 3 Porsche, the sister car, not exactly storming to the front. It started 15th, it's running 17th, so maybe that's where it is in terms of pace. But Falken Motorsport always have a strong set of drivers. They tend to like to have just 2 drivers per car, so they rotate them through.
But interestingly, the 17th place car, its best lap is an 8:11, whereas the Dunbreck car that's back down in 24th, its best lap so far
5 seconds slower.
5 seconds slower, yeah. We say that exactly as I say it, perfectly on time. Try a second quicker, 8:10. Peter Dunbreck at the wheel, all of a sudden. That's just what I was going to do, and he did it exactly at the right time. 8:10. There we go. Oh.
And we've got another problem in the Grand Prix loop. We've got a Renault Clio is quite a short car to start with, but it's going to be even shorter down at turn 1. Nose at number 614, the Overbeck Clio. Is facing backwards. It's hit the back of something, but it's only just off the edge of the circuit. So just as they're starting to clear up some of the slow zones, suddenly we've got a problem down at turn 1. So really unfortunate bit of debris down there as well.
He said it looks like he's running at the back of something.
Yeah.
He can't have hit anything and bounced back from there. So it looks like he's run into the back of something, just caught his braking zone the wrong way and just tapped somebody else by the look of it.
Yeah, but it's unusual when you're in one of the slowest cars in the field to outbrake yourself and hit the back of one of the quicker ones. Just a thought, but I know it can happen. One could have maybe just gone around the outside of him, done its braking, where the lighter Clio maybe didn't need to brake quite as soon, but so already course rescue vehicles down there looking to clean it up. It's still Walkenhorst Motorsport, 10.5 seconds to good, surely this time. End of lap number 13. We're going to see that one diving into the pit lane. Come on. Yes, it is. So good stint there from Mikkel Jensen. Write that down. He was 10.5 seconds clear of the fellow BMW, albeit from the Schnitzer camp of Sheldon van der Linde. Sheldon seemed to have a bit of a problem on that previous lap. And again, the laborious process as anyone visiting the pits comes in, slows right down as they'd have to, but then turns into the paddock, dives around the back, and then emerge if you're in an SP9 class car, back into the pit lane to stop in front of your crew. A lot of the others in the junior classes complete their pit stops back in the paddock and then emerge back into the pit lane. But to help us see what's happening as the Cupra fell into my own trap there, as Michel Halder standing behind the car, checking it out. She shares that with brother Michael. The car is back, but alas, on a flatbed. And again, instruction from the team through her mobile phone. She's suggesting perhaps maybe that light should be taken elsewhere, but wants to get it running. Hopefully that will it'll be good to have it back in the race, but we can play again tomorrow.
It's just being parked up at on the beginning of the Nordschleife, isn't it, there? To the right-hand side, yeah. So back of the outer paddock, out of the way there. So as you say, she probably wants a bit further back in the paddock.
To the paddock.
Where the crew is, because clearly it's not drivable, so that's exactly
I tell you what, if the cars were all operating from the pit lane, they could drive that in and download it but because they've got the in and out through the paddock, maybe there is no scope for them to be dropped in front of their trucks. And in fact, thinking about it, where their trucks are parked with their awnings, there is a concrete barrier between them and the in and out run through the paddock, so they can't just drop it there. There's nowhere for them to take that car off. So, well, if that's the sort of consequence of social distancing, the fact we're racing is it's something you have to accept.
Well, it's the first time we've seen it, haven't we? Yeah. So
still a slow zone from towards the end of the lap from Flansgaard. Goes for about the next 6 or 7 corners. The one at turn 1 should be relatively easy to rescue. The Renault Clio that's battered front and back. So the Total liveried Walkenhorst car is in that. Well, in fact, 2 Total liveried car, because there's 36 car Henry Walkenhorst shares with Andreas Ziegler. And there's a driver who's got out, just did a sequence of hand signals that suggested all is fine with the world. When you see a driver thump the roof of the car, you think that's normally when they're blaming the car for something, but that was the complete opposite. It was a driver going, yes, we're back racing.
Well done, old girl.
Stuffed it. No.
Yes.
So that was good to see. So Walkenhorst leading the race in the pits, and the sister car also in the pits, so orchestrated. But just bear in mind, that's after 13 laps. 5 laps, then 8 laps. We saw from a couple of the SP9 runners that an 8-lap stint was possible. In fact, maybe they're all helped because day isn't as hot as it has been. It was in the opening round when the rain cleared away. Maybe there's a bit more tyre life. But here we are, very nearly at the halfway point in this 4-hour race. And it's BMW leading the way, but with a different tactic to the bulk of its rivals. We'll see how this unravels, but really these long, slow zones won't be helping a lot of the drivers. It's very, very hard to call.
We've now got the yellow flag at the start finish. We know what that's for the car off at turn 1. So an overtaking opportunity denied there.
Walkenhorst up and through. This is car number 34 diving into the pit. So what?
Otherwise he'd have gone onto that into that zone, but of course he's now dived into the pitch as well.
So the car I called in was the wrong Walkenhorst car. That just clarified that. I can't be screens are frozen. And I was just thinking, surely.
This is Mikkel Jensen in the pits.
This is Mikkel Jensen in the pits.
In the leading number 34 Walkenhorst M6.
Okay, and the Schnitzer car is in as well. It was much closer. My big concern was I couldn't see the Schnitzer car, but the lead had gone out to 10 seconds. Remember, so it's not necessarily in the same shot, but...
and Metzger in the number 3, in the 3rd place Mercedes, right behind.
And is that the Grello Porsche in the background of the shot as well? Just looking for the 911 car, Julian Adler. No, it's a yellow-nosed Mercedes coming to the pits.
The Buch, Matzy Buch Mercedes, and the KCMG Pillay Porsche, and now the Get Speed car in as well. So top 6 all filing into the pits.
Yeah, so Chris Lyon's coming in at the back of the pack in the red and black car. So suddenly you get that
13
flurry.
laps completed.
13, so they're all in. 34 from 42, BMW from BMW into the pit lane, and the gap between them was 13.8 seconds when they made that halt, so it's definitely been a very good stint for Mikkel Jensen, stretching the advantage over Sheldon van der Linde. Into the paddock they go, round the one-way system, back into the pit lane, and then they stop in front of their pit crews. But really, the progress of that number 2 car, I think, is something that's worth paying attention to. The Get Speed performance car, Maxi Buch, good stint for him. Certainly closed them up. And then they could put Rafa Marciello into it or Maxi Götz. They've still got 2 more stints in this race, so they can play it how they want. But that was a really good stint from Mikkel Jensen. And certainly the slow zones would have interrupted the flow, but it didn't give anyone an advantage particularly.
Well, just while you're saying that, Bruce, I'm just looking down the order a little bit, looking at the number 4 car, the 22nd place Peter Dambrecht driven Falcon Motorsports Porsche, and we had a best time of that of an 8:10. That disappeared off our screen now. It's an 8:16. It's not there.
Okay.
So I'm wondering
because the previous best. No, mine's still saying 8:10 on my screen. Oh, someone into the pits on fire. It's number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Now he's got to go through the one-way system where his pit crew are in the pit lane, but he's got to snake around the one-way system and come back in. So sudden problem there for Thomas Preining, the Austrian racer. To me, very dramatic. Didn't see where the fire started. We just got a rear shot as he hit the brakes, and he's now got. Is he going to have to go into the paddock? He's now stopped in the paddock area, not in front of his pit crew, and we've got very fast-thinking marshals in there with fire extinguishers running out. The driver is out of the car. Thomas Preining is out. This is properly on fire at the rear end. That was quick work from the marshal, because the big problem, his own crew were in the pit lane. So well done to that fire marshal, who probably thought, I'm just going to have a quiet day in the paddock watching the cars go past. But he was primed and ready. And for Thomas Preining, well, it's not been a great day for Falcon Motorsport, as we were saying, but that was a tidy bit of work. We didn't see where the fire started, but I think big pat on the back for that fire marshal. Very quickly out. The back of the aquamarine and blue Falcon Motorsport Porsche covered in extinguishant and charred bodywork. That really went up very quickly indeed, but quick work to get that out. I don't know if it was what came loose under the cover at the tail, but
it's certainly their afternoon's work's over. They've got their car cleaned up for tomorrow. Just going back to those Porsche times, I've got the 810 attributed to the KCMG Imperiati driven car.
You're right.
Not
You're right.
Brake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or did we look at the wrong place? We looked at it at the same time. So 816 is the best. Rear end of that Porsche, a little bit, but it's quite hard to tell if it's melted, but certainly very, very darkened and charred at the back. So for Thomas Preining, running outside, it was about 15th, 16th place, wasn't he? So not in the mix. And it actually went pop. The car went pop as he got up to the Tiergarten, the final sequence of corners that come onto the start-finish straight, presenting the cars behind with us a wall of smoke. So really in the space from it going pop to getting into the pit lane, that was about 30 seconds.
Well, they've got all night. What's the problem? They'll start till midday tomorrow. It's fine. We've got 2 hours spare. Haven't even done the last half of the race. Ever the optimist, hey?
Yeah. So, Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW coming back into the race. I'll just double check it's 34, not 36. That's the car that is number 34 coming back in. The Rover Racing BMW not far behind. And the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes, the bright yellow car, has closed in. So it looked like a slower pit stop for the 34 BMW, a faster pit stop for the number 98 car that had been run by Nick Yaloli. Don't forget that was the car that reported to pit exit rather sooner than it should have done in the the end of the opening stint. Now, yellow flag down at turn 1 as the Clio is recovered, and then as the cars go towards turn 2, they're suddenly released, and you just see the sheer brutal grunt power of an SP9 class car as the BMW, the number Rover Racing car, number 98, and in behind the number 2 Mercedes just got on the throttle, and you see them punch as they accelerated forward. Still listed as Nick Yaloli, British racer, in the Rover car, but quite often the timing screen takes a second or two to confirm who is really in the car. Has to be the change. We saw that when it looked as though Marco Mappelli had stayed on board the number 7 Lamborghini. Do you remember when that was in second place? It's now down in 13th position. Michele Di Martino probably coming in to make a pit stop. Still listed as only having done the 1.
So Christian Krones and Augustus Farfus that are going to resume battle in these 2 M6s, Falkenhorst and Team Schnitzer. When they came into the pits, it was 13.8 seconds. That's obviously all going to be very different in a minute, because they pitted at these cars pitted at 5 laps, and of course then had 13 laps in. So quite different strategy to the top cars that did 7 laps.
But then theoretically now they're all completely equal. Oh, now, yes, that Porsche is far more burnt once the bodywork or the lid's been removed from the back. The number 3 Falcon Motorsport car, putting all their hopes with the sister car, number 4, which started from the pit lane. So that was a mountain too high to climb. It's looking very tidy at the moment for the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport crew. They took victory in the opening round, not by default, by being in the mix. They were second over the finish line, but then a time penalty for the number 16 HRT Mercedes, handed victory to David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen. Mikkel Jensen's done a very, very strong second stint for that car, sitting on a fairly tidy lead. Now it's in the hands of Christian Cronjes, but it seemed quite a discrepancy in terms of the pit stop times of some of the chasing cars. We saw that in the first round of pit stops, but again, the order has changed back and forwards. So Peter said it would be a Mercedes sort of day. At the moment it's looking like a BMW sort of day, but we still got 2 hours of racing, or between friends, 1 hour 59 minutes and 20 seconds. Weather started bright, went a little bit grey, it's still a little bit mixed.
We win in the last half, not the first half.
No, indeed. First to finish a race, you have to start. But all looking very tidy indeed. You can see the Pixum cars in the mix in their class, as ever, looking strong. Who is going to win today? It's a question we asked at the start. We didn't know the answer. That's the beauty of SP9 Racing, of any class of racing.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
But as we know, that doesn't mean it's the end of the race. That's the point at which it can be waved, after which it can be waved at the leading car. But so many races, even after 4 hours here on the Nordschleife in the NLS, have been settled according to who gets through the final sequence of corners first on that final lap. Today, it's a mix between 2 BMWs that pitted much earlier than their rivals. Now they've all come in, the front-running cars, and they're pretty much on an equal footage, but they're being chased down by two very, very quick Mercedes. Can anybody else, any other manufacturers, get in on the mix? Well, we will see, but I think the only thing that's going to change the order overall between those top 4 cars is the arrival of rain. But with a long shot towards the village of Nürburgring, I can see the castle in the background. Therefore, rain isn't going to be with us for at least 15 minutes.
And just to point out, of course, reiterate, we are only just over into the second half of the race. So there's still an hour and 54 to go. A long, long way.
But yet again, gaggles of cars, and here's a great gaggle. The first 3 now nose to tail, all but nose to tail, unless that's the second. No, it's the 34 BMW has been caught hand over fist by the 98 BMW. So Rover Racing in behind Walkenhorst Motorsport, but in third place now, the bright yellow Get Speed Performance Mercedes. Oh, side by side down the start-finish straight. The car that I really fancy to win the race is this number 2, bright yellow race taxi Mercedes, down the inside of one BMW, down the inside of another. Job done, but no, you've got to do the braking, got to do the turning. They managed that through turn 1. That was a great, great bit of racing.
It was a stunning manoeuvre down the inside there. Like you said, I thought he was going to have the overshoot and just run well, but he actually controlled it beautifully at mid-corner and just ran them wide and held the 2 BMWs behind him to get the manoeuvre done. He is taking a different line in each time. I've noticed that. Really quite different to those 2 BMWs right behind him. But that's I've got to say, that's caught them napping, or not caught them napping, caught them by surprise. I think he'd get one of them, didn't think he'd get the 2 of them, and I didn't think he'd pull it off, and he did.
This is my motion of I'm winding the clock back. Before the start of the race, we talked about the run the Mercedes has coming onto the start-finish straight, showed it beautifully. A driver we haven't mentioned, that number 2 car, because they keep changing the driver lineup. Fabian Schiller, who's a long-time runner with Team Get Speed, is on board. He took that over from Maxi Book. So we'll see who gets in for the final stint. Will it be Rafa Marciello, or has he been replaced in the lineup, or likewise Maxi Goetz? But really, really punchy bit of driving there from Fabian, and that's a bit greedy, isn't it? Really, we said before it's about doing your overtaking in the Grand Prix loop, or the part of the Grand Prix loop that's being used. He didn't even really bother waiting very long, and he's got the Schnitzer BMW in behind as well. So he's got 3 BMWs in front behind him. That was a really, really fantastic manoeuvre there. So great job by Fabian Schiller in the number 2 Mercedes. Augusto Farfus, who put the car on pole position, back on board the Schnitzer BMW. Of course, many different ways of doing this race, but it's starting to settle down. And we'll wait to see. We haven't had a period where we've had clear track for a very long time. There've been slow zones. Now we want to see what they can do, and hopefully we can have clear running where we can start to see who can really put the competitive times in. But I guess the only guide is your relative pace to those around you, rather than the ultimate pace overall, because that's a treat we don't often get treated to. People running different tactics. We've got the 911 Porsche and the number 32 Audi haven't made their second pit stop, but those that certainly have, it's suddenly tightened up for what is effectively the overall lead battle. And BMW, I didn't fancy they'd still be there at the finish. I really thought it was going to be a Mercedes sort of day. We're nowhere near the finish, of course, but what we're seeing is the Mercedes, they are coming, and most certainly that Get Speed Performance, the bright yellow and black liveried entry with Fabian Schiller at the wheel, making its way forward all the time. But that was a very much sort of showing your style, one would say, for Fabian Schiller there. Young racer.
Style.
Yeah, he's 23 years old, and I remember when I first saw him race a handful of years ago, he had sort of a baby face, but he's now more hard-edged, certainly in the car, looking very, very strident indeed. Waiting for the Black Falcon, or the remaining Black Falcon Motorsport car coming out of the pits. Unfortunately, the number 4 car started from that aforementioned pit lane and did well to pick its way up the order, but not near the sharp end, not where it would hope to have been in this race. But unfortunately, you start on the back foot, it's very, very hard to recover. With the sister car out, having caught fire just as it came towards the end of the lap in the hands of Thomas Preining. No hope to be had.
I'd like the way you said just so casually, you said this would be full of excitement to this, and I said, the sister car having caught fire, as if it's quite a normal thing. It's not normal.
We've covered it.
Cars are not supposed to catch fire.
Well, it's something that caught the Austrians' attention. One would have
Really,
hoped.
you'd have thought, wouldn't you? Yeah, that would work.
Only one working headlight on the sister car, so maybe there are various little niggly problems there for the Falco Motorsport team.
I think on a scale of perspective, one working headlight compared to the whole engine being on fire, I think I'd go with the headlight.
Yeah, I think you'd say, can I have the number 4 car next time around?
Yeah. And that does mean put number 4 on the door of the car with the. But of course, the other car, we're better tomorrow. It's got a new engine in it. It'll be out tomorrow. What do you reckon?
I think you could have a point there. The old racer's eye.
They'll work their magic. We know what these chaps are like in the background. They'll never say never if they can't. If they don't have to.
Quite a lot of dust out on the circuit, which I suppose we've had quite a few cars going off. But again, that's another little issue that can confront up to the drivers. But and particularly when you're racing very, very close to a rival or a back marker, and you go past them, and suddenly you're on the dusty outside line. And don't forget that little battle that Fabian Schiller has moved to the front of, is very tight indeed with Farfus, Yuloli and Cronjes. And they don't want to be going a little bit onto a wider line than they would normally do. You find that dust sitting there on the circuit. It's generally fine if you're on the straight, but around the corners, as we can see, drivers are cutting corners here and there. And certainly at probably about 3 or 4 points of the track where we've had these incidents, you're quite likely to find dust on the circuit, and they can't get anyone on the circuit to clean it up at any point in this race. Of course, with 155 cars having started this race, it's going to be someone coming around the corner at pretty much every moment. So you've got to just spot where the dust is and stay off it. The track continues just to provide this most wonderful element. What a great place to go racing. So many opportunities to thrill, to entertain, but also drivers all know trip up, and the clear lap at any point in the race is something that is just manna from heaven.
The chance of a clear lap on a lap lift, as we say, manna from heaven is highly unlikely. I'm waiting for our timing screens to shake out because we've got some cars in the pits. Now that does, at the moment, just put the Di Martino-driven Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan back up into third at the moment. It's in the pits, it's just there for a minute, but it's just there for you, Bruce. I know you're fond of that car.
Yeah, and I expect it to go forward at the start, but not to move from 6th up into 3rd and then work its way into 2nd. Just have to reiterate, that was a brilliant place to get the right mark on the pen.
They just paid it off at the pit stop, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it was, I mean, it was a visual in terms of it just lots of other cars that came in behind it to the pit stop emerged not just in front of it, but some way in front of it. So I don't know if there was a blunder, but it certainly dropped them back down. But we'll wait to see who takes it over, if it'll be Axel Jeffries getting in next, or if they put Marco Mappelli back in for stint number 3. I think they'd put Jeffries and then Mappelli for that final sprint to the finish. Just having a look to see if there are any changes in the junior classes, but it's the gold standard run for that in Porsche Cup class car. Martin Hopper just leading so comfortably for number 62.
11th and 12th places cars into the pits. That's the Black Falcon Porsche, followed immediately by the Ferrari 488 of Colehouse, had a Padgett car, Racing 1, both into the pits, doing their loop round, as we say, into the paddock area, back round through the shopping precinct, back down to the roundabout, back out again into the pit lane for the SP9 cars.
With the top 8 cars making their pit stops, they will no longer be in the top 8. We've got a brilliant BMW trio fighting over, let me see, that's about 5th place, because Adam Christodoulou is leading in the number 16 Mercedes. They led the opening stints and in the hands of Lucas Stoltz, but now they're stretching clear of the pack behind. But what a pack it is. We saw Fabian Schiller go into 2nd place, but then the trio of BMWs, Christian Cronjes just holding on to 3rd place, in behind Nick Yuloli and then Augusto Farfus, who's taking a look up the inside of Yuloli as they go down into turn 1. They're being hunted down in turn by Mathieu Vassivière in the number 8 Get Speed Performance Mercedes, sort of bright orangey red with black flashes. He's some distance behind them, but you know what? He's not fighting anyone else. He should be able to really drive that.
In hand,
yeah, drive onto their tail, I would think, because certainly that trio of BMWs, Cronjes, Yuloli, Farfus, covered by 8/10 of a second as they went over the start-finish line, and I think there was potentially a change of place in behind. But Christodoulou 26 seconds clear of Fabian Schiller. That was gold standard in the first stint and the second stint, and now Adam is really starting to squeeze that way clear. That is a tiny example. His lap time last time, actually Schiller was quicker in the second place Get Speed performance car, so we could yet have a change. But that is a really good trio of runs. I know Christodoulou, the British driver, has only just got his knees under the steering wheel, but he's pressing on hard. His lap time all but identical to Schiller. Sorry, they've just upgraded those last lap times. Getting in close. So just bear in mind, it was Stoltz, it was Metzger, it's now Christodoulou. And in theory, we've got Maro Engel to finish it off, who thought he'd won last time out. It didn't happen. It was a time penalty for the crew, and they ended up down in 6th place overall with that time penalty. But you must say, for the Hout Racing team, that is looking really, really strong. Maybe it made them want it even more, having had that victory in the opening round taken away from them.
So talk about the phrase "close but no cigar," but as you say, your debut race, having said so, years and years of experience with Black Falcon, obviously taken a lot of that intel information, crossover, set up his new team, nearly won it, and in reality only didn't win it, let's rather not say lost, only didn't win it from a simple error in timing and a pits penalty. So it was so close. It wasn't like something just failed or broke on it. It was just a timing error for them, or penalty.
Well, talking of things failing or breaking, I think it's car 352. BMW's got it wrong into 752 into the final sequence of corners. Looks as though it's sitting a little bit low, but for the chasing pack, they were catching it very quickly, and then suddenly puff of smoke and dust and rubbish in their face. That's Graham Wilson, Andrew Wolff, and Will Tregurtha. I'm afraid their BMW parked at the edge of the circuit. Didn't see the start of the incident, but certainly, again, one of those moments coming out of the blue. The driver probably thinking it's all absolutely fine, possibly trying to get out of the way of a quicker car, ended up on the grass, managed not to come back onto the circuit, which was a very good thing indeed.
Not a good place to be parked either.
Still drivers in and out of the pits, but just looking to see the next lap time from Adam Christodoulou. He's got that 26-second advantage. That is the magic of getting a really well-balanced driver lineup. Not many making any mistakes in the pits, but that really has come to them. I think it might come down this time around. We'll see if Fabian Schiller, who was marginally quicker last time around, can start to close that gap. But 26 seconds to the good with just over 100 minutes in the race remaining. That is very, very tidy, and they're on very, very similar pit sequences now. So incident is guaranteed, and into that final sequence of corners, it's code 60, while 752 is towed away, I think. I can't quite tell. The car looks like it's sitting a little low at the front, but that could be just because it's on the grass that isn't as level as the track. Wheel marks before the corner. And that was a little Opel getting it wrong before the corner, sweeping across the front of another BMW, and I fancy 752 is... He'd already had his own problem. He wasn't one of the two cars involved in that.
No, he was. He was tapped. He was tapped already. They touched coming into there, into the dip. That fired him off onto the right-hand side. That's why I thought there was bodywork damage on that car. It looked like the steering was pointing right. That's because he's collected the barrier on both sides, and that's why it's gone straight on, unable to negotiate Tiergarten, parked it on the grass. It wasn't. He was actually tapped by somebody else. Wheels for a touring car style, unfortunately, and that's put it out. So they're going to pull it out of the way now. That's why there's a code 60 there at Tiergarten, right at the end of the lap, just to come onto the pit straight. But Marshall's, as ever, being efficient, getting it out of the way. But 752, not his fault by the look of it. I think it was just other guy on the Opel was unsided and just sideswiped him, basically. And
it's always quite hard to tow a car when both front wheels are pointing in, isn't it?
Successive toe in, it doesn't make it easy, yeah, but it'll drag it across the grass. And
so just to let you know, it's the inside of the final sequence of corners. It's the final right-left onto the start-finish straight. He's on the grass on the inside of that. You can see the end of the pit building. He's that close, but unfortunately there with the replay, Peter called it perfectly. The Opel got it wrong, went across the grass on the entrance to the corner. Obviously grass, no traction. Came back onto the track, tapped the tail of that into the barriers on the left, on the right. Thus all the dust kicked up in the air. 752 BMW being towed back. It's race run.
I'll just put a steering arm on it for tomorrow and it'll be out again. It'll be easy. Bit of polish, bit of good old-fashioned T-cut, and away we go.
So code 60 area is very much a feature around the Nordschleife, but it's the very sensible way of dealing with these issues. Don't put a safety car out. Clear the incident as soon as you can. And if you're a driver, just hope the code 60 is cleared after the rival you're chasing has been through it and you're approaching it. Then you can gain handfuls of seconds. But people are going to need to gain hands, lots of seconds in hand, because these incidents can come at any moment. But 26 seconds to the good, that was a really big advantage for Adam Christodoulou ahead of Fabian Schiller. In the V4 class, it's 7:07 from 7:01. It's quite nice to see standings from time to time. So the 7:07 crew is Florian Quant, Stefan Köppler and Oliver Frisser in their BMW 325i. That's a production last car, and they're sitting on an advantage, not even 1.5 seconds. So the 7:01 is running them close. That's one of the Pixum team adrenaline cars. That's Christopher Rink, Danny Brink and Lyson. I still love Rink and Brink. They're such a good pairing, aren't they? And that's a BMW that's looking rather smarter than the 752 had become a short while ago. Plenty of runners still going well in that V4 production class. Neat and tidy. So still the slow zone in that final sequence of corners. Vast majority of the front runners have run through. Vast majority of the teams have now run through. If they've got a 3-driver crew, third driver in may put one driver back in for the 4th and final stint, or the driver who's doing the 3rd stint will stay through to the finish. But it's all been very tidy indeed. The team that lost ground in the pits most notably was the Conrad Motorsport crew. Axel Jeffries, the driver based in the Middle East, who comes from Zimbabwe, has got into the car, but that was started by Marco Mappelli. Michele Di Martino took it over. But now with the green flags waved, but then the grouping in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, just suddenly hitting the slow zone, reaching the slow zone, and as they got to that final sequence of corners, the car has now been cleared. So anyone else just further back behind them is going to gain a handful of seconds. They had to really hit the brakes before that sequence of corners. Those behind will gain time. Looks as though I think it's the Schnitzer car has been hit up the backside. I need a rear view. It looks as though the Schnitzer number 42 BMW has got a tap at the rear, unless it's an inaccurate vision on my part. It might be the race livery, but take a look if you will, Peter. The number 42 started on pole. No, I tell you what, it's the flash of the colour, the blue flash across the back. It made it look as though that had been tapped up the rear. Bear in mind, that's been in tight traffic with the fellow BMWs for a handful of laps. That wouldn't have been the most ridiculous suggestion in the world, but it is actually just the blue diagonal flash across the back. As the cars went into that final sequence of corners, I sensed there could be a little bit of bodywork repair required. Admittedly, if the damage is there, nothing inside is damaged, it's just cosmetic, but it is actually just cosmetic because the cosmetics are the race livery, if you follow my drift. But they've stayed very close indeed to the number 2 Mercedes, Fabian Schiller, but Schiller is not gaining as much on Adam Christodoulou as he would have wanted. He's taken the lead down from 26 to 25 seconds, but Schiller looking handy in that he can keep those behind him, Cronjes and Farfus, but not handy in terms of cutting back the advantage of the Hout Racing team. 25 seconds to the good. That is phenomenal at this level of racing in the NLS. So deprived of victory in the opening round of the championship. Come back 2 weeks later, now with an hour and 36 minutes remaining until the checkered flag could be shown. That's the earliest point at which it could be shown. It could be shown 8 minutes later if they just go over the start-finish line before the 4 hours are complete. That is a very, very tidy advantage for Christodoulou and the number 16 Mercedes team.
What was it you said about an hour or so ago? The Mercedes are coming. And we weren't wrong. We did predict they might be stronger in the second half of this race with that consistency over a lap of just that race pace. BMW it was to the fore at the moment, so it swapped around literally almost exactly as, I'm not going to say half time, I know it's in the wrong game, but the halfway point of this race, it was BMW, a brace of those, then a brace of Mercedes. That's now switched around. We have Adam Christodoulou in the HRT car leading, second place Schiller in his Mercedes, and then we have not one but two, a trio of M6 Mercedes, Falkenhorst Motorsport, Schnitzer and Rover racing cars with Krohns, Farfus and Yelli in those positions, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Mercedes is that's then also in 6th position, Vassiver in the Get Speed car. Drudy in the Audi Sport Team R8. Olsen in the first of the Porsches in 9th, and Kern in the other multi-racing Porsche rounding out the top 10. I'm sorry, Harter in the Audi Sport rounding out the top 10. So
Yeah.
Porsche's 8th and 9th. A little bit way down. You said sort of pre-show, didn't you, that you were just a little bit surprised after the first round that Porsche hadn't really shown their card just yet, the normal sort of pace, and they're still, you'd expect them to be most definitely in the top 10, really the top half of the top 10, really looking for wins. To be 8th and 9th, surprising. We've still got a way to go, as you say, an hour and a half to go.
But I think within that, I did say earlier in the race that the equivalent of getting in the top 10 in the opening round, but getting in the top 15, it's getting more and more competitive. Audi's also not quite there. The best place of those is, you mentioned Matthias Drudy, car number 29. He's got, he's there, but it's just not quite thereabouts. And again, that's sort of the best they can expect today, one would think. Porsche's just not there. They sort of, some parts of the circuit, they look really well balanced, others less so. Looking at the Huber Motorsport car at the moment, that's a driver lineup that's developing its form. Marco Holzer, Patrick Colbert, Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula learning his craft as he goes, but that's a little way down the order. In fact, I look all the way down to 21st position. But don't forget, this isn't just about the Pro class, it's the Pro class, the Pro-Am and the Am. They all have their own classes within SP9, the top category in the race. And the Pro-Am leader is Klaus Abelin for Fricadelli Racing. And then in second place in that class is the number 25 Porsche from Huber Racing with Patrick Kolb at the wheel at the moment, just 10 seconds down, or just under 10 seconds down, so they're in the hunt. Leading SP9 Am is car number 39, Kohler at the wheel at the moment. That is Stefan Kohler, who's sharing with Nikolai Rogivu, and it's a Ferrari, and Christian Kohlhaas, that's a Ferrari leading the Am class. So, battles within battles, but that's very much the story of the NLS. Peter, it's getting darker. Just heard it's raining at Monza, but it looks like it could be raining any moment now at the Nürburgring. Certainly.
Well, you've been anticipating it almost from race beginning, and
I do it at every race at the Nürburgring.
No. I said with correctness as well. Some of those shots that we saw of the pit lane at the beginning before we went sort of live into the race, it did look that way. It looked overcast. There were sunny patches, but it did look like it was overcast. The circuit is definitely changing now. The sky is going a darker hue. And who knows, this could add in a whole different mix in this final hour and a half. We suddenly throw in some rain as well. We had a bit of dampness in the opening stint of the first round. We've not really seen full rain yet. Looks nice and sunny at one part here. This is more like the Grand Prix loop. That looks all absolutely fine for the moment. But when we get out into the woods, out to the forest, Adenauer, well, that area, very, very different. If it starts to rain now, this could turn the race around, absolutely turn it on its head.
Yeah, the view back down Dottinghur to the start of the long straight back to the pits, that is looking dark, very dark indeed, and the wind is blowing hard from the Nordschleife back to the paddock. See the flags in the paddock really oscillating around on their flagpoles, so something is definitely coming. It's always, you have to look for the wind at the Nordschleife. Oh, in the background it's dark, but actually not for, oh god, here we go. You think it's coming, and then there's blue sky over beyond Schraubenschwanz, but you need a camera in all 360 degrees to see what is coming. For now, we'll take dry, but I do think the teams mightn't lock their rain tyres away just yet.
As you say, these are the conditions that the word changeable was made for.
Yes, yes. So let's just reiterate, Adam Christodoulou leading for the Hout Racing team by a stonking margin, 25.7 seconds at the start of this lap. Fabian Schiller marginally faster in second place overall, but he's only just under 2 seconds ahead of the charging BMWs with Christian Cronjes, Augusto Favas and Nick Yeloli, and then another Mercedes, number 8 from Get Speed Motorsport, Mathieu Vassivière, who's sharing with Christa Johns. They sort of alternate. One does the first stint, one does the second, one does the third, etc. Luca Drudy, better the Audis in behind, but really Drudy is another 18 seconds down on Vassivière, so 6 seconds cover third place, Christian Cronjes, Augusto Farfus, Nick Yeloli and Vassivière. They are the ones that could change And I do sense that Schiller, having passed them into second place in that bright yellow Mercedes, Peter, is going to be able to get away from them and try his everything to chase after the leading car, the other car that is shining for Mercedes today. That number 2 entry with Fabian Schiller, who we saw come onto the start-finish straight, third place in a group behind 2 BMWs, and he passed not 1, but 2 before he got to turn 1. So he absolutely maximised his moment. And I think he's safe from pressure from behind.
He did, but I'm going to throw another variable in here. I reckon that Falcon Horse Motorsport car is not done yet. If these conditions do change, we might be surprised. We'll keep an eye on that car.
Peter likes to just put a little one out there every now and
Well,
again. He could be right.
I'm just looking at the differences, look at the gaps. So, looking at the gap now from second to third, what was it last lap?
Second to third was 1.9 seconds. It's come down to half a second, but Schiller was slower than all the cars around it in second place. His was the one I thought would be starting to make moves, but suddenly Chris Dooley picks up the pace. 8 minutes 4 seconds. That's quick. 8 minutes 4.6 at this point in the race. That's good. We're chasing BMWs in third and fourth. 8 minute 5, 8 minute 5.
Farfus had a good lap as well.
Yeah. Whereas Schiller was an 8 minute 7. We know traffic can get in the way a little bit. Nick Iannoli just falling off the tail of that trio of BMWs. He's in fifth, but he was an 8 minute 7. So again.
So could it be that the BMWs are coming back?
No, just because you said it a couple of minutes ago. So like a child saying, could I be getting some sweets soon? So let's just take a look back. I'm looking also, again, the second part of the race, stage of the race, I get quite interested in which cars have dropped down the order and picking their way back up. And one that's, let me have a little look. Jeffries is pushing very hard indeed in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, but he's outside the top 10. In fact, Jeffries down in 14th place. Is that about to change? He's being challenged by one of the Phoenix Racing Audis. He's down into 15th, and the Phoenix car. Oh, is it going to complete the move down the outside? Get some braking done, why not? Car number 15, that's Kim Lewis-Schramm. He gets to see the escape road at turn 1 and rejoins again. Peter, the turn 1 at the Nürburgring offers so many lines in, so many lines out, but so many times someone who's gone in a little bit tight pushes all the way to the exit, and if you're on the outside, you're beyond the exit. To an extent, that happened to Kim Lewis-Schramm in that bright yellow Phoenix Audi just there.
But it did exactly as you were reading it. Get the braking done, and he hasn't. He's in the escape road. As you say, or running certainly not quite a bit, very, very wide, and therefore not gaining any advantage or position whatsoever in that. So. No good. Oh, we'll just see somebody pulling off out of the way in front of the Lamborghini there.
Yes, that was quite strange. You had 3 cars nose to tail. Gabriele Piana tucked in behind Axel Jeffries and Kim Lewis-Schramm, and I can't actually work out where that car went, because I thought for a second he was diving into the back entrance of the pits, but it's almost that he went off out of the corner before out of the Mercedes arena. Hard one to call, but it's about to get busy in the paddock all over again. Well, you can say that pretty much from lap 3 in the race. And again, it was 272 was the car that suddenly pulled off. It clearly had a problem. Little Hyundai by those things.
Yeah. Is it Vassivier that's going to be coming into the pit shortly with the Get Speed AMG? Was it his crew that we think are getting ready?
I'm trying to tell, but that was Tim Schrick, or it wasn't a Hyundai. It was a Subaru BRZ. As I said Hyundai, I thought I was thrown by the red livery. It sort of caught my eye there.
I agreed with you.
Never do that. That's one of the SP3 class cars, but that's pulled off. Yes, you go through the Mercedes arena, you then double back through that double right, and then just where the track jinks to the left to approach the drop into the dip, the car pulled off to the right and did well to get out of the way off the circuit, especially as those SP9 runners were coming through, didn't interrupt their battle. And every now and again you get to look into the paddock and you get a driver getting a little bit exasperated when the driver change is supposed to happen and their teammate hasn't got out of the car. Gesticulate to the cameras, but luckily this one isn't fighting for overall victory. That's Carrie Schreiner, who's such a star in that car, Charlie Martin, and third driver Laura Kryhammer. So female entry in that female crew in their Golf. Car number, is that 300 or 800? Probably 800, I would suggest. Let's take a look down. No, can't tell you, but anyhow. Nice, tidy line. That was Charlie Martin getting out. I think it was Carrie Schreiner getting on board. Christodoulou, may I just emphasise that really positive last lap, put him 28.5 seconds clear in the lead of the race, Peter. But it's that battle in behind. There's a half second back from the second place Schiller to Christian Cronjes. Augusto Farfus less than half a second down on him in 4th place overall. Track appears to be clear the whole way around, so at least we get to see some representative lap times.
Christodoulou
really draw.
a second quicker than anybody else on the track at that lap.
Yeah, good to see. Number 4, the Falken Motorsport Porsche started from the pit lane. Has had all sorts of problems. Martin Ragginger at the wheel, but he's, you know, with him and Peter Dunbrek, what a strong pairing. But outside the top 20, it just goes to show. In this, I keep saying it, but it's just absolute truth. The standard is just getting better and better, and the number of works drivers popped in with the various privateer teams this weekend just goes to show that how seriously they are taking it. And must be said, building towards bigger and better things, but the teams are all going about it with different tactics. And what will be? Will it be the BMW way, short first stint, longer following stints that works, or will it be very different indeed for a car that goes on to win? But BMW nailed their colours to the mast, and it was car number 300. It's the VW Golf in the SP3T class. Celia Martin, not Charlie Martin. She's in a different car. Carrie Schreiner and Laura Kryhammer, but that's taking a long time at a standstill. All-female crew as well.
Just spotted that, yeah, absolutely, yes, all-female crew, not just driving crew, but entire crew, yeah.
Looks great, and a great Geety sponsorship scheme. Black and yellow, very, very crisp indeed. But actually, the best-looking racing car isn't the one that looks pretty. It's one that's out on the circuit, doing what needs to be done at the sharp end of the field. But anyhow, all about gaining experience for this crew. Adam Christodoulou, how good is this next lap going to be for him? You have to say, with every lap that he can just even match or be marginally slower than those behind, that is on the money for that crew. Because if there's a charge, it's got to come from Fabian Schiller in this stint, and the driver who takes over the number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes for the final run through to the finish. Looking to see if there's any drama.
We've got a code 60 at Exmuller.
Oh, that's where it is. I just saw something flash up onto the screen. It's a 2-corner sequence. It's a warning as they approach the corner. You come out of Versifen, drop down the hill. And as you approach Exmuller, it goes from warning down to 120, then down to code 60. And again, wait to see what is out there on the circuit and if it's going to be out there for long. Race leader 28.5 seconds to good. It's Mercedes, BMW, BMW, and Vassivier in another Mercedes for Get Speed Performance in 6th place overall. Luca Druni still waving the flag for Audi, but he's got lots of pressure. There's the best of the Porsches tucked in behind as well. That is Dennis Olsen, Norwegian racer, looking for glory. But another lap about to go on the board for Adam Christodoulou. That is 18 laps completed. He was 28.5 seconds to good. The British driver coming down towards turn 1. No one in front of him. No back markers to negotiate for a few more corners. So for the Hout Racing team, made their race debut 2 weekends ago. First to the finish, but didn't get the maximum points. A time penalty for not observing minimum pit stop time has pushed them down to 6th place overall. So waiting to see if it will be Fabian Schiller who comes through in 2nd place over the start-finish line with 1 hour and 21 minutes remaining, or will the BMWs have fought back? Christian Cronjes and Augusto Farfus, the Norwegian and the Brazilian, pushing very hard indeed. It is still Schiller. He's now 30.8 seconds down, just 0.1 of a second clear of Christian Cronjes, and just half a second behind him is Augusto Farfus. Nick Yaloli gained a little bit of time in the 3rd of those BMWs in 5th place, but very, very tight for 2nd place at the moment. Schiller holding on in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, but instead of taking chunks out of Christodoulou's time, he's now back right in the hands of the BMW Chargers. 2nd, 3rd and 4th almost nose to tail. In fact, through the Mercedes arena, quite fitting, the Mercedes has gained a tiny bit of an advantage, but he's still less than a second clear in this battle for 2nd place. Cronjes bouncing over the curbs in his M6, trying everything to get back onto his tail, but of course the place everyone wants to be on the tail of another driver is coming out of Galgenkopf onto the Döttinger Höhe, that long run, try and get a slipstream, stay in the tow. But where we see the Mercedes normally strike if they're behind, coming onto the start-finish straight, they seem to get the power down better to accelerate down to turn one, the easiest place at which to make a pass. But right now, Cron is doing all he can to stay on the tail. Quite understeery there from Fabian Schiller. So maybe tyres, maybe he pushed very hard very soon. Maybe he's now starting to wish there was a little more life in those tyres. But again, we commented 2 weeks ago about the Mercedes looks really well balanced. The BMW, rather twisty a bit, seems a bit of a handful, but certainly right there you see Christian Cronje was getting it very right indeed.
Certainly is, and as you rightly said, the Mercedes just looks balanced all the way around the lap. Nothing seems to unsettle that car whatsoever. The BMWs do look like they've got a little bit of an advantage coming back again there, though. Schiller is under a lot of pressure now from Christian Cronje in the third place car, 34 Vulcan Motorsport car, Vulcan Motorsport car. I'm just looking at the slow zone at the X-Muller has been upgraded to a code 60.
Haven't seen so much of KCMG in this race. They arrived with these stellar lineups, and at the moment we've got Dennis Olsen running in 7th place overall, the sister car number 19, Alex Imperatori down in 17th, and he's 40 odd seconds down on the next car in the class. So clearly some problems in the pit lane for them. All these front running cars have made 2 pit stops. It's how they split this final pit stop, where they break, how long these stints are, stint number 3 and stint number 4, how they play it. But for KCMG, a toe in the water. They've come here, they've raced here before, but haven't got it right this weekend. Porsche haven't really got it right this weekend as yet. Dennis Olsen, the best place of those in the sister KCMG car, so maybe top of the class in the Porsche class, if you will, but not managing to tackle the BMWs and most notably the Mercedes as yet.
It's almost as if we've sort of settled down a little bit now. We've got to that sort of 3/4 sort of distance, haven't we? And it's sort of like, well, 2/3. I think we could almost have 40 minutes there before something really starts to shape out, how we're going to see the final bit of it. Let's face it, 2 weekends ago, it was exactly that down to the last lap.
It was, and what has to be understood, of course, is the fact that there are sliding scales for the amount of time you need to spend at a standstill, minimum time. It's not at a standstill from pit in to pit out. And the earlier you make your final pit stop, the longer your final pit stop has to be, ranging from 1 hour and 9 minutes before the end of the race, which is coming up soon, where you'd have to be at a standstill for 357 seconds. Let's call it 6 minutes between friends.
Yeah.
Down to if you come in with a minute to go, which would be a bit of a rare tactic, it's only 178, so 2 minutes 18 seconds. So big difference. Slow zones on the circuit could undo all of these gobbets of time you can get by making your pit stop later and later. Someone has put their car on the side. Another just trying to pick out where is that on the circuit. It's just at the bottom of the hill before the carousel. You get to the Caracciola corner to go up to the carousel, and someone has put their car on the side, and another car is at the side of the circuit, albeit on 4 wheels. So Peter's going to check that out. So just as I was hoping for a long period where we had no one having incidents so we can see the pace of the cars. Actually, one of the cars just put it a really quick lap. 8 minutes, 4.3 seconds for, Kevin Estra. Well, there you go. Kevin, never knowingly slow in a car. If there's a man who wants to attack, that is the fellow. I've always thought some of his moves famously here a couple of times. He's on the grass, overtaking the grass down the Dottinger. Then here, Kevin's in one of the Fricadelli racing cars, sharing with Michael Christensen and Felipe Fernandez-Lazer. All of them know the ring very well. He's down outside the top 10 in 11th place overall, but quickest driver last time around. But we've got that slow zone around the Caracciola carousel. So don't expect some fireworks this time, but in fact, it must be said, Estra got very close to tail of Christopher Haas's Audi Sport entry. That's holding down 10th place, 0.3 of a second between them last time around, but definitely the pace 3 seconds quicker was the chasing Kevin Estra. So French racer really got his tail up. In turn, I think they could easily catch the 911, if you will, of Lars Kern, who's holding down line. All 3 cars covered by 3 seconds. So rain around Middle Europe. I gather it's been raining at Spielberg too for the practice and qualifying for the Austrian Grand Prix. So is it going to travel a little further north and west to get across to
and Nordschleifer at the Nürburgring. But right now, sun bouncing off the wings of the cars when they go around the Grand Prix loop, but it's darker beyond when they get out into the forest. So conditions fair for now, particularly fair if you're the Hout Racing team and your name is Adam Christodoulou, because you're leading by 30 seconds. Will HRT take victory at their second attempt? First to finish in their opening foray, and it came to naught. They got a time penalty, and what they thought they'd gain was taken away. But it must be said, right now, 30-second advantage.
Alles begann mit zwei Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern. Zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
.911 is in the mix, in the running, but it's not even in the top 10. I'm talking Manthey Racing, a team that, particularly with their Grello car, a couple of years ago, could do no wrong in the NLS, or the VLN as it was then. However, this time around, target has moved. Now it's back fighting with the Audis. 2 years ago it was fighting with the Audis, but that was for victory. Now they're fighting to get into the top 10. They've got Ferraris with them as well. How times change. It's all about BMWs and Mercedes at the moment at the front end of the field.
Just reinforces what you said, the quality, depth of the quality. Who'd have thought you could say Manthey Racing not in the top 10? Not something that rolls off the tongue you'd expect to say no more, but you say that just proves the depth and quality for this race, because everybody's gearing up for, as we said at the beginning before the show, or before the race starts, it's all about the Nürburgring 24 hour. The big race. This is what this is. It's a real test for this now. So that's what today's going to bring out. What's tomorrow going to bring? We've still got an hour and 10 minutes of today's race to go, though. The second round of 2020 NLS. It seems odd to be saying that in the middle of July. Second round of it, but that's where we are. Christodoulou it is that's leading in the HRT Mercedes. Second is Schiller in the team Get Speed Mercedes. So it's Mercedes 1, 2 at the front, but the BMWs are behind.
But here is a massive but. The advantage is now 42 seconds. There must have been a slow zone that hit Schiller. He was 11 seconds slower that lap than Adam Christodoulou, thus the advantage gain. But he was 8 seconds quicker than those behind. So Christian Cronjes, remember, started the lap 1.15 of a second down on Schiller in that battle for second place. He's now 9.6 seconds down. So I said that slow zones could, if you can get past and then those behind get caught, you're laughing. Right now, Fabian Schiller is laughing, but not as much as he would like to, because he's also shed a lot of time to I was going to say the race-winning car. The car that surely sitting on a 42-second advantage has to be. It's been potentially the quickest, well, it actually has been the quickest car or race, has the fastest lap of the race, but has put in nearly 3 really strong stints. But that last lap, that was Christmas come early. That was a gift to the Hout racing team. So maybe the laws of upset, it was their mistake in the opening round when they didn't hit the minimum pit stop time at their final pit stop, got time penalty, and their first on the track became 6th in the final results. But this time around, there has been a gift because of a slow zone around the circuit. One has to presume you don't otherwise gain 20 seconds on those who are giving chase. So Christodoulou, I'm just going to go through those numbers again. Adam Christodoulou, number 16 Mercedes for Hout Racing Team, 42 seconds clear of the number 2 Mercedes from Get Speed Performance, Fabian Schiller, who started this third stint really strongly, overtaking the BMWs. They were still with him, right on his tail, at least 2 of them, until last lap, but then he suddenly found an advantage, probably down to a slow zone, and he stretched his advantage to 9.6 seconds. Then the next 3 cars, Cronjes, Farfus, Yololi, all in BMWs, covered by just 6.65 of a second. There's a third of a second between third and fourth and fifth. And Mathieu Vassivière trying to stay with them, but losing ground. He was another 9 seconds slower. He's 6th. He's in the number 8 Get Speed Performance Mercedes, so he's not able to hang on. And he's 6 and a bit seconds clear. The best of Porsche, the number 7, the 7th place car of Dennis Olsen. That's one of the pair from KCMG. But that was a phenomenally fortunate lap, we'll say, for Christodoulou, and not a bad lap for Schiller, thanks to matters beyond their control.
Now entering another new slow zone at Exmüller, but we're also getting into pit stop territory again at lap 19.
Yeah, well, I was just waiting to see if anybody jumped early. I expect there'll be the other side of the hour mark, and we've got an hour and 7 minutes remaining, so it might be after 20 laps we get the first of the front runners to make a pit stop, because let's see who's gone down through. We've got 21 cars have gone onto their 22nd lap, so we're nearly at the tail end of the SP9 class that is effectively GT3 all around the world. SP9 Pro-Am leader, still the number. It's changed hands. In fact, it's gone from Fricadelli. Really good run there by car number 25, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, Patrick Kolb, showing with Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula and Marco Holzer, but he's moved ahead of Klaus Abelen, boss of Fricadelli. And so he's stretching advantage there, and it's still the number 39 Racing 1 Ferrari that's leading the SP9 AM class. That's sitting quite tidily, well clear of the number 11 entry for the EFP car collection by Techie Audi. That doesn't really run off the tongue, but anyhow, we'll go with that. It's Ilya Earhart at the wheel of that. So those are the 2 subclasses of SP9. And when you see cars hitting their brakes very heavily in front of a car that's carrying camera, you realise that it's not because they need the braking for the corner. They've got a slow zone up ahead of them, and the driver's reacting very tidily at this point in the race. But again, it's how sometimes some of the people in front react. You might have seen the slow zone was coming and you wanted to brake a little bit later, but they're braking early. You have to avoid them and not get caught out in a concertina effect. Peter Turting is now leading the SP7 class. That's only a 7.5 second advantage. That's car number 62. We mentioned they've been leading the class for a long time, the HER Special Federn entry in the Porsche Cup class, but certainly it's come right down, number 80, in the hands of Johannes Stengel, sharing with Nico Menzel. God, he knows the ring, and Philip Neufler. They're racing for Huber Motorsport, and so it could be a very good day for Huber Motorsport indeed, because they're really closing in the SP7 class. Pavel Lefterov, the Bulgarian racer, he's leading SP10, but he's got half a minute's advantage over the car that was leading before, the number 1 entry, now in the hands of Florian Naumann, shared with Griesner and Fubrick, the multiple champions in what was the VLN. Right now, Pavel Lefterov has done the same number of pit stops, so it's all fair and square, but it's the 169 that's leading that class now, SP10. That's the FK Performance BMW. Christian Connerth, Nico Otto, and Pavel Lefterov. Another lap going on the board, Peter, there for Adam Christodoula. Just to see what his lap time was. He goes down the start-finish straight. 8 minutes 55. That just goes to prove. You see, you could go, how has he suddenly gone 30 seconds slower than his previous lap? That is because there are slow zones. The fastest lap of the race still belongs to that number 16 Mercedes. 8 minutes 00.617 seconds. There we are, 54.5 seconds slower. Goes to prove, but well, we'll see what sort of lap time Fabian Schiller can do, but one presumes he too will have been delayed by the slow zones. But again, it's full headlights on as the cars start to leave the Grand Prix loop. So there is something in the air. It's a question of what, when, and whether.
Quite literally.
Yes, yes. See what I accidentally did there. Right, 47 seconds to the good. So he gained another 5 seconds over Fabian Schiller. So quick through the areas of incident. Just over an hour to go in this round 2 of the NLS. Of course, the championship should have started early in the season. Didn't get underway until 2 weeks ago, right at the end of June. But you know what, we're enjoying it so much, we thought we'd have one again tomorrow as well. Get up to 3 rounds by the time we get to the middle of July. For so many of these drivers, it's just the sort of distraction they want as we work our way out of the pandemic, and again incidents out on the circuit, and again the driver's very accustomed to seeing safety vehicles warning. Someone has put muck all over the circuit at Exmüller. Possibly a bit of, would you say there was a bit of the quick dry there, put down on some spilt oil? It looked very orangey, as if it was, you know, too orange to be the dirt there that's gone onto the circuit.
It did. Go down to Adenauer, yeah. So clear the zone at Exmühl. Yes, track clear now, green flag at Exmühl. So we're back to full racing with almost exactly an hour to go, an hour and 2 minutes. So we are going to head into pit stop territory quite shortly. These cars having completed, the front running cars, all on 20 laps completed.
Well, what we had was a lot of drivers doing, some drivers, the BMWs, leading BMWs, that started in the front row doing 5 laps and then 8 laps. And 8 laps off 13, on to 13 means lap 21. They should be coming in if they've done another 8 lap stint. They've passed the pits after lap 20, so one has to assume the vast majority of our runners are going to come in. But just get this, 47-second advantage between first and second. That is the sort of advantage you might get if someone had a very, very different tactic when they came out after their first pit stop.
But we
Not
saw,
at this point in the race.
we also saw the Lamborghini that was running as high as second, wasn't it, earlier on? The Conrad Motorsports car, that's now running down in 15th. They had an issue at the pit stop, and we don't know what that was yet, but it certainly lost them that position from second all the way down to currently 15th.
Okay, various people have taken a different tactic. Three of the runners have come in after 20 laps. Matthias Drudy, son of Luca, came in from 8th place in his Audi. That's car number 29. Kevin Estre was 11th, has just reported in the number 31 Fricadelli Porsche, and Alex Imperatori, the second of the 2 KCMG Porsche, has also come in. But of the rivals, they have continued. So only 3 of that top 20 group of SB9 cars have come in with 20 laps. Give them a nice empty pit lane. You know what, though? Might be a bad idea. There are still slow zones out on the circuit. Maybe they're also hoping those will be cleared, or maybe simply they didn't have an option. They'd already got to the end of an 8-lap stint, whereas the vast majority of the front runners, this is their 8th lap in the stint. And 8 seems to be the maximum number of laps that you can really sensibly eke out of your fuel load, but more importantly, out of your tyre life.
But of course, your tyre life is saved enormously if you've got lots of slow zones. It'll take a lot to get a lap back out of those tyres around the Nürburgring compared to otherwise, as we've said already. But you suddenly get a whole series of slow zones like this, it could be worth a roll of the dice and saying, hang on a minute, temperatures come down, we saved an awful lot of wear. We've done 3 big slow zones, a third of the circuit each. All of a sudden you've got yourself a lap back, and that can change the whole strategy. And
So
it's down to the driver and what he's feeling as well. He'll be telling the crew how much he thinks is left in those tyres.
However, they came in with what we say is about an hour and 2 minutes for. So that means their pit stop has to be 339 seconds. So what they're hoping to gain from the slow zones, if indeed that's the mitigating factor for them, if their rivals come in 8 minutes later, I say 63 down to 55, well, you're looking at a difference of 27 seconds in the pits. Less for those that come in later. So it's not something you would choose to do unless it was a very long slow zone. So I think they'd simply got to the end of their eighth lap of their stint.
There'll be strategists there with laptops whirring away and spreadsheets and algorithms and all sorts going on, trying to work it out as to what is the best way. And the driver's sitting there saying, just tell me.
Yes.
In, out, box or not. What do I do? You know, I'm a simple driver. I just want to drive fast and do a bit. I'm stopping and I'm handing it over. But the strategy, that's it. It's the classic thing of endurance racing, isn't it? It's won by not being in the pits.
And you know, for some people, just looking at just timing intervals, all of this. I remember the inimitable, the one and only Jean-Pierre Van Rossum, of course, was Spirit Formula One.
Yeah.
You know, the Onyx Formula One team. He couldn't be. He used to be at the Spa 24 Hours. He was Belgian after all, and he would stay staring at as many screens as he could for as many hours before he fell over. It was, you know, he just loved the data. Maybe that was, you know, he made his money looking at screens, you know, money markets and stuff. But it can be quite beguiling. The more information you have, the more you can confuse yourself. But equally, the more you can potentially extrapolate. But we really do expect this time around that Adam Christodoulou will come to the end of his run. Just had a Ferrari going on the Racing 1 car down at turn number 1, but got back onto the track just before being collected by one of the tail end BMWs there. But even at this late stage, attention may be going away. Or was the rain on the track? No, I can see a bit of blue sky above. Oh, I'm determined to get rain in somewhere.
You go back to that the data stuff though, that you can actually, the flip side of that is that there's a phrase for it of analysis paralysis, that you can just get too involved in and miss something so much. At the end of the day, look at that overtake we saw earlier down the inside of the vehicle. We thought, oh, we'll do the 1. He's done the 2. No spreadsheet's going to teach you how to do that. That's just a racer's instinct at the end of the day, and he knows what the car feels like underneath him. He or she, the tyres, everything, the braking, what it's like, and they can pull it off in the way they did it. So we're getting into the really exciting, for me, part of this stage of this race now, with just under an hour to go.
But, you know, though Fabian Schiller was the driver who pulled off the aforementioned manoeuvre in that number 2 Mercedes, going around the 2 BMWs that started on the Rover car was there as well in the hands of Nick Yalodi. But he won't be smiling when he gets out of the car, because he's going to get out of it about 45 seconds down on the race leading number 16 Mercedes. And it also irks if you're behind a car from the same manufacturer. You know, you're all fighting to get your team promoted to sort of semi-work status. I mean, they have that at Get Speed Performance. They have that at the Hout Racing team.
Unofficial work support.
That'll be it.
Those parts that the others may not know about.
Yet. Another driver on the grass going around a course vehicle coming up the final sequence of corners, was overtaken on the grass inadvertently because the Porsche Cup, I think it was a Cup class car, just realised it might be about to collect the back of the Audi safety vehicle, and then the race leader is coming through behind.
Tiergarten, wasn't it? Yeah.
Was it Tiergarten? Yeah. And diving into the pits. Here we go. So 21 laps completificated, and car number 16 into the pits. 47 seconds was his advantage at the end of the previous lap. He might have been very slightly delayed there by that safety car, but at least he didn't take the grass around it. So now the long, slow trundle into the pit lane, off to the right, through the pit garage, around the one-way system at the back. You go hard left, along past some paddock area, around a roundabout, back down past some more teams in the pit lane, in the paddock, and then left again, sorry, right again and right again into the pit lane. So number 16 took about a long in and out. It's the same for all of them, but right now, so the time of that pit stop should be 320 seconds. So there we have it. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Of course, those who come in a minute later will do about a few seconds less. But the important thing is the fact that he's sitting on an advantage of 45 seconds. When I say he, I mean Adam Christodoulou reporting in. Fabian Schiller will be next, 42 seconds, so better lap for Schiller. He's coming to the pits. Well, he got 5 of those seconds back, but 42, nearly 43 seconds. That is huge coming into that final round of pit stops. So in from second place, Schiller, and Schiller's only 0.7 of a second up on Christian Cronjes. So those BMWs, Cronjes, Farfus, Iannoli, all kept him very honest indeed. So really, really close in that battle for second place. But you have to say it's going to take a disaster to befall the race-leading number 16 Mercedes for anything to tip it away. Outside chance, just looking actually. Schlitzer fell back a long way on that lap. Farfus has fallen back to Iannoli. That leaves Christian Cronjes on his own in third place. That could be very important indeed in the battle to be top BMW. And the 34 car that is the top BMW is the one that won the opening round. So they've got pedigree and they've got hunger.
They've got form, haven't they? Just say the top 7 in the pit now. Most of the top 10 actually, the 8th and 9th are not in at the moment, but our top 7 sitting in there. The leading Mercedes just being serviced. Driver change, as you expect. Adam Christodoulou coming out of that car. It's the HRT car, the new team, as it were. Nearly won on their debut 2 weeks ago, but were, I think, your word was correct, of deprived in terms of not the technicality. The facts are facts, and Valkenhorst were there to take it and take the win. But it was a penalty for an incorrect timing error in the pit lane. So it happens. That's what happens, unfortunately. But I'm sure they're out to avenge that today.
Just interesting. Look, of course, sitting on an advantage of 40x seconds when it came into the pits, the number 16 HRT Mercedes pulled in quite a gentle, accurate approach to its pit stop. Then suddenly around its nose, some 40 seconds later, came Fabian Schiller in the bright yellow Get Speed Mercedes. He's trying to gain any 1/10 of a second back. He did have to sort of go around its nose because the Get Speed Performance garage is closer towards pit exit, but it really was a difference of anything I can get back, I've got to get back, whereas no risk at all for Adam Christodoulou. Didn't have the pressure. Sorely their race to lose. But as we've seen, Peter, over the course of the first 3 hours of this event, there can be incident, and we just saw that scramble 2 laps ago where the slow zones really hit those in slightly in second place, but third, fourth, fifth, etc. They lost about 20 seconds, the race leader. That has really removed them from the mix, but it could swing back the other way. But the HRT team has done a fantastic job. 2 cars in the top half dozen, and yet again worth reiterating, as we covered this, the second round of the NLS, is the fact that the quality at the top, to be in the top 6 now is equivalent to being in the top 10 last time around. To get in the top 10 today, it's like being good enough to finish in the top 15 just 2 weeks ago. That is how heady the mix has become. That is how the quality, the calibre of the teams and the drivers has gone up and up, and it's going to ratchet up with every further round through the remainder of this season, as we really, even though we're in mid-July, just get our teeth into the race. So the final pit stop completed for the number 16 Mercedes, and it's Mauro Engel. They've got him out of the dark cupboard at the back of the garage, popped him into the car, and to be honest, Mauro, this will be such a luxury position for you to be in, because you like a battle, but you're sitting on a really, really tidy advantage.
This is what you're saying about that element of the pit stop there, the two difference, the 2 cars there. And it's that you've got that 42 seconds. 43 seconds, but 42.8, 43 seconds advantage. Somebody like Engel, so experienced, almost laconic, just get in the car and whatever. But do you become calm or do you become complacent? And that's when things happen. So the other team suddenly appeared at the nose, loads of activity, totally different dynamic about the whole pit stop. And it's suddenly like, whoa. And then it sets people off and think, well, why are they being so quick? We've got a 42 second. We've only got 42 seconds. 42 seconds around the Nordschleife is nothing. 42 seconds around a much more normal short circuit is quite something. Here, it's actually, yes, it's a great advantage, but it can be gone in the blink of an eye. And that's it. You lose it all at a pit stop, and all of a sudden, we've got 50 minutes to go, and it's a very, very different complexion for the rest of the race.
Well, you've got effectively 7 laps, so you could shed 6 seconds a lap. Yeah. But as we've seen, a slow zone in the wrong place can catch you, and it can wipe that. But I still feel in head-to-head racing, the number 16 Mercedes that got into the lead on the opening lap, having started from the second row, from third place on the grid, just seems to have the legs, just seems to have the comfort.
And I think something that reinforces that actually, Bruce, is that the not only the strategy of the pit stop, I think they've played their driver lineup strategy has played into their hands, and that's no disregard to Chris Sturler or anybody before, but putting Engel in at the end there, they've got a 42 second. If anybody knows how to look after that, maintain it, master it, or if he comes under threat to respond to it, ain't anybody can, Engel can.
Yeah, you certainly feel, but you know, every time I look down the entry list, I was extolling the attacking merits of Kevin Estra earlier, who just, but actually you look, almost every team has got the attack dog in the nicest way possible.
Thinking of that, we've got Mr. Pittard in the Valkenhorst BMW at the end now. Now we saw that attack dog mentality, as you just said, on that opening stint in the first round. He's now in the close stint. He did the closest stint as well last time round as well. So now 43 and 43 seconds. So, yeah, exactly. The gaps between the cars. Now Pittard is only 0.7 off Schiller in the Get Speed Mercedes for second place. So you're absolutely right. I said from the beginning, don't discount those BMWs. It's in podium position at the moment. Can it get second? I think highly likely. Can it get to first? You've only said it. Engel isn't, all things being equal, Engel is highly unlikely to lose anything like 6 seconds a lap at any consistency. But you say a slow zone might take that out of his hands.
But I still feel if there's a slow zone and anyone gets on his tail, such has been the performance of that car, such is his calibre as a driver, he should be able to control it on a restart, even if he's got the best of the rest right under his rear wing. And again, if we have to take it right down to the sprint out of the final corner on the final lap, we know that Mercedes has got just that little bit of extra grunt, providing the tyres are underneath it to get it straightened up and get the power down.
And isn't that a fascinating thought that you've just identified there, that where do you win the race? On the finish line at the checkered flag. Where's that car its strongest? We've seen that, but you've been saying it all show long. Those Mercedes just get that grunt off that little tear guard onto the back straight, and they're there, and they can deliver. We saw them do that, set up those runs into turn one. It could be as close as that. Let's face it, 2 weekends ago, we're talking potentially being the Valkenhorst car again, in the front. It was those two that crossed the line fractions of time apart. We might have a replay of it, but it might be the other way around this time. We'll see. It's attacking dog Pittard going to show his true colours in the last stint.
Well, I mean, the main thing we have to really identify is Schiller is still listed as taking the number 2 car to the finish, but Pittard, as you say, right on his tail. I'd like to see a little bit of action between them on the track, but if he's going to strike, he's got to strike early. It's a bit like back in the slipstreaming days up till 1970 at Monza, how, well, we famously had the finish, in fact, when Peter Gethin came through about 5th to win on that, and that final cluster of cars. You don't want to lead onto the final lap. It's the last thing you wanted to do in a place where there's slipstreaming. There's phenomenal slipstreaming when you go out of Galbenkopf and then down the Dossinghoe on the way back. But if you get, the only hope for BMW is to get close enough to try and make a manoeuvre before the final sequence of corners, to brave it out around the outside that becomes the inside. But if a BMW is not ahead before they get onto the final straight, it would take a misgear or something calamitous if they're in the drag for a Mercedes not to out-accelerate them.
I would concur. Yeah, it's probably got the job done by that stage, hasn't it? But
yeah, they've got to strike beforehand in the BMW.
However, that is some 45 minutes away before we've got that scenario unfolding in front of us, and let's see what happens when we get to there. Still 45 minutes of racing before we actually get to that point. So Engel, it is Mario Engel in the HRT Mercedes leading at the moment. 42.8 second advantage they had. Obviously, we've got to wait for this lap to come around and see our timing schemes settle out after the pit stop. But Schiller in the similar car, but from Team Get Speed, is in second place. 0.7 behind when they left the pits was David Pittard in the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, the car that won the opening round 2 weeks ago. 3 BMWs we have in a row. Farfus in the Schnitzer car behind Pittard. That's being in 4th place, and the Rover Racing Sims driving that car in the top 5. So 2 Mercedes from 3 BMWs round out the top 5.
Yeah, just trying to see where the moves may come from. I believe those Audis have done an extra lap for Christopher Haase. Of course, he's famously very, very light on his tyres, but they will come in to make their pit stops. But chasing Manthey car, but Porsche just not quite been at the races, and Audis likewise no. But all those front runners, I mean, the number we just have to consider is that 43 second advantage that Maro Engel had to play with. It's just extraordinary in modern motor racing in the NLS to have that much of an advantage. We've had 6 cars covered by 10 seconds at the end of rounds in the past, but you'd have to say that for the Hout Racing team, they have done absolutely everything right, and for the rivals, they don't even look as though they've got rain to give them an opportunity to maybe close back in or hit the track in a way that surprises the race leader, because there's more brightness than there was 20 minutes ago. At no point is the track being entirely in the shade, but gosh, again, whenever you get to look, if you're lucky enough at the race action around the Nordschleife, someone is going to be doing something that suddenly upsets the order. We very nearly had the Manthey Racing Porsche given a tweak and knocked out of line.
Collected.
It was so tricky, and that was Lars Kern right over the tail of Christopher Haase. They're running 1st and 2nd, but they owe us that 3rd pit stop, and then once they've shifted out of the way, and the best of the rest is indeed the car in 7th place overall, Maro Engel, that will go back into the lead of the race. 42.8 seconds was his advantage before the pit stops. Doesn't matter if it's come down a bit, because the clock's counting down. We've got 43.5 minutes remaining. The clock is very much the friend of the Hout Racing team. Take their first victory in their inaugural season. It was an 11th hour move when Black Falcon decided it wasn't going to compete in the top class for the deal to go across the Hout Racing team. A lot of the personnel did as well. Sean-Peter Breslin is running the Enterprise, as he did the Black Falcon crew. Black Falcon still competing through this year, but in the junior classes of the NLS, and it will come back with a full programme in SP9 next year.
The hiatus.
So just
really,
waiting.
sorry.
Go. I was going to say we're just waiting to see what the gap is, as the cars that were leading this race, who owe us a pit stop, peel off into the pits, waiting for the beam to be broken. When we get, well, still got cars very close indeed in what will be sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th positions. Baumann and Stippler have dived in to make their pit stops. Another well, we haven't talked too much about the number 6 HRT car. That's the Auto Reno car that Dirk Muller and Dominic Baumann are sharing with Patrick Assenheimer. But that was, when we looked, Peter, it was about 15th place. So yes, that's risen up, but it's going to fall down again with that final pit stop.
But as you said, 15th place now is almost equivalent to the top 10 2 weeks ago, such as the depth of quality and change and just the entry level in 2 weeks.
But, of course, anyone making a pit stop now, a lap after the others, will serve less time at a standstill. But for such is the way the field has been strung out through the excellence of the Hout Racing team, one just feels that ain't going to be enough to haul it back in, because they're not 25 seconds down or whatever, or 12 seconds down. They are minutes down on the race leading car. Those are making a very late pit stop. So approaching the final 40 minutes of this, the 2nd round of the NLS for 2020. New name, you're used to it as the VLN in the past. Now very much the NLS, the Nurburgring Endurance Series. And today, it looks like the team that made its race debut 2 weeks ago is going to head off with victory, because sitting on a tidy advantage is Maro Engel, who's taken over for the final stint. And the car he shared with Lukas Stoltz, who went first, Manuel Metzger, who took the 2nd stint, Adam Christodoulou in 3rd, now German racer, but living in Monaco for some long time now. Maro Engel leading the way, and with a tidy cushion. We'll tell you what it is when he gets to the end of this next lap. But I'll tell you what it is, it's 26 seconds, so A lot of time gained. His pit stop was always going to be a little bit longer than Fabian Schiller, because Schiller came in marginally later. But right now, caution is the byword. Pick off cars in front of you as and when. Don't take risks. That's the story for Mario Engel. But Fabian Schiller in for a double stint. He did stint number 3. He's now doing the 4th and final stint. Showing that car with Maxi Book is pushing towards the finish, but it's a mountain for him to climb. I'm afraid we've got a faller. Car number 50 has retired from the SP9 class. That's the Team Equipe Vitesse Audi. Arno Klaassen, Rudy Adams and Michael Heinrich. Can't see any damage on the car. The driver's still on board, but being pushed in a rather languid, languorous way back into the paddock.
Poor mechanics having to push the car with driver on board as well. As you say, somebody's got to steer it, I guess, haven't they?
Yes. We would get the heavy one.
Yes.
So the sun is bursting through all over again. It's promised. It was the threat of rain for about 2 hours of this race. It just kept staying away. Yes, it was a terrible tease. Right now, the run to the finish, 40 minutes until that checkered flag could be shown at the earliest incident. After 4 hours of racing, we've got nearly 3.5 of those hours done. It's been a masterclass for Haupt Racing Team. Hubert Haupt won't be in the winning car, but his car at the moment is running in what will effectively be 6th position, I believe, when the final runners have made that last pit stop. A few cars at the top of the timing screens. Car number 473 might look good from the back, and that's being winched back in, but doesn't look very good from the front. Oh, and the back is rubbish too. The rear, that I was thinking, as we can see the front end of that car, it's brought in, it must have biffed the front, but right rear wheel definitely at an angle. The rear windscreen has popped out, the rear wing has been ripped off the 473 Cayman.
It won't polish out. It's gone into the paddock graveyard of the rest of the cars that have been deposited, as we talked about earlier, because of the new rules where you can put the cars and whatever.
I have a sneaking feeling that's the car that we saw on its side, because looking at the panel damage front and rear, everything's a little bit sort of crinkle cut. So we saw that.
And certainly from the damage on that right rear wheel that's hanging off there on a full suspension droop and a bit more. I suspect that's the one that's been over. I think you're absolutely right there, Bruce. As long as everybody's okay, it's okay. The rest, it might not polish out, but it's rebuildable.
Not necessarily in time for tomorrow, so that could be scratched. In fact, we had 155 cars today, 144 coming out to play. That could be 143 now, I think. But we will keep an eye. More than enough to be going on with.
Maybe 142 with the burnt Porsche.
That's true. That is true indeed. So, fine conditions, but only particularly fine if you're the Haupt Racing Team. Deprived victory in the opening round 2 weeks ago. Sitting pretty today. The gap has come down in the gap we're looking at between Engel and Fabian Schiller. Went from 48 seconds to I think it was about 26 seconds. And we're waiting to go around lap number 23. People have run different tactics, as always in this. Car number 32, Christian Haase, top of the timesheet still. But the car that's led all the way, effectively, is car number 16, the number 16 Mercedes. The Grello Porsche dives into the pit lane. That's Lars Kern. He was second on the track, so in fact it's pretty unusual that car 32 is did that dive for the pits as well? Oh, that dived in as well. Sorry, I was just realised I was looking at the techie Audi. So the red and black Audi that was in the lead of the race, in the lead no more. Christian Haase dives into the pit. Christopher Haase dives into the pits, followed by Lars Kern. And in behind as well, Gabriele Piana, I think, is that coming in?
Correct.
Just wait and see. Car number 17, that dives in as well. That's from Haupt Racing. That's Hubert Haupt's car.
And the Conrad Lamborghini and the SRAM Phoenix Racing Audi in the pit as well. So we should be shaking out into the final bit of order now for our final 36-minute last half hour. This time these guys get settled out back onto the track and last 30-odd minutes.
So a different way of doing things. Of course, their pit stop will be shorter than the pit stop served 2 laps ago by our race leader, but it's going to be nowhere near enough because the advantage he had over second place alone was enough for him to have made that pit stop 2 laps earlier. Peter's doing the maths. What's the minimum pit stop time now?
If we counted at 37 minutes, I don't know if it's...
Yeah, let's go for that.
273 seconds stationary.
Okay, whereas if they come in, I think it was at It's a lot of time. Where was that number? Where did we get to? 273.
273, yeah, for 37 minutes to go. 273.
Add another minute to that, and he had more than that advantage. The HRT Mercedes now halfway down the Dottinger Höhe will be able to sweep by. So they might pick off some places from a few teams that were running a little bit ahead, but these were cars that were running outside the top 10 or tail end of the top 10 before those stops. In fact, I think they were 9th and 10th, of course. They rose to the 1st and 2nd. I'm talking about the 32 Audi and the 911 Porsche, Christopher Haase and Lars Kern. But as they only now are at a standstill in the pit lane, sweeping into the final corner through the Tiergarten Twisters comes the race leader. Maro Engel will vault to the top of the time charts unless someone's gone for a suicide lap, a lap that will take them round yet further before their final pit stop. Just remember last time round, his advantage over the chasing Mercedes was Fabian Schiller was more than ample. So 23 laps on the board, waiting for the number 2 Mercedes, Fabian Schiller, to cross the finish line. He did gain a little bit with traffic and maybe a few slow zones back, some of what he'd lost to the race leading number 16, but still waiting for the timing beam to be broken and see what the gap is back to effective 2nd place, which should be Fabian Schiller. Still waiting for it to go through. Will it? In fact, it's Schiller has lost ground because David Pittard has made that move. He's half a second to the good. He's okay, 28.2 seconds back to 2nd place. But 2nd place is now a BMW, not a Mercedes. We wondered if it'd be Mercedes, BMW, or if Pittard would, well, he'd get to the podium, but could one of the winners of the opening round get up to 2nd place? The answer so far is yes. He's only got a tiny advantage. He's got in front in the Walkenhorst BMW. He's got that bright, almost acid yellow and black Mercedes back in behind him. But I'm going to mention it at least one more time. The grunt that car can have if it stays there. We've seen it already make passing manoeuvres out ahead of the same car, ahead of the Walkenhorst car, down the start-finish straight. But don't forget, some of those manoeuvres were made by the time they got to turn 1. The start-finish line comes that little bit sooner, but the famous Mercedes grunt is definitely still a factor to play. But Pittard knew he had to get in front, and he's done that. He's got to stay there. That's his quest from here. No mistakes.
Well, it's about to go on to the Nordschleife very shortly, so that's the bit where that BMW seems to have the advantage over that first third of the old circuit lap compared to the Mercedes. They're just literally joining onto it right as we speak now. Held up a little bit there to Pittard traffic, and that hasn't helped him there where he has that advantage, that first third of the Nordschleife lap. He got tucked up a little bit of traffic there, which has allowed that Mercedes to get right onto the boot of the M6, which is just what he didn't need. He had, as you said, a very small advantage. He needed to hold that advantage, carry it over to the bit where his car has the better traction and better lap, and he can't unfortunately do that. So we'll keep an eye on that for the time. So we'll look at the sector times in a few moments, and just see how they've dealt with that, those first 2 cars. Sorry, second 2 cars, Pittard and Schiller.
You know how I've been just constantly worried about the rain. Apparently we hear from Alan Prosser, we've got a KTM has gone for a spin on the Grand Prix loop, facing the wrong way in the track. That's at the right hand. You go out of the Mercedes arena, and I think that's the little giddy golf that we saw in the pit lane, managed to sweep past. He's in the middle of the track, but now luckily kicking it around and out of the way. But just, you know, we said it was rain. I said it was raining at Monza, also at the Red Bull Ring, or the at Monza. Apparently,
let's go old school. Österreichring.
Yes. Alan Prosser informs us at RSL_studio, bow waves from the wheels, water coming in through the roof, a rather large tree branch on the track at Monza, so we've got off very lightly indeed here.
So far, with 31 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Just in case. The rotund lady's not singing yet.
So looking very, very good indeed. If you're HRT, Hubert Hout, he won't mind if his car doesn't win. Of course, he's racer on, he wants it to, but that's the car he's in. I'm talking about the sister car. And right now, that's making great strides towards the end of this race. Maro Engel, car number 16, 28 seconds to the good. We've got 31 minutes on the clock. And the spinning KTM makes it into the pit lane from the back entrance. That's the number 929 entry. We had 3 cars entered by Teichmann Racing last time round. In fact, this one is, the middle of those, by Bax and Jens, they're always racing that, and Mike Ronnefarth has joined them this time around. Plenty of action out on the track between a pair of Audis. Vincent Kolb in the mix there, challenging one of the Phoenix Racing Audis as well. So Audi's just not been in the hunt this time around. One sort of feels that Mercedes and BMW have really stolen an advantage because, you know, even last year it was super, super close with the Audis right at the front of the field fighting with the Porsches, but the Mercedes came on strong. Mercedes are really on strong. But what's happened now is the BMWs have found their form. And that's why we've got Pittard going up into second place overall. This year it's looking very, very good indeed for BMW. I still think Mercedes has got the ultimate pace, but the fact that particularly the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW can keep them honest and keep up close is very, very promising indeed for them.
Be interesting to see what David Pittard can do. 28-second advantage. It was 42. That's just a matter of the pit stops at the end there. So we'll just see how that pans out. I have to concur with Bruce that it's highly unlikely that that gap can be narrowed in the term. Even if he does, the age-old adage of motorsport, catching is one thing and passing is another. And Mario Engel, if anybody is qualified to.
Oh, we've got rain on the screen. I don't know if it's come from Monza. Or has he just sprayed the screen? No, he just sprayed it.
I think it's a dead bug.
Bug, well, he's got a lot of them. They're all gone streaking up the street. No, I think
It's that time of year, it's not rain.
No, okay.
Not yet, anyway. I know you're hoping for it. Goes with your narrative. You're desperate for the rain.
No, it's just that it seemed fairly uniform across the screen, but maybe he's just not differentiated between the bugs. So, who is going to rise to the top? Our timing screens still tell us it's the Audi Sport team, but we know otherwise. They came in for the pit stop. Christopher Haase, and he's back out for his final stint. Julian Andlau has taken over the 911 from Lars Kern, but real leader in this race. It's darkening skies over the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But we know the car that is effectively at the front of the field will be Mauro Engel in that number 16 Mercedes.
This is like commentating with John Fish. Determined. It's not as normal.
I feel honoured.
Nothing for
a woman has phoned in. So a very late pitter. We've had Elliot Earhart has come in to make a pit stop, but now that puts the real picture on who is leading the race. It was 28 seconds to the good, the HRT Mercedes, but it was David Pittard who moved up into second place, but he was only half a second to the good, having just got ahead of Fabian Schiller. So BMW going into second and Fabian Schiller's number 2. Get Speed Mercedes going back into third place overall.
What can that, I think the phrase used was attacking dog mentality of certainly David Pittard. What can he do? We saw that the beginning and closing stints of that first round. What can he do? 28 seconds I know is a lot, but it was 42 already, so that's been changed at the pit stop. Can he put him under pressure?
Well, that's his job. That's what he knows he's got to do. And of course, it sounded wrong when you said John Fish.
I knew that when I said
Fish.
it. My apologies. I knew one of those things as soon as it came out.
For those not listening around the world who don't know the story, Michael Fish in 1980-something said a woman's phoned in and said there's a big storm coming, but there's nothing to worry about. And we had a giant storm that night that destroyed hectare upon hectare of trees, ripped roofs off houses, and it was a massive crisis. That's in Britain. That was a long time ago, but he still has a place in folklore.
1987, and Michael Fish has dined out on it ever since, I suspect.
87. We had a student living in my bedroom. I'd gone off to start working. My parents had a student in there, and he came downstairs. Should the roof above the window have peeled off? They went, no. That wasn't a million miles from Brands Hatch, and that part of England got hit very hard indeed. So it was a big old storm. I flew out of the country the following day, and it was like someone had got a box of those giant matchsticks used for lighting barbecues and just sprinkled them, but in all directions. It wasn't like they all blew in one way. You had so many flurries and wind blowing through vortices and hitting, some hit 300 kph.
You are a wasted talent with some of your descriptions.
I'm a wasted talent.
Not at all. Not at all.
So, the real picture, we wanted to know what it was. Mauro Engel now leads, has effectively that 16 car. It has been in the lead race since the run to the first corner. Number 16 leading away, 32 seconds now to the good, but Schiller's got back ahead of Pittard, so it was half a second to the good, the BMW last time around. Now it's 0.3 of a second down. There's a battle that we want to get the cameras on. Third place is Pittard, as I said. Farfus is another 7 seconds back. in 5th place overall. So it's BMW's 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's Rover Racing, Alex Sims, sorry, fastest in 4th. Christian Johns in the number 8. Against Speed Performance, Mercedes holds down 6th, but who is close? They're the only ones that have completed 24 laps. Next one over 24 laps is the best of the Porsches, the Romain Dumas in a Porsche, that seems to fit. 911, but he's getting busy. He's got a challenge right in behind the Fricadelli car with Julian Andlauer. Sorry, Andlauer's it's Kevin Estre in the Fricadelli car, 8th and 9th. And, I said about attack dogs. I was actually mentioning Kevin Estre to start with. And there we are, place gained. The Fricadelli car, red and white Porsche going around the 911 Porsche, which in turn is being challenged. We've got Romain Dumas, he was at the front of that group. He was in 7th, he's now down in 9th in the space of 2 corners. Fabulous battling. They don't know the end of the race is coming in within 25 minutes. They're racing for position. Can they get towards the top 6? No, not yet. They're down 7th, 8th and 9th. Christian Johnson's got 18 seconds to good over them. But all looking very good indeed for the Mercedes. So it's 2 Mercedes, 3 BMWs, another Mercedes, and then 3 Porsches. And a Ferrari in the top 10, Octane 126, Luca Ludwig. What a mix of cars.
Andlauer getting his elbows out in that Porsche battle into turn 1 there. Just a little bit of paint, rubbing paint, should we say?
Well, as we know, paint only weighs cars down. Not required on the voyage. The cars look great, but again, it goes to prove if you want to work out which was the dominant manufacturer in this race. It's the 2 at the top. It's the Mercedes, then BMW. But the fact we've got those 3 Porsches filling out the top 10, top 9. Goes to shows that how competitive they are within their own class. But for Porsche, they won't be pleased to be 7th, 8th and 9th at this point in the race. We've got tomorrow to prove it, but I don't know what the weather forecast is for tomorrow. And we will just have to wait and see if it favours them the more. Still a slow zone. Well, not a slow zone. We've got a rescue vehicle coming down the Dottinger Höhe, but there's plenty of space for the cars to go past. We've got a safety vehicle running in behind it. Still looks though rain might yet come, but it could be too late. I'm not desperate for it. It's just merely a long shot in a dark screen with cars with their headlights blazing, and you feel that it's possibly not far away. But I don't think anyone is going to rain on the parade of the HRT. We've got 23 minutes remaining, and sitting with a lead of over half a minute, Maro Engel could be about to put a big smile on the face of the new team.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern. Zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
It's the run to the finish here on RS3. The first of 2 rounds of the Nurburgring Langstrecken Series, and the 32-second advantage for the race leader, the number 16 Haupt Racing Team Mercedes. Maro Engel at the wheel. What an advantage he has. The gap between second and third between the number 2 Mercedes and Get Speed Performance with Fabian Schiller at the wheel, and the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW is nothing. It's just under half a second. They've got 7 seconds advantage over the BMW 4th, the BMW Schnitzer entry with Augusto Farfus, and Alex Sims is tucked under the rear wing of that in his Rover Racing example. But for Maro Engel, sitting at the front of the field, sitting very, very pretty indeed. But I'm really tickled actually, Peter, as I look, the fact we've got Mercedes, BMW, Porsche and Ferrari all in the top. We've got those makes of cars in the top 10 positions. Audi just outside. We need to find 8 and a bit seconds. Matteo Druri, they will be really disappointed. Audi over the years have been so strong in this, but Ferrari have been almost a novelty, a sort of outrider, if you will. And the fact that I think we really should blow their trumpet a bit. You said how good they were in the opening round, a spin on the very early on the opening lap, and they fought their way back up to pretty much where they are now. But 10th place this time around is far better than 10th place in LS1, because there is much more competition at the top of the field. So I think Octane 126, running that number 26 Ferrari, should be very, very pleased indeed. The form of Bjorn Grossman, Simon Trummer, Jonathan Hershey and Luca Ludwig, who's been racing Ferraris for some long time now, mainly in the ADAC GT Championship, the GT Masters Series, but here on the Nordschleife gaining more and more track time too. And that's been a really strong run for them.
And a worthy mention too for the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan down at
zu sein scheint, wenn ich jetzt nicht völlig daneben liege.
15th position there, that had a great opening stint. And say we don't know exactly what happened to that first pit stop, but delayed, obviously some technical error or something problem, whatever caused it to be delayed. And that finishing position, as you've said a couple of times at least so far, that top 10 2 weeks ago is top 15 now, so they're still in that sort of credibility. But that top 15 position there doesn't really reflect that opening stint, and that car was running as like it was second overall, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I would have expected that car to have been in the top 5, 6, 7 overall.
I'm just taking a look at, well, of course, the pit stop times. They were very late at pitting, so their last lap time was 11 minutes 32 in the hands of Marco Mappelli, but early in the race he had the fastest lap.
Now, Pittard, if I'm not wrong, he's got a bit of a wriggle on here and starting to give Schiller a bit more of a hard time into this final 17 minutes. He's got the attacking dog mode on. He's found that button, turned it on, and away he goes. Now, is he going to do anything about it? I don't know. This is the best way they can leave the Grand Prix circuit and join the Nordschleife. Our leading car's gone through, Engel through that. Schiller and Pittard have just joined the Nordschleife. This is where the BMW is stronger over these first third of this lap, and that's where he has the chance to really close the gap. Probably then find it neutralises, and that's going to be the problem. I don't think at this point he can do much about it, but it was only 0.6 of a second going on to that last lap.
Yeah, but what he did immediately after their pit stops, he got himself past Schiller. Schiller then reversed those positions, and you could say that Pittard, maybe there was traffic ahead and he got them over right, or maybe he just thought, I'm attacking as soon as I can, and made that move. But I think the fact that Schiller is back in front is probably ominous for David Pittard there, because I think now they're settling down to their form. But the point you made, onto the twistier parts through Hatzenbach, that is the point at which Pittard and his teammate Mikkel Jensen were so strong through the opening 4-hour race of this championship just 2 weekends ago. And, well, let's see if history can repeat itself. Can he get himself back up? And I think it's really quite a big ask, because Fabian Schiller has looked very, very positive. And we saw him, this is his second stint. In the start of his first stint, he picked off 2 of the 3 front-running BMWs in one go down the start of the straight. So you have to say he's got that little bit of the circuit absolutely down pat.
Tyres as well comes into it. How worn are they? How much have they used them? How much have they leaned on those tyres? What's left of the brakes? And what's left of the driver as well in terms of energy and concentration this part of the race? Pittard's fairly fresh into this car now. Schiller has done a great stint already. Can Pittard do that? Mercedes in front and split the 2 Mercedes. It's a big ask, you say, but it's only 0.6 of a second. It looks, all things being equal, that Maro Engel in the HRT Mercedes with a 35.6 second advantage, call it 36.7, has got this to lose. I said at the beginning of this, before the race started, it was Mercedes' race to lose this one. But it looks like it could be a 1-2. But David Pittard has probably got different ideas. Winner last time out. He would like to at least get one place high. He's not going to really, all things equal, catch that angle Mercedes, but he could just get the one in front.
Yeah, but he's got to ask himself, he's leading the championship, and to take this championship would be a feather in anybody's cap. Do you risk gaining an extra 0.14 of a point? I don't know if you've ever seen the scoring system for the NLS. It's the world's most complicated and one of the very few that deals not in single points, but in fractions thereof. But second to third, there's a points difference, but is it worth the risk? And he's got to think about that.
I would agree. In normal circumstances, I would agree with you completely. Just go back 2 weeks to what we said pre-race of all the sense, all the thing we're going to do. The drivers being, they're not match fit. They've been doing digital racing. They haven't had the bit of the curves, the G-forces, all that. They might have been in a simulator, etc., etc., etc. And who completely blew us away on his first and last stint, but particularly the first stint? David Pittard. At this point, could also say another view of it is, it's not July, it's only the second round of the championship. Another way of looking at it. So maybe you go for it now. It's just an alternative way of thinking. Maybe he has a go for it, or does he start thinking about the championship already and just settle out and say, right, second, we've got 1 win, 1 second from the first 2 rounds. That's not a bad hit rate.
Yeah. Well, that's the sort of thing on which championships can be built, frequently are. A bit of tattiness on the side of that number 4 Forco Motorsport Porsche, just noticing it's obviously had a little bit of side-on contact.
It's in a better shape than its sister car.
Yes, sister car standing still with the tail end having been burnt out.
Barbecued.
When Thomas Pryning was at the wheel, there was a rip in the door, front right door, the right door, in other words, the front of the right door is what I was trying to say. Something's come up against that. One of the headlights not working.
Interesting, the same side of the headlights out, and it's just there on that wheel. I wonder if there's a little tap or something. It's just taken something out there, a little bit of a under wheel arch damage there. The car seems to be running absolutely fine, but it is certainly slightly damaged. That number 4 Porsche.
So first to second is 35.7 seconds. So any move from Schiller should have come a long time ago. He had to take, I think we were working out 6 seconds a lap through the final 7 laps of this race. And we've only got 12, well, we've got this lap and the next one. Just trying to see where the race leader is around the lap. We get treated to a timing screen where you've got the car numbers moving around the circuit, but with still probably 140 of them going. Trying to pick one out, unless it's running in clear air, is nigh on impossible.
Well, that was the task you gave me 2 weeks ago.
Why did I accept it this time around? Next time I'm going to sit on the other side of the desk.
We can swap seats tomorrow, whatever not. Yeah. Got a driver change, got a commentator change.
Yes.
Swap seats, whatever not.
Quite so.
Let's go with the flow, go with the sport.
Just looking to see if there are any changes. One change that appears to have happened is that Ferrari has just moved up into 9th place. Luca Ludwig's got ahead of Romain Dumas, just 0.8 of a second between them. So the Ferrari, I thought, had done really well to get into the top 10, is now up to 9th. Only 3 seconds down on, because he's going to pick off all the Porsches. He's got Julian Antlauer, and then Kevin Estre. That's not going to be easy.
Just think about what you just said. Just got ahead of Romain Dumas.
I know. You see, I said it very nonchalantly.
It's exactly a man of a certain caliber, experience, and success, shall we say? And he said that just reiterates exactly what he said about that Porsche. It's just there or thereabouts, but just hasn't got that extra oomph at the moment, has it? It's just not. It's not there.
Lights still being flashed as cars trying to pick their way around and not lose any positions at this late stage in the race. The field is very much spread all around the field, as it has been from effectively lap 2 of this race. We've got 25 laps complete on the board, and looks like we've got some busyness coming towards us. The number 2, no, it's the battle for 4th and 5th, because Pittard's got ahead of Schiller. Schiller's been dropped, and then we've got Farfus with Sims all over him. No pride to be spared here. It's a BMW battle, but already the Walkenhorst car is not only up the track, but 2 positions further up. So Pittard has struck. He's got up into 2nd place, but it's looking very tight indeed into the final Tiergarten sweepers, and Sims, who started the Rover Racing 98 BMW, all over the tail. The car that started from pole. Augusto Farfus's car for Schnitzer Motorsport. 10 minutes and no change at all as they cross the start-finish line. But we've got this lap and one more to go.
But they're not taking your advice of thinking about the championship clearly.
Yeah,
Where
but
they're coming through tear gas,
yeah,
bouncing over the curves, hopping around. This is absolutely BMW honours, isn't it now?
This is exactly why they go racing. But also, you see, they aren't at the very sharp end of the field because whereas Pittard is, but he's made his move. He's gone up into second place. He lapped almost identical pace, a tenth of a second quicker than the race leading number 16 HRT Mercedes, Mauro Engel at the wheel. But Mauro doesn't have to take risk. But that was a good lap from Pittard. He not only got past Schiller, but he put 4 seconds on him. Tail well and truly up in the air there.
Because he was 0.6, wasn't he, across the line last time? So that's 4.5 seconds in a lap.
Yeah. But then, in an international motor race, when you're probably in the most sorted car out there, the car that's looked best on its rubber through this race, and you've got an advantage with 2 laps to go of 33 seconds. That's not the sort of thing that's going to scare Mauro Engel. I guess the big question now is, can Schiller get back close with Pittard, or is Schiller's tyres a little more worn in this late stage of the race? Shouldn't be a great deal of difference. But again, often when you see the cars, just as they leave the Grand Prix circuit, do the double left at Nordkara, you see the front end of the car just no grip anymore. We saw that with Alex Sims just there in the Rover Racing BMW, just the front skittering away when he really thought it'd be quite nice if it started to turn left a little bit into the first of those corners. But this is the skill. We talk about the drivers having to get their craft of placing their car in the right place, not get caught out by back markers, but they've also got to remember the things they find easier to remember on other circuits where they've got more time to think about life. Tyre preservation. And I did wonder if Pittard, having got up into second place, lost second place, had gone too hard too soon on the final batch of tyres, but the fact he gained 4.5 seconds on Schiller suggests that perhaps it was the other way around and Schiller went too hard too soon. Any late movers in the form? I want to see next time around if Octane 126, they can move their Ferrari up from 9th. They went from 10th to 9th. Can they go 9th to 8th? But the thing is, Julian Andlauer just put in a far better lap, and suddenly there's a gap of 7 seconds between them. So I think the bolt has been fired as far as the Ferrari is going. 9th place would be as good as it can get.
Let's just say about the 3 elements of sort of driving: there's track conditions, the car condition, and then there's racecraft. The 3 elements you've got to be thinking about all the time. But somewhere like this, because of the speed differential and the sheer volume of cars, 155 cars on track, as you said, you're constantly negotiating something. You then throw in the weather, so it's so demanding, it's so draining on you, concentration-wise, because you just cannot take a relax and laps and take a bit of a nap, metaphorically, and sort of look at the gauges and stuff like that that we're used to, and because something just might happen. Weather, corner, dust, slower car, service vehicle, any number of permutations, and all of a sudden, game over.
It does make
different.
It does make me really think that nobody could really have that many excuses if they're racing in a 1-race series in a 10-lap race. Of course, drivers being drivers will still produce them, but
you know different, of course. Yes, each driver's written his own book, and many confer.
Well, great to have KCMG on board this weekend, not bringing just 1 but 2 cars, but best is number 18. That's in 10th place overall with Romain Dumas, multiple Le Mans winner. Car looking a little bit tatty at the back. Again, don't think that's bodywork as I thought on the Schnitzer BMW. I think it's just grubbiness, exhaust from the tail of the exhaust, but hasn't quite made the splash it wanted. But their target for KCMG is to go for gold in the Nürburgring 24 hours, and I'm sure we'll see them in quite a few more rounds of the NLS as they try, well, find the missing performance. They need to get back on the Mercedes and the BMWs, because right now BMW and Mercedes are some way clear of the best of the Porsches. And for Romain Dumas, his is not the best of the Porsches. This is third of the Porsches. The best one is the Fricadelli racing car in the hands of Kevin Estra, who works his way past Julian Andlauer in the Manthey racing car. And Dumas was with them. They're all very close together, but Dumas has fallen back somewhat in now 10th place overall.
Again, just phrases you don't expect to hear or to say about somebody of his quality and experience and track record, literally. So, Mercedes, BMW, Mercedes, BMW, BMW, Mercedes it is at the moment. We are predicting, what did we say? We said they crossed the line with 10 minutes to go, so there was that lap and another one.
Yeah. So, the Fricadelli Porsche we just was talking about with Kevin Estre. He's got Julian Andlower tucked in behind him, but they go with 5 minutes precisely on the clock onto the final lap of their race. How far behind the race leader are they? 1 minute 21 seconds. So yes, that means we won't squeak any further laps beyond this one into this race. SP9 Pro-Am class, still the property of the 25 Porsche. Huber Motorsport, and the driver at the wheel at the moment is Marco Holzer.
Changed position for the two Porsches there. The Andlauer and the Mante car managed to get past the Fricadelli car driven by Kevin Estre. Just ran a little bit wide, and Caesar snapped it, took the opportunity in an instant, was straight through, going on to his final lap.
And the SP9 AM still the hands of the Racing One Ferrari crew. Nikolai Rogivu at the wheel of that, 22nd position overall. So the top Pro-Am line up in 20th, which is Marco Holzer. And the top AM car 2 positions further back, Nikolai Rogivu, the Racing One Ferrari. But as they go on to that final lap, first to second, 33 seconds. So in fact, the gap between them's only changed by about half a second, but it matters not for Mauro Engel. He'd be quite happy to start the lap with just 1.3 seconds advantage rather than 33.3.
Well, as you quite rightly said, after the pit stop, anybody can maintain that gap. He's the man to do it, and equally respond if threatened. Nobody's going to threaten him really with that, but he just maintained it, and that's exactly what a race leader in that position to do after the final pit stop needs to do. He's just done his job.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, his main prayer is obviously you don't get an unexpected puncture or anything, but 3 and a bit minutes on the clock, and he's sitting very pretty.
You do like to tease, don't you?
Yeah, no, but he's sitting very pretty. I mean, all he needed, we have seen earlier in the race that he gained enormously with a slow zone that he got through, and it held up the chasing number 2 Mercedes, Fabian Schiller on board, by about 10 seconds. But he got through it before it had got extended, because often they get extended from corner to corner, and those behind lost a further 10 seconds. So suddenly it was a 20-second gift. And we are going to get another lap, because here comes car number 16, and the clock still says 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So, oh no, we did that. We knew that. Sorry, it was one lap and one more. So here we have. So
you were saying about the race mentality, though. They're just watching the leading car there, the Mario Engel, the number 16 Mercedes, coming down into the last bit of the lap there, down the hill, passing one of the one of the Cup class BMWs, who jinked out of his way to let him come through. But the nanosecond it was passed, he jinked in behind to try and get a toe off it from the SP9 car. Never say die. It's a bit of an opportunity. Might get the lap record.
Right. We might not have 2 Mercedes on the podium, because Fabian Schiller is being caught quite notably by Augusto Farfus, who's been egged along by Alex Sims, who's still tucked in behind, hasn't managed to get past. But I do feel they're a bit closer than they were last time around. So Schiller will cross the start-finish line onto the final lap. Still in 3rd place for Mercedes, for the number 2 Get Speed Performance crew, but the BMWs are only just over a second behind him in 4th and 5th. Farfus being propelled along by Sims. 2 seconds. Yeah, 1.955. That's the gap between Schiller and Farfus. Farfus and Sims is 0.4 of a second. Oh, what they didn't want was that backmarking BMW between them as they went into turn number 1, but Farfus got the elbows out, just managed to jink back around him, but then trying to go up the inside off him as they go into the left-hander, into the second. So now into a right-hander, and it's the Rover BMW who's got his nose in front, but as they leave the Mercedes arena, quite rightly, Farfus chops across his nose, but runs very wide indeed. Sims surely not close enough. It's not a long drag down until they have to turn right. Oh, to double back, and Farfus just gets his nose back in front, just enough behind one of the BMW Cup class cars. It looked as though the Rover BMW there was going to get its nose just enough alongside to keep Farfus out wide. Didn't quite pull it off.
An absolute replay, what we had the lap before between Kevin Estre and Andlauer in the Porsche. Exactly the same thing, flipping, swapping exactly those areas. And BMW coming off. So obviously that's the place to do it. Interesting, similarly, between the last round, 1.9 seconds for the lead at that point, 1.9 seconds between those two going onto this lap. It's still possible. That Mercedes BMW thing, you never know. I think they've actually held each other up a little bit there by having fighting. They've slowed each other down, haven't they?
Yeah, good point, because the Schnitzer BMW was just a whisker under 2 seconds down on Fabian Schiller's Get Speed Mercedes, and by the time they've turned the double left at Nordkehr, it looks more like about 4 seconds. So that little battle. Also, the traffic seemed to land on their bonnets as it went through the Mercedes arena. At every corner, the battling BMWs had a slower car, trying to keep out of the way, but necessarily slightly being on their tail. Now, Lamborghini about to gain a place on this final lap. It was down in 14th, 15th position last time I looked, but suddenly in traffic, it's closing up all over again. Marco Mappelli, 15th, right on the tail of Christopher Haase, the number 32 Audi that was one of the last cars to come in and make that final round of pit stops. 38.6 seconds. In fact, so far clear is Maro Engel from David Pittard. We didn't even bother talking about the gap. It didn't matter if it came down by 6 seconds or went up. Such has been the advantage that the 16 car has had for the Haupt Racing team. So this is the final lap of the second round of the NLS. And for the Haupt Racing team, first that finished last time around. Unfortunately, when the classifications were issued, a time penalty cost them time. Time was added to their overall tally and it dropped them from first. Not that far ahead of David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen on the road, but when the timing sheets were issued, they were down in 6th overall. We've got a slow-moving car coming up. The Dottinger Höhe, lights flashing. It's not one of the front runners. Staying out of the way, but again, these elements can make problems. The RCF Lexus, that's the team that already had a problem with the sister car that came in. In fact, both of them had punctures. That was a front left puncture, and the other had a rear right. No, the other way around. Rear left for the Supra, run by the Novel Racing team, by Ring Racing, and now the Lexus not quite making it to the finish under its own steam. Because if it gets to start the final lap, which it will have to do, it's not probably going to, if it's a bad problem, it's not going to make it the whole way around.
It's going to have to pit, isn't it? And
well, they could pit, maybe get sorted as an easy problem, get back out before the checkered flag is shown, because we've still got probably 6 minutes in this race. As the the HRT Mercedes, Maro Engel on board, works his way around this final lap. He's probably halfway around the lap at the moment. And as a lap time here is just north of 8 minutes, that does provide a few minutes for the Novel Racing team to get that Lexus RCF sorted and back out, but who knows what the problem would be. Rare shot late in the race, a long view down the start-finish straight and not a car to be seen. KCMG Porsche comes into the background of the shot, passing BMW from one of the junior classes, which of course being an SP9 he does very easily indeed, but for KCMG hasn't quite been the dream landing in this series, but I'm sure they'll go better and better from here. And that was Josh Burton, the Australian racer, but he's down in 18th position overall, so he won't be pleased with that at all.
well, excitement all the way through this second round of NLS. It has, I know we're not quite at the end, but it has delivered all the way through the classes as well. It's been a Mercedes battled at one point, BMW came back, trailed off again a little bit, reappeared again. Porsche actually looking to have a slightly better finish than we expected at one point there. Jacob Westra upholding honours there for Fricadelli Motorsport racing team, and that car in 7th. So Porsche's in 7th and 8th, which is comfortably inside the top 10, as colleague Bruce has said a good few times for this meeting, that the quality of this field, 150 odd cars, and some of the teams that come out effectively in the top 15 is like being in a top 10 ordinarily. So that's a very good result, actually. A little bit better than perhaps we thought there. Octane 126 Ferrari sitting comfortably in 9th place. I think that posted the fastest lap as well a few laps ago.
Yeah,
he did that 2 weeks ago as well.
Yeah, really late on, but that could yet get up to 8th place, because Julian Andlau is just under 2 seconds ahead of him. So he was 7 seconds down. He gained 5 seconds on that battle. I know it's a real battle though, because the Fricadelli car with Estra that got ahead of Andlau is now on the tail of Christian Jons. So 6th place looked assured for the number 8 Mercedes, but it certainly isn't now. So even at this final lap of the race, we could have place changes. Not for the lead, though, because it has to be said that Maro Engel started the final lap 38.5 seconds to the good. So he's got to be good for that top step in the podium. I know it's a long final lap, but that car has not put a wheel wrong in this race, hasn't taken the risks, hasn't needed to. And David Pittard, he's now got nearly 10 seconds advantage over Fabian Schiller, so 2nd place surely will go the way of the car that was 2nd in the opening round, but was given victory when the leading car, the HRT car that's leading home today, got a time penalty. So the race is all but run. We're on the final lap, and we're waiting for the race-leading car from the Hout Racing team, formed literally a month ago with a lot of the personnel from Black Falcon. And for Hubert Hout, his car will not be a winning one, but one of his, not the car he's driving, but the car, one of the other cars he enters. He's running 3 cars in this race with Maro Engel on board. Has only got a left, a right, a left onto the start-finish straight once he's completed the long run down the Dottinger to head for victory. He started the final lap 38.6 seconds to the good. So in the pit lane and the paddock, we'll have Manuel Metzger, Adam Christodoulou, and the driver who started it off, Lukas Stoltz, cheering like mad because this is a really good result for them. Could have won last time around, they didn't. They ended up 6th at a time penalty. But today, 6th in the opening round has become 2 races in a row in which they've taken the checkered flag at the front of the field. That in itself tells you a story. He might have backed off a little bit. The gap may have come down to the chasing BMW of David Pittard. It matters not. Maximum points today in NLS 2 to the Hout Racing team. David Pittard giving chase, pressing as hard as he can. Only now with the sweepers at Tiergarten. He's got the right and left and the Renault Clio to negotiate. Does that, but he did a good drive to get past Fabian Schiller, who reversed those positions. Then Pittard struck again, and the driver who's leading the championship comes over the finish line. His teammate Mikkel Jensen will be delighted. Christian Cronje's got to share in their joy this weekend as well. And the gap between first and second in the end was 34 seconds. So it came down slightly, but as I say, it mattered not. Then the acid yellow and black Mercedes, number 2 from Get Speed, Fabian Schiller, brings that home in 3rd place overall. He was another 7.8 seconds down in 3rd place. That's Mercedes, BMW, Mercedes. Then there'll be 2 more BMWs surely crossing the finish line next. Will it be Schnitzer, Augusto Farfus, or Alex Sims taking that 5th place? And now suddenly we've got really tight action. Christian Johnson's been caught hand over fist. He's got the Fricadelli, he's got the 911 Andlauer car, but has Estra gone past him? Yes, Estra got past him, so the Porsche got up into 6th place at the end. We knew the hunting was happening there, Peter, but Christian Johns just managed to hang on to that. Ferrari, in the end, ended up 9th, but it was only 0.2 of a second down on Andlauer. Another lap, Jons would have fallen back 2 positions, and it would have been the top 8 for the Ferrari. So they are really a feature of this championship now. They're not here to make up the numbers.
7th tomorrow.
Okay. Then there's cards on the table. Man's a
I like to get in early.
So let's just run down the top 10 at the end of the race. The number 16 Mercedes won by, get this, 34 seconds. Then David Pittard 2nd for Walkenhorst and BMW. 3rd place Fabian Schiller in the Get Speed Mercedes. He was another 8 seconds down on Pittard. Then we had just 3 seconds back to the next 2 BMWs. Schnitzer just held on. Augusto Farfus from Alexander Sims, then a full half minute back to the best of the rest. But the important thing there was that Kevin Estra for Fricadelli on that final lap, he demoted the Get Speed Mercedes of Christa Johns to 7th place. Had there been really a few more corners, you felt Julian Andlauer and Luca Ludwig would put the Manthey Porsche and the Octane 126 Ferrari past him as well. Top 10 completed by a team that joined the championship this weekend. KCMG, Romain Dumas just managed, in fact by 10 seconds at the end, to beat the best of the Audis, which was Matteo Drudi, 11th place. So for Audi, they'll be licking their wounds, trying to work out what they can do to reverse things in the next race. When is the next race? It's some way distant. No, it's not. It's tomorrow. Still racing right the way to the finish of the race. The number 1 BMW being pushed round a wonderful vintage BMW M3. Go the cars in the 240i Cup class, and it's going to be, well, I'm going to have to look at the timing screen to work out what the gap is between those two, but very tight in the finish. And it was Fubrick just from Otto, so close. Changed positions after the finish line. Just
Question for Hubert Hout what did you do in lockdown? Answer: built an NLS race-winning team in 1 month.
In 1 month, I was going to say it wasn't all of lockdown.
Exactly. It's quite an achievement to say the very least. You say really technicality deprived the win last round. As you said, 2 rounds in a row, crossed the line taking the checker flag first. Lost it on a technicality last time. This time, they said they established that from the beginning. That was it. It was theirs from the outset, wasn't it? Really.
They did, and I think not only did they get into the lead at the start of the race, Lukas Stoltz going out from the 2nd row to take the lead, but they were able to sit on build a cushion and then just sit on that cushion. was a very comfortable cushion to sit on.
It was.
So through to the end of the race, it's a minor incident, but really for the other 154 cars in the field, what a start.
Just let that sink in.
Yeah, I would throw that in there. Even the best of the rest. At the end of the race, they were over half a minute down. 34 seconds built across 4 hours. That is, at this level of racing, a phenomenal performance. There were slight mitigating circumstances and a few advantages came their way, but not 34 seconds worth of advantages. So what a really, really strong day today for the Hout Racing team. Built out of Black Falcon. Black Falcon still running, but running cars in the junior classes. But for the front-end runners in the SP9, it's the Hout Racing crew that have done such a strong performance. And for Mauro Engel, he will be smiles all round when he pulls off into the paddock. For David Pittard, sharing the championship lead with his teammate Mikkel Jensen, joined this weekend by Christian Cronjes as well. First in the opening round, second in the second round. They're waving the flag for the blue and white spinner for the BMW mark. And for Porsche, well, they'll have to improve from there. But Kevin Estre made it respectable with moving up to 6th place on the final few corners. But as is the want here, only the winning car parks right immediately under the podium straight away. But he could park the car, polish the car before the next 3 cars came in beneath the podium. Just pulling a little bit further past the number 2 Mercedes. And in fact being flagged on down. Just the winning car sitting underneath as the car that came third slides away. David Pittard will be parking his Walk-on-Horse Motorsport car also in the pit lane. But the story today, not just Mercedes beats BMW, but Mercedes beats BMW handsomely. And Hout Racing Team puts its first win on the board. So a lot to reflect. And for the manufacturers and teams not near the front end that were in the past, where's it all gone? The target keeps on moving. That's the very nature of motorsport. And for a season that, frankly, the fact it's happening at all is phenomenal and an accolade to all involved. But the bar has been raised, and really raised by not just one peg, by a couple of pegs. And certainly for the rest, the Hout Racing team have got the big smile on their face. Walk-on-Horse Motorsport waving the flag for BMW. Everyone else, get a move on.
It certainly has set the bar, hasn't it? As you say, we can't reiterate enough that they really did win on track and should have won their debut race to win. It's only created a month ago as well. I know it's obviously got lots of good personnel from Black Falcon there, and it is kind of like an evolution of that. So, but that's the point. Only a month ago, if you turned around a month ago and said, let's build a race-winning team, where we're going to cherry pick people from, what car we're going to do, what series, whatever, and they've done it in this one of the most competitive series in the world, and they really laid the marker down on their opening race, and so actually they later proven it.
Yeah, I mean, if you turn around and said I've got a month to build a tree house, I might have finished it by now, but not quite the same.
I doubt it.
Oh, I would. Beautiful thing. So that was impressive. That was super, super impressive. We saw the speed last time, but today was even more impressive. It wasn't just a battle for victory, it was domination. They got the pick tactics right. Didn't do anything wild and crazy. BMW tried to mix it up. Walk-on-Horse Motorsport making that first pit stop two laps earlier. After lap 5, they came in, surprising everybody really. The other car, other BMW from the outside the front row, sorry, from the front row, the Schnitzer car also pitted after 5 laps, and we thought, hello. But by the time they then did a longer second stint, and they all the front runners made their second pit stop after 13 laps. By that point, it was absolutely clear that the tactic was fully correct at the sharp end of the field, and the Hout Racing team had got it right.
But Falcon-Horse Motorsport, technician, personnel, whatever, tonight, this evening. We've got another race tomorrow, same time. Another 4 hours on the Nordschleife. Falcon-Horse Motorsport are going to be sitting there tonight looking through that strategy, laps, charts, you name it, and seeing it, right, what can we do different straight away? What can we do different? We did win it last time, but that was on a bit of a technicality. We're there or thereabouts, but actually 30 seconds. That's a whitewash.
Yeah, I mean, on one lap we saw they gained 10 seconds. In fact, they gained 20 seconds over the Walk-on-Horse car, but that still leaves another 15 seconds unexplained, and that is night and day after 4 hours of racing. When you have the SP9 class, but the sheer number of cars, we had 29 cars in the top class, 155 overall, and you know, a lot of our friends around the world, not our friends from motor racing, but from other walks of life, go, oh, has motor racing started again? Because other sports are only just getting going. Not just started, it's fully underway all over again, down to the auspices and the intelligent application of social distancing applied here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So things changing all the time, but some things never change. And the Opel Manta still competing in the championship and looking
601 still going round, yeah.
clean as it takes the finish as it did at the start of the race. Still with a little wolf tail blowing away. One of the few cars to carry an aerial, but then if you have a wolf tail or a foxtail, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Foxtail, yes.
You have to have an aerial. So again, attention to detail. It's always what comes out in motor racing. If you want to succeed, get a foxtail.
So,
get a Mercedes AMG.
so tomorrow, Bruce, you say it's not a long wait.
Not a long wait, but with this big band of rain strafing up through Europe from the south, it could well come up towards the Nürburgring. But today we got away with it. We had clear running throughout, and I just think a lot of the other teams that haven't managed to come away covered in glory must be thinking we need another variable, and maybe weather is the variable that would give them the chance to close back in. And it's not just like finding a few seconds over several hours, it's like finding an awful lot of seconds. 7 seconds an hour, I think, probably. That may not seem much, but it really is at this level of racing.
Just doing the maths, yeah, 7 seconds an hour, that's a lot. It's a lot of work for them to do. Porsches actually came through better than we were predicting earlier on at the end. Was it 7th and 8th?
No, 6th with that final lap.
Yep.
But look at the margin to victory. Nearly 1 hour, 1 minute, 18 seconds. That is night, day, several days away, isn't it? But again, they showed good fighting form, but they weren't picking off the top cars. They were picking up cars at the tail end of the top 10. And for Audi, the biggest headache of all, because their best runner, Matthias Drudy, brought the number 29 car home in 11th place, 1 minute and 41 seconds away. That is an awful lot of time they can find. So just to reiterate, Pro-Am victory to Huber Racing in the SP9 class, and 39 took the SP9 Am class. That's the Racing 1 Ferrari. Christian Kohlhaas, Nikolai Rogivu, and Stefan Kohler in their Ferrari. SP7, well, all the way it was number 62, but at the end it was just 8.6 seconds to the good. Peter Terting bringing the winning Porsche Cup class car to the finish. He shared that with Marcel Hopper and Moritz Krantz. And the car in second place was Nico Menzel, brought the Huber Motorsport car to the finish. So Huber Motorsport took the SP9 Pro-Am honours, and second place today in SP7. They'll be pleased. So that's certainly showing good form for that team. SP10 in the end, it went, but not by a large margin. When I say a large margin, 0.0119 of a 0.119 seconds. So just over a tenth of a second. Number 1 beating 169. So that Yannick Fubrick, could he be working his way towards another championship? Well, certainly very, very tight indeed. And the third car in class, well, was another minute behind. So Hofer Racing third, FK Performance second, but by just a whisker. So very unlucky for the 169 crew of Nico Otto, who brought it home, Christian Konerth, and the Czech racer Pavel Lefterov. So looking to see if that could be reversed tomorrow. But by small numbers, championships are made and lost, but certainly the fact that Grieser and Fubrick have championship titles to their name shows they've got the craft as well as the consistent excellence that you need. And they took that SP10 Cup class on their own. Cup X class, it was a Teichmann Racing KTM, which is no surprise because it's made up of Teichmann Racing KTMs. But it was 9:30. Jörg Griesmann and Reinhard Koffler who took victory in that class. And Black Falcon, though they didn't take the overall honours, they did win a class down in SP8T, car number 155, Tristan Vidas, driver from Estonia, bringing the number 155 Porsche home. Mercedes, that's the Mercedes GT4. That was Stefan Rossler, Tristan Vidas, and Mike Rosenberg. So the Cup 3, haven't talked too much about that. 979, Moritz Krantz winning for Mühlner Motorsport. And so on down one could go, but for Moritz Krantz, Peter Terting and Torsten Jürgen. Yet Terting racing several class cars. We've already talked about him taking victory in one of the more senior classes, and Gabriele Piano was another driver hopping between the top class. He was racing for Team HRT with Hubert Hout, and also in GT4 as well. But today belonged quite simply to the Hout Racing team, to Maro Engel in car number 16, along with the driver who started, Lucas Stoltz, to Manuel Metzger and Adam Christodoulou, who took that third stint. They all had a part to play. The easiest part was handed to Maro Engel. Didn't need to use his ultimate racing edge. He just needed to be consistent, and he possibly eked out a little bit more of an advantage, but he didn't really need to. Maximum points were coming their way, and it have to be said, Peter, they were grabbed with both hands.
They certainly were. And guess what? We're going to do it all again tomorrow.
I'm not complaining.
Why would we? It's as exciting as that. Why would we? What else do you want to be doing on a weekend?
But we can go away and we can regather our thoughts and find some new ones for tomorrow. But for the teams, a lot of them, they are going to have to find new ones for tomorrow, because quite simply, there is a new star on the stage.
New kid on the block, isn't
Hout
there?
Racing team. For Porsche, is it a setup issue that's keeping them away from the top end, or even getting on towards the podium? But right now, if you don't qualify well, you really are struggling in this, because very soon you find yourself stretched out as the order settles into single file around the opening lap, and suddenly might have been a tenth of a second you were down in qualifying from a few rows ahead, but you're now 4 or 5 seconds further back.
Exactly.
And then multiply it and spread it across 4 hours.
Yeah, there's potentially going to be some head scratching going on in different motorhomes, offices, whatever, hotels tonight. Obviously, social distancing. Trying to work out just how Haupt have done that so consummately, and so they showed their intent 2 weeks ago, and absolutely just reinforced it today.
They reinforced it in every single aspect of the race. And the fact of the matter, they didn't look hurried in any of it. Remember that we had the number 2 Mercedes coming around, all Fabian Schiller brought it in, and it was all sort of fast and angry, if you will, trying
frantic,
to be
wasn't it? Yeah.
frantic, whereas the race-winning car was able to sit there, do what it needed to do, and go back out. But that is one of those rare things in motor racing. It's not often you get a big cushion of advantage, and there is no point wasting it, but no point doing anything to save yourself half a second.
As we say, you can't slip into complacency either, because that's when all of a sudden somebody else comes up to bite you, and there's another new kid on the block. But we saw it, didn't we, in the whole body language, not just of the driver, Maro Engel, getting in that car, but the crew. It was all just calm, considered, ordered, organised. 1, 2, 3, almost metronomic. 1, 2, 3, in we go, job done. There was no air of desperation like the number 2 car. It was just in the went, out the went, job done. And that was. Can they do it tomorrow? Can they repeat it?
Well, the first marker will be qualifying. Qualifying is very quick fire around here, and should we have changeable weather, you can easily not get your lap time in.
No room for mistakes in qualifying, because it's almost like a shootout, isn't it? Really.
Well, look, we had people today who found themselves, when you've got drivers the caliber of Works Porsche driver Michael Christensen qualifying in 17th position,
right,
you just know full well how tight it is. And just, yes, he was in a Porsche, and it wasn't all rosy for Porsches, but you can just imagine maybe blocked on his qualifying lap, whatever. But suddenly, he's not a driver used to starting 17th in class. And that's how far down the quality and the goes in this SP9 field.
Did you say 29 cars? It just reinforces the depth of that quality of the field. It's quite incredible. I mean, but also what a portent for the season. 2 rounds in, and look what we've got already.
Yeah, it's really, really quite extraordinary how strong it is getting at the front end, but also quite extraordinary how a team has found an advantage that can give it victory by 34 seconds. That is absolutely not typical in the NLS, and its forerunner, the VLN, where really anyone who won by more than 15 seconds was sitting on an advantage that was pretty unheard of. It was really
almost worth investigating.
Yeah,
it was that close. It was, what's the advantage? What is it? Whereas you say 30, was it 34 seconds then? 33,
34 seconds at the end of the race. And I was just having a quick look to see if I had the timing intervals between first and second in the rounds in the previous 5 years, which I don't. But of course, one thing we always have to wait for is the official results being issued, and it takes a while because with 155 starters, it can take an awful long time, and apparently there are around about 70 time penalties being applied. Let's hope not to the race-winning car. We had that last time around, but we knew that around the final lap we already had notifications, but it does take quite a long time for it all to be issued. So let's round it here to today. Come back and join us tomorrow on Radio Show Limited, and let's hope it's every bit as exciting. We stayed dry, we stayed smiling, but our smiles are nowhere as big as they are on the face of Hubert Hout, his team taking its first win at its second attempt. Goodbye.
Goodbye.